A sea of fire swept across the sky, with terrifying heat filling the entire heavens. The sky was painted in a fiery red, and even those dozens of miles away could feel the horror of the strange phenomenon where Count Engel was located. At this moment, countless people looked in that direction with confusion and surprise. What is that? Oh my, how did it turn into a sea of fire? This. It seems like a battle just broke out there. Could it be the power of a domain? Voices mixed with gasps of shock. Among these exclamations, some were curious, some were stunned, and others confused. However, no one dared to get closer, even powerful nobles with plans in mind. They knew that the place was where the Red Dragon Duke was fighting the Lepore family. Entering now, the two families might team up to deal with them first. No one was brave enough to take that risk. Amidst the shock, curiosity, and confusion, far away in the mountain valley, the battle suddenly stopped. A powerful aura was coming from afar, startling both sides. Even the Duke of Lepore and the Red Dragon Duke, who were fighting in the sky, paused their battle. Both frowned slightly because the distant aura grew more terrifying. First, the sea of fire spread, and the aura was approaching the peak of Sky Knights. But that was not the end. Soon, the fire was extinguished, and a cold aura spread from afar. More importantly, a strange wave of energy was rising, and both of them recognized it clearly. This was the power of a domain. This meant that a top-tier half-step Saint Realm expert had appeared nearby. Both were stunned by this. The aura of the domain was very unfamiliar. While they were still in shock, the situation in the distance suddenly changed again. The cold aura dissipated, replaced by a huge flame rising once more, accompanied by a scorching heat that shot straight into the sky. At this moment, both of them felt even more confused. They didn't know how to react or how to describe what was happening. Fortunately, it didn't take long. Suddenly, a streak of light shot rapidly from afar, its aura fluctuating wildly, and its figure looked very battered. Both of them were surprised again, but they quickly reacted. The Grand Duke of the Red Dragon was pleased, while Duke Lepoire's face slightly changed because at this moment, the returning figure was the peak Sky Knight of the Red Dragon Grand Duke. His arrival would undoubtedly break the current balance, especially since this figure radiated a strong aura of domain, clearly just one step away from forming a complete domain. Clovis, ha. Those dirty rats have been dealt with, right? Seeing the approaching figure, the Red Dragon Grand Duke laughed heartily, and his smile grew wider when he sensed Clovis's aura. It was obvious that Clovis was about to break through during this war. Once he succeeded, the strength of the Red Dragon Duchy would surely increase. Both of them, with nearly half-step Saint Domain strength, were among the top in the entire kingdom's war. Grand Duke. Hearing the Grand Duke's words, Clovis's old face showed some change. He stopped his movement and instinctively wanted to speak, but halfway through, he hesitated, unsure of what to say. His reaction immediately caught the attention of both the Red Dragon Grand Duke and Duke Lepoire. The Grand Duke frowned slightly, while Duke Lepoire's eyes lit up. What's wrong? The Grand Duke instinctively sensed something was wrong and asked cautiously. Grand Duke, it seems the Dressrosa family has sent reinforcements. Clovis found it hard to say, but faced with the cold gaze of the Red Dragon Grand Duke, he still spoke. Reinforcements? The Grand Duke was momentarily confused. He wondered if it was just reinforcements, as a Count's family sending help shouldn't cause any big problems. At this moment, Clovis was no longer just an ordinary Sky Knight. He had stepped into the realm of a half-step saint, and his domain was almost formed. Even facing some Duke families, he was confident. Who? Grand Duke, a powerful expert with a domain, has arrived there. I can only choose to retreat. Looking at the puzzled Grand Duke, Clovis clenched his teeth and added, a powerful expert with a domain? How could that be? Upon hearing Chris's additional words, the Crimson Dragon Duke's pupils contracted, and he instinctively blurted out a response. But halfway through speaking, the previously spreading aura of his domain suddenly reappeared. His pupils shrank further, and his expression changed immediately. Your Grace. Chris instinctively tried to speak again, but hesitated. Crimson Dragon Duke, now is not the time for you to solve us. Have you thought about how to leave this strange world? Listening to Chris, Duke Lepoire also reacted and spoke with a faint smile. His initial worry turned into a smile at this moment. However, behind his smile, a hint of doubt appeared in his heart. In the surrounding thousands of miles, there was no sign of the three great noble families. The powerful half-step Saint Realm expert from the Dressrosa family, where did he come from? And why did he arrive here at the Dressrosa family instead of with him? If he had arrived here, with their combined strength, they might have even taken a big piece of the Crimson Dragon Duke's flesh. But despite these doubts, Duke Leper forced himself to endure. Whatever the reason, this was the best outcome right now. Otherwise, they would lose if they continued fighting. Even with the gains from divine enlightenment, his strength was still somewhat inferior to the Crimson Dragon Duke. In the short term, it was not obvious, but as the battle continued, his domain was gradually being suppressed. Meanwhile, the situation below was not looking too good. The fight among the Sky Knights was still manageable, but below the Sky Knights, the Leper family was clearly struggling. If this continued, and at most a day, he would most likely be defeated. And now, Chris had arrived too. Another peak Sky Knight, nearly at the half-step Saint Realm. Once involved, the entire battle balance would be completely broken. Duke Leper's smiling voice rang out, and the Crimson Dragon Duke's face kept changing. After a long while, he looked deeply at the distant fiery red light. Leper, this time you got lucky, but I don't think your luck will last forever. The Crimson Dragon Duke snorted coldly, then waved his hand. A huge aura suddenly erupted. Boom. A powerful energy field spread out quickly in all directions. Li Puer was initially surprised, but soon relaxed. He chose not to continue fighting. Meanwhile, the Red Dragon Duke's energy field expanded instantly, covering the entire battlefield, which was then quickly divided. Let's go? The Red Dragon Duke shouted softly, and in the next moment, he led his troops to retreat far away. In this situation, he had no choice but to withdraw. The situation was already beyond his control, and he expected the battle to end quickly. He was just a duke from the Tulip Kingdom, and he never thought his opponent could stop him. But in fact, the other side not only held him back, but also managed to contain him somewhat. He had initially hoped to rely on Close, but Close was held back by a small count from the Tulip Kingdom, who even had support from a half-step Saint-level ally. At this point, there was no point in continuing. The Red Dragon Duke knew very well that many eyes were fixed on their battle. The nearby glowing orbs around them already showed this clearly. They could resolve the fight quickly if needed. But if they couldn't finish it fast, they could only retreat. Seeing the Red Dragon Duke retreat, Li Puer, the old duke, did not pursue. He understood his family's strength well. Their power was not as great as the Red Dragon Duke's. The recent battles had caused significant losses, and pursuing now was pointless. As for the so-called reinforcements, Li Puer didn't know where they came from, and he dared not act rashly. Take a moment to rest. Also, send someone to check the distant area. As he finished speaking, Li Puer waved his hand, dropping several high-level life potions beside some injured Sky Knights. He then began giving orders. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Understood. A series of responses followed. Everyone let out a breath of relief. Facing the Red Dragon Duke had been very stressful, and now it was finally over. Many collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Only a few high-ranking members of the Li Puer family looked serious, with a hint of worry on their faces. How are things going? Have you contacted the other two major families? Duke Leper looked at his son with a serious expression. Suddenly, a half-step Sacred Realm expert appeared, directly entering the battlefield between them and the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon. Even just a side intrusion made him cautious. We haven't been able to contact them. Their range exceeds our limits. His figure shook slightly as he spoke with a hint of a bitter smile. Is that so? Duke Leper nodded, not feeling too surprised. From the beginning, he had guessed it was unlikely to be the forces of the other two Grand Dukes, as they were far apart before, and it was impossible for them to arrive within just a few days. But once he confirmed this, he became even more curious. Dressrosa, Duke Leper muttered to himself, recalling the earlier surprise. Honestly, the past few days were only possible thanks to the Dressrosa family. This family, which he had initially paid little attention to, had managed to block a small part of the Red Dragon Grand Duke's forces. If not for their resistance, that small part alone could have caused the Leper family to fall. This made him remember this family. He also became quite curious, especially since the expert who first entered the battlefield seemed to be from the Dressrosa family. His curiosity deepened. "Father." Hearing Duke Leper's words, Irakli Leper instinctively spoke up. "Irakli, how much do you know about the Dressrosa family?" Duke Leper looked at his son with some hesitation and asked, "I know a bit about the Dressrosa family. They are a family that rose in the last 300 years. Their ancestors are said to be pioneers from the western region. They only became counts about 100 years ago. Recently, Count Engel is said to have broken through to the Sky Knight level, and it seems he has already done so. They even have 2 Sky Knights, possibly preparing for this kingdom war to challenge the Marquis family." Irakli Leper pondered for a moment before sharing what he knew and his thoughts. "The Western Pioneer family? You mean they weren't originally from the Tulip Kingdom?" Duke Leper spoke with a hint of surprise. "Yes, I am not entirely sure of the details. Before, it was because that Earl Engel defeated a Sky Knight from the Spencer family. I looked into it a bit." Irakli Leper nodded and then began to explain. Listening to his son's explanation again, Duke Leper looked thoughtful. However, he did not ask further questions. He knew that his son understanding so much about the Dressrosa family was already impressive. He probably couldn't know more. His gaze turned to the distance, filled with growing curiosity. Meanwhile, on the other side, Torko was unaware that his interference, along with the escape of the Peak Sky Knight, had caused the battlefield to end early. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared now, because Count Engel was currently surrounded by a powerful force of law constantly intertwining. Yes, the power of law. The 3 law energies had just fully merged into Count Engel's body. Amidst the flames, the law of fire continued to weave and intertwine. But in the end, Count Engel did not form a law mark. It was clear that creating such marks was not easy. However, within this spreading fire attribute law energy, there were signs of change in him. As the law intertwined, an invisible ripple began to form on his body. The seed of life was there. At this moment, the sky and earth had turned into a fiery red, like a world built of flames. Within the flames, the faint glow of the life seed flickered, with strands of law energy starting to weave through it. A clear sound rang out as he appeared on the seed of life. As soon as he appeared, strands of law energy and fiery aura around it seemed to be pulled instantly, rushing into the with great force. Boom. Rumble. Inside Engel's body, tremors began. A mighty force of life burst forth from the seed of life. Outside, a ripple spread instantly, sweeping outward in all directions. The ripple surged, and the sea of flames quickly spread again. In this moment, within a radius of hundreds of meters, a terrifying blaze suddenly covered Engel's body. At the same time, Engel Count's figure began to float unknowingly. The boundless flames started to swirl around him. His aura continued to rise sharply. What's happening? Thor's pupils suddenly contracted, and his eyes widened in shock. He didn't expect that, even in this situation, his father could still break through. The powerful wave and spreading flames were completely different from before. Previously, it was just a visual effect triggered by secret magic, but now the flames almost seemed real, and everything around was shrouded in darkness and isolation. Only one explanation could account for this: the domain. Only a domain could achieve such incredible power. Count, Rain muttered, his eyes also showing a hint of shock. But at this moment, no one responded to him. Thor's gaze fixed on the distance, and after the initial shock, a look of joy appeared in his eyes. This time, his father had gained the most. Not only had his cultivation advanced from the mid-stage Sky Knight to the peak of the Sky Knight realm, but he also condensed a domain. Even if this domain was just beginning to form, its power might not surpass Thor's, but it clearly marked a big step forward for Engel Count toward the sacred realm. With the current rise of the flames, Engel Count was no longer hindered from entering the sacred realm. Considering Engel Count's talent, his peak Sky Knight was almost his limit. To go further, not only was entering the sacred realm impossible, but even forming a prototype of a domain at half-step sacred realm was unlikely. After all, Engel Count was nearly 70 years old now. The time remaining might not be enough for him to break through. But now, not only had he reached the level of a half-step sacred realm, but Thor could also feel that Engel Count's life force was much stronger than before. Clearly, The secret magic's transformation had brought not just a boost in power, but also an elevation of life itself. It was a true transformation. The flames surged and then gradually subsided. Count Earl Engel slowly opened his eyes. In his pupils, there were two flames flickering, but they quickly disappeared. Is this the power of the domain? He muttered softly, feeling his current state. Count Engel's expression showed disbelief. Even he did not expect that in this life-and-death crisis, he would undergo such a transformation. His strength not only broke through, but also grasped the power of the domain. Although it was just a prototype, it already made him feel incredible. This is the power of the sacred realm. In his excitement, Count Engel seemed to sense Michael nearby. After a brief thought, the domain spread out again, this time directly enveloping Michael. Boom! Flames swept over, surrounding Michael within. Compared to ordinary flames, this fire carried endless vitality, quickly healing Michael's injuries. After a moment, Michael opened his eyes. Count. Michael spoke softly, filled with emotion. Let's go? Count Engel smiled, and then stepped forward toward Tuor's location. Michael nodded and quickly flew toward Tuor as well. Father, Uncle Michael, sir. As they landed, Tuor and others hurried to meet them. Tuor, this time, we owe you a lot. Count Engel sighed lightly and spoke. He knew very well that all of this was thanks to Tuor. Without him, Count Engel might not have reached this level, or even survived. His extreme burning had no force that could stop it. Most likely, the final outcome would be the Peak Sky Knight being severely wounded and dying. There was little chance of any other result. Tuor's arrival not only stopped his secret magic, but also gave him a chance to transform. Father, you are too kind, Tuor said with a smile, and shook his head, then looked at Michael. Michael was much better now compared to before, and his cultivation had significantly improved thanks to the burning of the secret magic. He was now roughly at the mid-stage of the Sky Knight level. This level of improvement is truly frightening. However, Thor understands that this is an exception. Usually, it is almost impossible to improve so quickly. Even if he tries again, there's no guarantee of success. This is because it involves triggering the undead trait of the secret magic, and even with the same extreme effort, it might not activate. If it doesn't activate, it's really over. Even with high-level health potions and life essence, full recovery might not be possible. For example, Michael before, who used strength just slightly less than Count Engel, still didn't trigger the undead trait. And under the influence of high-level health potions and life essence, his recovery was limited. In the end, he only fully recovered thanks to the flames of the undead trait and Engel's domain prototype. The group was talking. Meanwhile, far in the sky, a figure was quickly approaching. When it was still several miles away, Anna, Thor, and Count Engel immediately sensed something and looked toward the distance. Seeing the rapidly approaching figure, their hearts tightened. Everyone remembered that at this moment, the battle was still between the Red Dragon Duke and the Lepore family. Only members of the Red Dragon Duke or the Lepore family could appear in the sky now. Father, how strong is the Red Dragon Duke? Thor snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Count Engel with a question. Although he knew quite a bit from daily reports, he didn't know the details. You know about it? Count Engel was a bit surprised and asked instinctively. I know a little. Thor nodded slightly, not denying. The strength of the Red Dragon Duke is considered very powerful in the current Kingdom War. He is very strong, and the Lepore family probably can't match him, Count Engel said seriously. Having been involved for some time, he had a basic understanding of the Red Dragon Duke's strength. Honestly, even if he has now improved, the entire Dressrosa family would still find it hard to compare to the Red Dragon Duke. After all, the Crimson Dragon Duke possesses more than just a half-step Saint Realm. He also commands a large number of Sky Knights, including 3 Peak Sky Knights. Below the Sky Knights, the Crimson Dragon Duke's strength is undoubtedly even greater. Listening to Count Engelbert's story, Thor couldn't help but feel a serious look. Even though he had learned some of this before, truly understanding the Duke's strength still shocked him. Such power, compared to the Lepure family, is incomparable. Even combined, 2 of the 3 Grand Dukes might not be as strong as the Crimson Dragon Duke. Just the strength of the Crimson Dragon Duke alone far surpasses half of the half-step Saint Realm, and his domain prototype is almost formed. Fortunately, Count Lepuyer is also very powerful. Before Engelbert and others left, he barely managed to hold them back. But Count Engelbert knew very well that this kind of resistance couldn't last long. While everyone was tense and thinking, a figure in the distance became clear. When he saw who it was, Count Engelbert was momentarily stunned. "It's him," he muttered to himself, surprised. "Father?" Hearing Engelbert's words, Tor looked confused and asked. "Tor, that is Duke Lepuyer's second son, named Sakrii Lepuyer, a member of the Lepuyer family," Engelbert explained, but his doubts grew. The person who escaped earlier was from the Crimson Dragon Duke's side, yet now it was a Lepuyer family member arriving. Could it be that the Lepuyer family can still send out forces? Of course, these doubts remained unspoken. Meanwhile, the figure in the distance had already descended. Sakrii Lepuyer naturally noticed the unfamiliar figures on the ground. He glanced over Tor, Rain, and Anna, his expression filled with suspicion. His grandfather had said someone entered Engelbert's battlefield, but now they seemed to have disappeared again. "Count Engelbert." Sakrii Lepuyer landed and then addressed Engelbert. "Lord Sakrii, what is going on?" In response to Sakrii Lepuyer's greeting, Engelbert asked directly, his tone straightforward and curious. "The Grand Duke of the Red Dragon has already left. My grandfather asked me to come see if Count Engel still needs help. Although I was a bit confused, I quickly spoke up when I saw Count Engel's sharp teeth. Thank you, Duke Lepore. Everything here has been taken care of. Unfortunately, that person ran away too quickly to catch." Count Engel sighed and said, "Count Engel, you're being modest. We owe you a lot this time. Anyway, my grandfather wants to invite you to come along. Are you available?" Sakrii Lepore hesitated briefly, then spoke to Count Engel. "My grandfather wants to understand the situation, so bringing Count Engel along seems like the best choice. But because of my grandfather's words, I was very cautious. Lord Lepore's invitation is our honor. Let me prepare myself." Count Engel hesitated slightly, then looked at Thor. Seeing that Thor didn't speak, he nodded in agreement. The Lepore family seems to be quite good, Count Engel thought. Earlier, they had been pulled into this mess, and the Lepore family even tried to help him. So, he didn't plan to refuse their invitation. "It's okay. No rush." Sakrii Lepore quickly nodded. Count Engel smiled and responded, then took Thor and Michael to the side. "Thor, are you coming with us, or do you want to go separately?" Count Engel asked Thor curiously. "Father, I think I'll go with you." Thor hesitated briefly, but then nodded. He wasn't in a hurry to leave now, since the distance to his night order was still quite far. Count Engel was heading to the Lepore family's estate, and he also wanted to see how strong the Lepore family's duke really was. It would help him understand the powerful noble forces involved in the current kingdom's war. "All right, then come with me." Count Engel nodded after a brief pause. He wasn't too worried. Now he was close to reaching the Saint Realm, and even if Thor and the others weren't as strong as the Lepore family, they weren't far behind. Led by Sakor Lepuyer, Thor and Count Engel quickly arrived at the valley. At this moment, the battle in the valley had already ended. The Lepuyer family members were resting, and even just observing the surroundings, one could imagine how terrifying the fight must have been. The entire valley terrain had clearly changed. Many trees had been uprooted, and large rocks had cracked apart. The land looked as if a giant dragon had turned over it. Even Thor couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Such power was obviously beyond his level. Count Engel also looked somewhat serious. "Count Engel," someone called out. "Father, we've been waiting for a while." Irakli Lepuyer stepped forward and spoke softly. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Count Engel replied, then led Thor and Irakli Lepuyer to a spot nearby. Meanwhile, Rain, Anna, Michael, and Seshir were left behind. Under Irakli Lepuyer's guidance, Count Engel and Thor quickly reached their destination. Grand Duke Lepuyer. Grand Duke Lepuyer. Seeing Duke Lepuyer, Count Engel and Thor quickly bowed to greet him. "Engel, good to see you're unharmed," Duke Lepuyer said with a smile, looking at Count Engel, then turning to Thor with a thoughtful expression. "Luck was on your side," he added. "Grand Duke Lepuyer, this is my son, Thordres Rosa," Count Engel said with a smile, introducing him. "Indeed, a noble name. Thordres Rosa, the eagle of the Rosa family," Duke Lepuyer said with a smile. His eyes showed some curiosity because, as a half-step saint, he couldn't sense the life energy on Thor. Thor felt like a fog enveloping him. But despite his curiosity, Duke Lepier didn't dwell on it. He simply smiled and praised Thor. Thor expressed his thanks with a smile. Then Duke Lepier and Count Engel exchanged a few words, and their conversation returned to normal. Engel, I asked you to come here this time to see if you are willing to form an alliance with us, the Tulip Nobles. Duke Lepor took a deep breath, then spoke with a thoughtful look, his gaze fixed on Engel. The Tulip Nobles alliance? Count Engel was a bit surprised. Even Tor couldn't help but become interested. However, he didn't interrupt. He quietly waited for the two to continue talking. Duke Lepor, do you know what the Tulip Nobles alliance is? Count Engel asked curiously, with a puzzled expression. He hadn't heard of the Tulip Nobles alliance before, but it was clear that such an organization existed. This made him even more curious. Yes, it's the Tulip Nobles alliance. Count Engel, you probably don't fully understand the details of the Kingdom War, do you? After a brief pause, Duke Lepor spoke with a serious tone. The details of the Kingdom War? Both Engel and Tor looked at each other with surprise. Especially Tor, who seemed to understand something. He had guessed before that the Kingdom War might be something unfamiliar to most people, especially since it was a temporary change in the usual Kingdom War. Ordinary nobles probably couldn't figure out what was going on, but top nobles might already know, or it might not be a secret at all. It seemed that was the case now. The two men exchanged glances, and Duke Lepor spoke carefully before continuing. The Kingdom War is usually an extension of external conflicts. In the past, most kingdom wars were used to test the abilities of nobles. This time is no different. External conflicts? Testing noble abilities? Both Engel and Tor looked surprised at these words. Yes, testing noble abilities. I don't know all the details, but one thing is certain. The Kingdom War is closely related to the Empire's evaluation of the kingdom. The higher the evaluation, the greater the gains for the kingdom in external conflicts. Previously, most of the battles took place in a normal foreign world, focused on exploration and fighting. This time, for some unknown reason, fragments of the law appeared, making them the most important factor for evaluation. Collecting enough law fragments would earn enough merit. To get more law fragments, the major kingdoms led the effort. In fact, the top nobles within each kingdom had already formed alliances. Duke Lepuyer slowly spoke, and as he did, Engelbert and Thor gradually understood what was happening. The top nobles had long known about this. Only they and other nobles remained unaware. The level of these top nobles was probably among the three great ducal families. Whether other nobles joined was unknown. Huff. Duke Lepuyer, since the top noble alliance invited us to join, our Dressrosa family might not be strong enough. Engelbert took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and spoke with some hesitation. Even though his strength had recently improved, he knew that compared to the three great ducal families, his family was still lacking. Not only was there a gap in overall strength, but the knights group was also vastly weaker. The difference between their knights and the top knights was like a chasm. Even with recent improvements, without considering Engelbert and Michael, the Dressrosa family's knights were roughly equal to those of an ordinary Marquis family. Comparing them to the three great ducal families was like comparing heaven and earth. Including Seshir, Michael's strength was probably similar to that of a powerful Marquis, strong, but not by much. No, your strength is already enough. The Tulip Nobility Alliance doesn't just include three ducal families. It also has three top Marquis families. Your strength is not far behind the top Marquis families. Duke Lepuyer shook his head and explained again. As he said, the Dressrosa family was now strong enough. From his perception, Engelbert's aura had already reached the peak of a Sky Knight. Based on Engelbert's previous display of power, even without forming a domain prototype, his strength likely far exceeded that of an ordinary Sky Knight. And even more frightening is Count Engelbert's talent. Before this, Count Engelbert's strength was only comparable to that of a late-stage Sky Knight. Yet, in a short time, he has already reached this level. There is a high chance he will break through to the Sacred Realm in the future. Adding him to our team will greatly benefit the Leopard family's future. Wow. Hearing Duke Leopard speak, Count Engelbert hesitated suddenly. The Tulip Noble Alliance is clearly very strong, as it is made up of three great dukes and three top marquises. But, of course, there are also huge risks involved. Noble alliances are not formed just for the sake of forming alliances. Although the Dries Rosa family is doing well now, joining this alliance could be quite dangerous. However, not joining means missing a good opportunity. And there's also a risk of being targeted by the Tulip Noble Alliance. Grand Duke Leopard, may I ask, besides the law fragment, what else is needed to participate in the Kingdom War? Taking a deep breath, during Count Engelbert's hesitation, Thor spoke. He looked at Duke Leopard with a curious expression. Hearing Thor, Duke Leopard was a bit surprised. But he still nodded with a smile and answered. What we need to do is block other top noble alliances from different kingdoms. The Empire gives the kingdom many chances, and the kingdom has given those chances to us. So, we must show the Empire and the kingdom what we are capable of. There's one thing you might not know. Whether we can qualify for foreign wars depends heavily on our performance in the Kingdom War, Duke Leopard said slowly. Hearing this, Thor and Count Engelbert exchanged surprised looks. Neither of them expected that the Kingdom War was also related to foreign wars. Even if they didn't know much about foreign wars, they understood one thing. For a family to become a duke or a royal, they must go through foreign wars. Without this experience, a family can only reach the marquis level. They cannot rise further. There are no exceptions to this rule. As their thoughts raced, Duke Leopard did not continue speaking but waited quietly. Time slowly passed. They didn't know how long it had been, nor how long it lasted. Wow. Lord Leopard, do you know what we need to do to join the Tulip Nobility Alliance? Count Engel spoke, looking at Duke Leopard with a serious voice. Thor didn't say anything further, clearly agreeing with his father. Even Thor had to pay attention to the outside war. Don't worry, you don't need to do anything. Just arrive at the core area in 30 days. Even if fighting breaks out, it probably won't affect you much. Duke Leopard smiled as he spoke. He had expected this outcome. For most people, such an invitation might not seem very attractive, but for Count Engel, who is very talented and has big dreams for the future, it was very tempting. After all, only by joining the alliance could they have a chance to get enough fragments of the laws, and only then could they keep those fragments. Otherwise, as a single noble, it would be hard to keep them later on. Duke Leopard didn't think Count Engel would refuse. And indeed, he didn't. 30 days later? I understand. The Dries Rosa family can participate. But, Duke Leopard, could you tell us more about the Kingdom War and the outside war? Count Engel nodded, no longer hesitating, and fully agreed. He then slightly bowed to Duke Leopard, speaking sincerely. As a new family, even though the Dries Rosa family had become a powerful noble family, they still didn't know much. They knew little about the Kingdom War, so this was a good chance to learn more. As for refusing, he couldn't really refuse unless they no longer aimed to become marquises. Otherwise, there was no other choice. That works, but I don't know much about the outside war either. I can only share what I do know. Duke Leopard nodded again in agreement. Thank you, Count Engel softly said. No problem. Duke Leopard smiled and shook his head. Night was gradually falling. In the valley, a large bonfire slowly rose. Duke Leopard and Count Engel continued talking. Thor listened quietly beside them. This time, he listened very carefully. For him, this was undoubtedly a chance to learn more and expand his worldview. Missing this opportunity might mean waiting a long time before having such a chance again. Naturally, he didn't want to miss it. What disappointed Thor a little was that even Duke Leopard didn't know much about the outside war. He only knew that the outside war was an expansion conflict launched by the two great empires, and the other side was a series of unknown worlds. Beyond that, they had no other information. In contrast, the Kingdom War was something they knew more about. Fortunately, for Thor, having more accurate information about the Kingdom War was very important, perhaps even more important than the outside war, because they were currently involved in the Kingdom War. More details about the Kingdom War would give them a clearer understanding of what to do next. Night gradually turned into early morning. The conversation among everyone came to an end. The familiar system notification sounded again in Thor's ears. Daily Intelligence Updated Open It. The familiar voice was the same as always, and lines of text appeared once more. The lines of intelligence kept refreshing. As Thor entered the core area, the information in the daily updates changed significantly again. Out of 10 pieces of intelligence, more than half involved noble conflicts, with the rest being other related information. Even just glancing over it, Thor felt a shiver run down his spine. 30 days. His thoughts drifted, and he gradually fell into sleep. Night slowly passed. Morning sunlight then shone down, marking the start of a new day. The camp quickly became lively. Thor also stepped out of the tent arranged by the leper family. On the other side, Count Engel also came out. "Father," Thor said with a smile. Count Engel nodded with a smile. Then the two headed toward the center. "Father, what should we do next?" Walking together, Thor began to ask his father what their next steps should be. "Currently, it's not certain. I have asked Caesar to gather the knights, and they should arrive in the next few days. Please try to gather your knights as well. Only by meeting together can we ensure relative safety." Count Engel softly spoke. "All right." Thor hesitated slightly, then nodded in agreement. Given the current situation, the upcoming conflicts will be quite intense. It's not wise to let the knights stay scattered. Although Marshall is strong, protecting the entire knight group from accidents is still very difficult. It's better to gather everyone together. With the entire Tulip Noble Alliance present, safety can be better guaranteed. By the way, Thor, quickly take that drop of life essence and see if you can break through to become a Sky Knight. I have a feeling things might not be so simple soon. Count Engel seemed to think of something and paused, his gaze turning to Thor with a hint of hesitation as he spoke. "Father, the life essence probably won't have much effect on me. I need to sense the power of the laws to improve." Thor hesitated briefly, then spoke softly. This wasn't modesty. He had been feeling the effects of the life essence for a while, and he knew clearly that relying solely on its power, his chance to break through to Sky Knight was slim. Even if he succeeded, the improvement might not be very noticeable. What he truly needed was the power of the laws, or rather, to understand the laws deeply. If he could turn his pseudo-domain into a real domain prototype, that would be the true transformation of his strength. But reaching that step was extremely difficult. Not to mention breaking through to Sky Knight. Even reaching the peak of Sky Knight might not be easy. Half-Step Saint Realm is a huge barrier for all Sky Knights. Crossing it is incredibly challenging, and most Sky Knights probably cannot do it. Thor has the law imprint, which gives him a better chance than others, but it's still only a chance, not a guarantee. Wow. Hearing Thor's words, Count Engel was momentarily stunned, then his brow furrowed slightly. "Law? You seem to understand the law of ice, but I don't think I have the law of ice here. Should I ask the Grand Duke Lapure about it?" The furrowed brow quickly relaxed. Count Engelberth hesitated for a moment before speaking to Thor. "Father, there's no need. We have a better way." Thor shook his head with a smile. "A better way?" Count Engelberth was momentarily surprised, his expression showing curiosity. "Yes, a better way. Father, the Red Dragon Grand Duke possesses a lot of law power, even more than Duke Lapure. If we manage to take him, what do you think?" Thor spoke with a gentle smile. His words made Count Engelberth feel a sudden shock inside. He paused instantly, his gaze fixed on Thor with disbelief. "Thor, you should know that the strength of the Red Dragon Grand Duke is beyond our reach. Even if we include the Lapure family, it would be very difficult. And even if we succeed, we would suffer heavy losses. Other powerful nobles around would definitely swarm in." After a brief thought, Count Engelberth shook his head softly and spoke quietly. He knew very well how strong the Red Dragon Grand Duke was. Although he had taken a loss before, that didn't mean the Red Dragon Grand Duke was weak. In fact, as he said, even with the Dressrosa family and the Lapure family, they couldn't defeat the Red Dragon Grand Duke. The Grand Duke only has one half-step Sacred Realm expert and 3 peak Sky Knights. But the Red Dragon Grand Duke is stronger than Duke Lapure, and one of those Sky Knights is close to forming a domain. With such strength, overall, he is truly more powerful than they are. Most importantly, as he said, even if they succeed, the losses would be severe. They wouldn't be able to handle the other powerful nobles afterward. "Father, this situation requires the Red Dragon Grand Duke to still be in his prime, with his entire knight order unharmed." Hearing Count Engelberth's words, Thor's voice echoed calmly, and his gaze shifted to the text only he could see. Daily Intelligence Updated 1. Due to the sudden appearance of a half-step Sacred Realm, the Red Dragon Grand Duke from the Red Dragon Duchy led his knights to retreat from the conflict with the Lapure family. Just as they were about to leave, they were attacked by 2 ducal families from the Kingdom of Macedonia. The Grand Duke defeated them but suffered heavy losses. While preparing to recover, he unexpectedly entered a nest of fifth-tier magical beasts. After 7 hours, the badly wounded Grand Duke escaped with 3 Peak Sky Knights and a nearly extinct knight group heading north. Along the way, they unexpectedly encountered a group of earthbound dragons. Looking at these words, even Thor couldn't help but grimace last night. Since the Red Dragon Grand Duke left yesterday, it seems like bad luck has been following him, almost as if the god of misfortune is punishing him. First, he was attacked by 2 ducal families. Then he stumbled upon a 5th-tier magical beast's nest. After barely escaping, he faced a group of earthbound dragons. With all these events, the Red Dragon Grand Duke probably won't survive unscathed, even if he doesn't die. Of course, despite the grim expression, Thor's mind started to turn. Normally, even the Dressrosa family combined with the Lepuyer family might not be able to swallow the Red Dragon Grand Duke. But if he suffered heavy losses, the situation would be very different. After these consecutive encounters, how much strength does the Red Dragon Grand Duke still have left? At this moment, Count Engel does not know these details. But even if he doesn't know, he has experienced his son's extraordinary abilities. So when Thor spoke these words, his pupils shrank sharply. Is what you said true? Count Engel's breathing grew heavier. Father, yesterday the Red Dragon Grand Duke was attacked by 2 ducal families from Macedonia. He managed to repel them, but accidentally entered a 5th-tier magical beast's nest. Faced with Count Engel's excited gaze and words, Thor simply calmly recounted what had already happened in the Daily Intelligence. A 5th-tier magical beast. Gulp. Hearing Thor's words, even Count Engel couldn't help but swallow hard. Count Engel naturally understands how terrifying 5th-tier magical beasts are. The Grand Dragon Duke said that fighting against the 2 Great Dukes would surely cause damage. Even at his peak, facing a 5th-level monster, he would likely suffer heavy losses. The consequences now are simply unthinkable. Let's go? Thor, we are going to bid farewell to Duke Lepuyer. Count Engel gasped heavily, speaking more directly and excitedly, then strode quickly toward the distance. Thor smiled and followed closely behind. Soon, the 2 met with Duke Lepuyer. Oh, you are leaving? Listening to Count Engel's words of farewell, Duke Lepuyer looked surprised. Yes, Duke Lepuyer. This time, we need to gather with the Knight Order. My son also needs to meet with his Knight Order. Sorry for the trouble recently. Count Engel nodded with a smile. I see. All right then. But remember, if you miss the gathering time, there won't be another chance. Duke Lepuyer nodded slightly and didn't ask further. Since they weren't from the same family, Duke Lepuyer naturally wouldn't try to stop Count Engel from leaving. As for the fragment of the law in Count Engel's hand, since he had formed an alliance, it belonged to him. He didn't have many other thoughts about it. More importantly, the real focus was ahead. The fragments of law in Count Engel's possession were many to others, but for the Lepuyer family, they were just SOSO. Except for the huge law fragments like those of the Grand Dragon Duke, or those with noble status added. Only then would they be truly attractive to Duke Lepuyer. Grandfather, the Dressrosa family is just a barren family. Do you think? Watching Thor and the others leave, Sakri Lepuyer hesitated before speaking. Sakri, your vision is still a bit lacking. Don't you feel that Count Engel's aura has already surpassed yours? Duke Lepuyer shook his head with a sigh. Surpassed me? Sakri Lepuyer was stunned for a moment. Then his pupils widened. Not only Count Engel, but his son as well. Their strength is probably already that of a land knight. A land knight under 30 years old. That's enough to enter the top-tier talents of the Canaan Academy in the Empire. What a pity. Duke Lepuyer sighed with emotion. Although he couldn't sense Thor's aura, through some observations, Duke Lepuyer was still able to confirm that Thor had definitely reached the Earth Knight level. This result surprised him greatly. A 20-year-old Earth Knight, such talent is not only dazzling in the Tulip Kingdom, but also within the entire Empire. Although Thor had shown some peak Earth Knight strength before, that was in the Northern Province, which the ducal family didn't usually pay attention to. Most people in the Northern Province also didn't know how old Thor was. Grandfather, this, Sakri Lepuyer instinctively spoke. Sakri, contact the Dressrosa family and invite them to join the alliance, Duke Lepuyer ordered. Also, send a message to Karlanina and the others to speed up. We don't have much time. If we delay any longer, our chances will be slim. Duke Lepuyer didn't care about his son's feelings and simply gave his orders. Yes. Sakri Leper quickly suppressed his shock, nodded, and then hurried to handle the matter. Only after Sakri left did Duke Leper turn his gaze back. The Canaan Academy will probably end this semester soon. I wonder if 13 can stay successfully. If he can, our Leper family might have more hope. Duke Leper spoke slowly, sighing softly. Even he knew that staying was extremely difficult. To remain at the Canaan Academy in the Empire, one must break through to Sky Knight before turning 60. This is the minimum requirement. Even if someone breaks through before 60, they might not be able to stay. Within the Empire, this challenge is also very tough. Only someone like the top genius of the Canaan Academy in the past, becoming a formal knight at 15, a great knight at 20, a Earth Knight at 35, a Sky Knight at 48, and reaching the peak of Sky Knight by 60, would have a 100% chance of success. Thinking of that figure, Duke Leper sighed again. His son had a chance to reach that level, but unfortunately, that person had an accident a few years ago and disappeared. His son also missed the best opportunity. His thoughts drifted. Duke Leper's mind was involuntarily drawn to those memories. However, at this moment, these people no longer had any connection to Thor and the others. After saying farewell to Duke Leper, the group set out again. Their target was the location of the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon, or more precisely, the place where the Grand Duke received daily intelligence. While Count Engelbert, Thor, Rain, Anna, and Michael were in action, a group of very battered figures suddenly emerged from a river about 200 miles away from the valley. The face of the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon was pale, and 3 Peak Sky Knights were severely injured. One had lost an arm, another was being dragged by someone else, and the remaining one had their shoulder blade almost pierced through. The entire knight group suffered heavy losses. Originally, there were thousands of knights, but now fewer than 200 remained. Each was very exhausted, their breathing uneven. Why are there Star Wolves here? The Grand Duke of the Red Dragon looked grim, his eyes filled with fear as he looked into the distance. His previous experience had made him tremble deep inside. After they retreated, they were immediately attacked by the 2 dukes' families from Macedonia. Although he quickly defeated these 2 noble families with his strength, the battle spread, and they entered the territory of the 5th-level magical beast, the Star Wolf. Facing a 5th-level magical beast, even with their strength, they could not resist. In just one encounter, the entire knight group suffered heavy losses. In the end, only he and 3 Peak Sky Knights, along with all the Sky Knights, managed to barely hold on. But that was only a temporary hold. Within a few hours, several Sky Knights fell. Finally, with a heavy heart, the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon, at the cost of more than half of the Sky Knights and the entire knight group, managed to escape. However, this escape was extremely costly. The once large knight group had lost almost 90% of its strength. Out of thousands, only about 200 remained, and only 3 heavily injured Peak Sky Knights and fewer than 5 Sky Knights were left. Master, Croy's hoarse voice broke as he spoke. His face was pale, and his breath was very weak. One arm was missing, but now, he was more worried about the entire knight group. Their previous strength may not need to be a concern, but now, the losses are heavy, and if they encounter powerful nobles, the consequences could be unimaginable. Let's go to the west first, and see if we can meet up with the forces of the Red Dragon Duchy. The Grand Duke of the Red Dragon took a deep breath, looking somewhat helpless. He now regrets suppressing the power of the nobles of the Red Dragon Duchy over the past 100 years. As a result, now, even if he wants to ask for help, he can't find any direction. Yes, Chloe nodded. The group set out again. However, Lady Luck did not seem to favor them. Roar. A huge beast's roar sounded. The Grand Duke's face suddenly changed drastically. What is that? Retreat quickly. In their anxious words, they hurried to leave the forest, but it was too late. Boom. Rumble. A loud explosion echoed through the woods, followed by the entire mountain shaking violently. Huge earthbound dragons appeared around them, their figures directly enveloped in the chaos. Each of these earthbound dragons had fierce eyes, locking their gaze tightly on the group of the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon. One of them had been injured by humans before, but those humans escaped too quickly for them to catch. They didn't expect that just a few days later, humans would come again. Roar. Another mighty roar sounded. One earthbound dragon reared its head, and in the next moment, a terrifying dragon breath swept over it. The Grand Duke of the Red Dragon cursed silently. Suddenly, a powerful burst of life energy exploded, spreading a strong aura across the entire world. The domain expanded. It immediately blocked the front. Boom. The clash of dragon breath and domain energy produced a terrifying roar. Then, the entire forest trembled violently again. But this was not the end. Roar, roar. Multiple roars sounded, followed by streams of dragon breath sweeping over. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud explosions erupted. The figure of the Crimson Dragon Duke kept retreating, blood beginning to seep from the corner of his mouth, and his face growing paler. But this was not the end. As the dragon's breath swept through, a group of earthbound dragons charged forward. Their huge skulls on top of their heads crashed directly toward the Crimson Dragon Duke's knights. The battle erupted once again. The Crimson Dragon Duke's knights didn't even have time to rest before they had to fight fiercely again. This time, they faced not a fifth-tier magical beast, but a group of fourth-tier earthbound dragons. Their strength was not weak at all, especially since many of them were at the peak of the fourth tier. Almost instantly, the entire Crimson Dragon Duke's knight group began to falter. Casualties started to rise quickly. Silby Aner, Deliro Ruck. The Crimson Dragon Duke spoke, and as his words were heard, his gaze finally settled on one of the figures among the three. Kiliam Yenner. He spoke again. When the Crimson Dragon Duke called out that name, the figure sighed softly. One by one, they stepped forward. Meanwhile, 3 Peak Sky Knights also appeared at the front. Boom. In the next moment, a powerful surge of energy began to rise from these people, their life's source force igniting. The Dressrosa family possessed secret techniques, and the Crimson Dragon Duke also had such techniques. Although they might not match the secret technique of the Dressrosa family's Phoenix from the ruins, it was far superior to the Blood Frenzy secret technique. This secret technique involved burning life force and blood energy to temporarily boost one's strength. He had used this secret technique before to escape from a 5th-tier magical beast. Now, facing this group of earthbound dragons, the Crimson Dragon Duke knew clearly that if he didn't sacrifice something, he probably wouldn't be able to leave this place. Compared to total annihilation, the Crimson Dragon Duke understood what he had to choose. He activated the secret technique, and his aura rapidly increased. Retreat! The Crimson Dragon Duke shouted softly. In the next moment, the remaining 2 Peak Sky Knights and 1 Sky Knight with their troops quickly withdrew from the area, rushing far away. The Crimson Dragon Duke still supported himself with terrifying dragon's breath. Even as the 5 Sky Knights burned everything, they managed to hold off the other earthbound dragons. Until a moment later, the Crimson Dragon Duke suddenly soared into the sky with a roar. Roar! Roar! A series of fierce beast roars erupted as the figures retreated, causing the earthbound dragon to fall into complete chaos. Of the 5 remaining individuals, 4 were ordinary Sky Knights, and they were almost instantly torn apart by the earthbound dragon. Even the 1 Peak Sky Knight could not escape and was swallowed whole by the dragon. The forest was once again filled with turmoil. A loud rumbling sound echoed through the area. The Red Dragon Duke and his group fled in a panic, running far away from the forest for more than a day and a night before finally settling down. Seeing the heavily damaged Knight Order, the Red Dragon Duke fell silent. These repeated experiences made him feel powerless. It was no longer just heavy losses. It was almost complete destruction of the army. Everyone who remained was badly wounded. Including himself, he doubted whether he could use even a tenth of his strength now. The others were in even worse shape. 2 Peak Sky Knights were badly injured. The Knight Order suffered heavy losses again, leaving only 1 Sky Knight alive, with fewer than 100 knights remaining. Sir, Chloe spoke, sounding a bit dry. Let's rest and prepare the knights to guard the surroundings. The Red Dragon Duke sighed, and then gave some instructions to Cloice. Yes, Cloice nodded with dry lips. While Cloice went to handle things, the Red Dragon Duke sat on the ground and took out a high-level healing potion, ready to drink it. But before he could act, suddenly, a cold aura spread around him, and the ground began to be covered with white frost. What's happening? The Red Dragon Duke was stunned, still not fully reacting. As the frost spread, cold winds started too. Among the swirling cold air, snowflakes began to fall. The red dragon felt his body stiffening. In that instant of stiffness, he suddenly realized what was happening. His pupils widened, and he immediately stood up. This is a domain. His face changed drastically. Not good. Get ready. The red dragon duke's voice rang out. But at this moment, it was already too late. Frost spreads, and a terrifying cold descends. These people are already badly wounded and extremely tired. In just a blink, nearly 100 knights are completely frozen. Only 3 Sky Knights and a few top Earth Knights manage to break free from the ice. The Duke of the Red Dragon immediately looks up at the sky. Who is it? A hoarse voice sounds, but the Duke of the Red Dragon feels a chill inside. In this situation, if they face a powerful noble, the consequences could be unimaginable. Now, a domain is spreading, which seems to indicate that the opponent is indeed a strong noble. You've become slow, Duke of the Red Dragon. A light laugh echoes as Tua Air suddenly appears in midair. Wind and snow swirl around him, making him look like a king in a snowstorm. Even Tua Air didn't expect that the Duke of the Red Dragon would be so badly injured, making his reactions very slow. His pseudo-domain power is actually weaker than the initial domain form. As soon as he activates the domain form, his pseudo-domain cannot spread. But because he's slow, his domain ends up completely covering him. The remaining strength of the Red Dragon Knight group has been wiped out by him. Only a few Sky Knights and some Earth Knights remain. Most of the Earth Knights have lost their fighting ability. But at this moment, the Duke of the Red Dragon isn't thinking about these things. His gaze is fixed on Tua Air. Soon, he notices the family crest on Tua Air. Dressrosa? The Duke of the Red Dragon is momentarily stunned. He doesn't remember this family, but then he recalls the family that was unexpectedly involved in the previous battle with the leper family. It was because of this family that they chose to retreat. He didn't expect to encounter this family again now. And from the way they appeared and attacked directly, it's clear they are targeting him. It's an honor that the Duke of the Red Dragon still recognizes our Dressrosa family. Tua Air speaks with a faint smile. You are one of the strong members of the Dressrosa family, but your domain is not even in its initial form, and you want to take down our Red Dragon family. Isn't that too arrogant? The Grand Duke of the Red Dragon spoke coldly, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. His senses spread out around him, trying to find the other's traces. He hadn't noticed before, which allowed Thor to take advantage of the situation. At this moment, he could feel that the Grand Duke's domain was not even a true domain. With such strength, even if he was heavily injured, he could still fight him off. His only worry was whether the Lupuir family had already arrived. Adding the power of the Lupuir family, the Red Dragon Knights could not hold their ground now, especially the Lupuir Duke, who was almost about to reach the Sacred Realm, only slightly weaker than him. Don't worry, there are no others here. Grand Duke, better to accept your fate and die here. The Grand Duke of the Red Dragon spoke, but Thor didn't care. He chuckled softly. Arrogant. Without that Lupuir guy, you think you can defeat me? It seems this is where your Dressrosa will be buried. After sensing carefully for a moment, the Grand Duke finally confirmed that no one else was around. Suddenly, a fierce light appeared. Boom. A powerful burst of life energy exploded, and a domain force quickly spread out. Boom. The domain swept through everything, and a strong force instantly shook the entire world. Thor's false domain shattered directly, and the surrounding white frost and ice melted in an instant. A false domain is just that, a false domain. When facing someone without a true domain, it's easy to win. But against a real domain, even if it's just a budding domain, the strength is different. The Grand Duke of the Red Dragon, though injured, still couldn't resist. At this moment, the domain swept out, and a hot aura filled the air. Thor's wind and snow false domain instantly collapsed. The snow and frost melted away, and the white frost retreated. Even the swirling snow and wind turned back toward the sky. This was the power of a true domain. Though only a prototype, it was still a domain, and it was on a different level from Thor's false domain. In midair, Thor couldn't help but retreat. His expression grew serious. Even though he had expected this scene, the strength of the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon still far exceeded his imagination. At this moment, the Grand Red Dragon is no longer in its prime. Its aura is weak, and its domain is on the verge of collapsing. Even in this situation, the domain quickly overwhelmed and shattered the false domain power belonging to it. It can be imagined that if the opponent were in full strength, with the current level of power, it would take less than 30 breaths for him to be defeated. He might have been eliminated by the person in front of him. The Grand Red Dragon is not an ordinary half-step Saint Realm, but a being truly close to the Saint Realm. Even during this Kingdom War, in terms of individual combat power, the Grand Red Dragon might rank in the top 10. However, Thor only looked serious. He was not the only one coming now. The moment his figure retreated, the Grand Red Dragon's domain spread out. An invisible ripple then extended across the entire world. At the same time, countless ice element laws began to gather. Ice elements in space, gather your power into my hands. Freeze the earth, turn mountains to ice, and cover everything in white. Anna's chant started quickly, and a stronger cold aura began to spread across the entire world. Far from the Grand Red Dragon, it suddenly burst open. Meanwhile, the figure of an ice elf started dancing around. The cold air continued to spread further. This cold spread was even more terrifying than Thor's false domain. At this moment, Thor's collapsing false domain spread out again. Compared to the domain prototype, the false domain is much weaker, but it has advantages that the domain prototype does not. Namely, it cannot be completely destroyed. The false domain Thor previously spread was shattered, but it had little impact on him. Ripples spread out, and a mark of law appeared on his forehead. At this moment, Thor once again activated the power of the false domain. 3 terrifying cold auras instantly spread out, sweeping toward the Grand Red Dragon. What is this? 3rd-level magic? Ice Elf. The Grand Red Dragon's expression changed slightly. At this moment, he finally noticed Anna and the Ice Elf not far away. He didn't expect that a mage at the peak of the 3rd level, or even possibly the 4th level, could silently approach him so close. In such a short time, he also cast a top-tier 3rd-level spell. The key was that the spell was aided by a natural elf. Boom! A wave of cold air swept out. The originally melting ice and frost instantly froze together, and a more terrifying cold began to spread. At this moment, even the domain of the Red Dragon Duke started to shake. Just a 3rd-level spell. Even with the help of ice elves, it's not enough to resist the domain's power. The Red Dragon Duke's face was serious, but his words were cold. Boom! A powerful surge of life energy burst out from him, shaking the entire world with its strength. Far away, many nobles felt this terrifying life force. What's that? Such a terrifying life energy. Is that the power of a domain? Voices mixed with shock and disbelief. About 20 miles from where the Red Dragon Duke was, a knight group was in a very bad state. It was the Arnold family's knights. During their recent encounter, they had been very unlucky. First attacked by a group of 4th-level monsters, then ambushed by a top noble, causing heavy losses. Isabel looked even more disheveled. What's that? Suddenly, someone in the knight group seemed to notice something and shouted in surprise, drawing everyone's attention to the distance. There's something there too. When they sensed the terrifying aura from afar, Isabel's beautiful face turned grim. We need to leave here quickly. A deep male voice sounded, serious and focused. As someone also at the half-step of the sacred realm, he could clearly feel that the energy coming from afar was much stronger than his own. Since a battle was happening nearby, their only choice was to leave quickly. Yes, understood. Figures responded immediately, including Isabel. They quickly departed. Many nobles around chose the same approach, but some families were not afraid of danger or had enough confidence in themselves. The Smith family's eyes brightened at once, and they carefully moved closer to the battlefield. At this moment, neither the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon nor Thor and others knew what was happening. But even if they didn't know, Thor understood that the battle couldn't last much longer. The previous encounter with the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon was enough to show everything. So, when he made his move, he went all out. Powerful law energies spread out. There was cold law energy and death law energy intertwining, creating a double layer of law power. This made Thor's strength almost reach its theoretical limit. As for the thunder law energy, it was difficult for him to merge it at his current level, and even if he tried, he might not be able to use much of it. He chose not to use it. Not only him, but Anna and Nicole also released cold energy. The ice elves kept casting magic, and Anna's singing continued, preparing to unleash even stronger magic. However, despite all this, the power and domain of the three still seemed to be suppressed. Ice was melting, frost was breaking apart. Strong life energy was sweeping wildly around, seeming to have the power to destroy everything. Boom. Rumble. A loud roar echoed across the sky. The terrifying aftershock caused nearby trees to break apart, and the terrain changed quickly. Half-step Holy Domain power had the ability to reshape the land, reaching an incredible level. But this was not the end. Buzz. A cold light suddenly appeared. In an instant, the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon felt an icy chill that pierced to the bone, and his body instinctively dodged to the side. Boom. A thunderclap roared past. A splash of crimson blood flew out. It evaporated instantly, and the remaining blood was quickly frozen. Oomph! A muffled sound came from the red-clad Duke, whose face turned even paler. His eyes immediately looked toward where the light was falling. A new figure appeared again. His face grew even more embarrassed. Okay. It seems you are truly well prepared. But with just these, you think you can kill me? That's not enough. A surge of crimson life energy swept out. The Grand Duke of the Red Dragon immediately used a secret spell. His powerful vitality transformed into pure life energy, and his injuries healed almost instantly to the eye. Not good. Stop him. Thorl's expression changed. In the next moment, he stepped forward, summoning a spear made of icy cold energy. He charged toward the center. Others also reacted quickly, rushing toward the same point where the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon was. The battle intensified further. Thanks to Thorl and others acting in time, the Grand Duke's secret spell, which was halfway through, had to be forcibly halted. Even so, his strength increased again, and gradually Thorl and Ryan started to be pushed back. As the fight continued, the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon looked increasingly uncomfortable. He knew he couldn't sustain his secret spell for long, especially not just halfway through. But the battle seemed impossible to end. Although his strength had recovered, he was no longer at his peak. Facing Thorl, Ryan, Anna, and a half-elf, he couldn't hold his ground. Below, the fight was also erupting. 2 Peak Knights and several Peak Earth Knights were blocked by a single figure. The crimson aura spread, and the secret spell was activated again. Even though Michael was only mid-tier Sky Knight, under the influence of the secret spell, and with 2 Peak Sky Knights present, he managed to hold them back. Not only did he hold back the 2 Peak Sky Knights, but he also restrained 1 Sky Knight and several Earth Knights. The Grand Duke of the Red Dragon, even if he needed help, couldn't summon effective power. We can't go on like this. His face changed as thoughts raced quickly through his mind. He was thinking fast about how to solve the current situation. He glanced at the scene below, but quickly shook his head. It wasn't that he was reluctant. He knew very well these people weren't monsters and wouldn't be easily lured away. Trying to escape based on what had happened earlier was basically impossible. Unfortunately, even as his breath began to weaken, he couldn't figure out how to solve the problem. A series of setbacks greatly reduced his strength, and his remaining cards were almost exhausted. His available methods were now almost negligible. He looked around again. Then, the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon clenched his teeth. A diamond-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. As the mark emerged, a powerful source of life energy started to surge from his body. However, compared to before, this life energy was tinged with blood and a sense of wildness. His pupils also showed a fierce, beast-like intent. Roar! A deep voice sounded, and the Grand Duke's eyes transformed into a beast-like appearance. His entire eye corner was filled with a fiery red. At the same time, a violent aura burst out from the life energy. He is called the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon, and his principality is known as the Red Dragon Kingdom. But there is a reason for that. During a war outside the realm, he accidentally fused with a drop of red dragon blood. He can summon the power of the red dragon, but doing so causes him to inevitably turn into a giant dragon. Each time he uses this power, his sanity is completely consumed. After many uses, his body has already partially transformed into a dragon. He feels that he can only use it 3 more times before he fully becomes a mindless giant dragon. So, normally, he would not use this power. But now, he knows he doesn't need to. He truly fears he will be completely defeated here. Roar. Another roar erupted, and a more violent, bloodthirsty aura began to spread. An invisible pressure swept over the surroundings, and the hot energy continued to spread. The icy cold aura was dissipating. Even with the pseudo-domain power, combined with Anna and the ice spirit strength, they still seemed unable to withstand this scorching energy. Is it coming? He whispered softly. Tor didn't pay much attention to the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon's current change. Since he had already decided to fight him, he naturally knew enough about him. There was relevant information in the daily intelligence reports. Rain. He called out softly, then looked at Rain beside him. Understood. Rain nodded. In the next moment, a terrifying bolt of lightning erupted from his body. At the same time, an invisible ripple began to spread outward. It was the aura of thunder. Boom. Another layer of false domain started to expand, turning the entire sky black in an instant. On Thor's body, a stronger aura also surged forward. At this moment, he fully activated his energy, and the law marks appeared directly on his forehead. He had law marks of ice, death, and thunder. Anna, Nicole. Thor's voice rang out again. Understood. Anna's voice responded. Boom. Two cold energies erupted again with a loud. With the power of the four-layered domain, even the false domain's strength momentarily suppressed the Red Dragon Duke's domain, causing his body to pause. And just at this moment, as his body froze, a sudden flash of fire attack appeared, instantly transforming into a fiery bird that seemed to soar from behind him. Bright red blood splattered. The Red Dragon Duke's eyes widened with shock and confusion. He instinctively looked down. A fiery red knight's spear had pierced his chest, unknown when. The intense heat spread rapidly, and drops of blood vaporized instantly. The clear sound of flesh being pierced was especially noticeable under the silent sky. The Red Dragon Duke stared at his pierced chest with a dazed and incredulous expression. But he had no time to think. Flames suddenly swept over him. The flames of the immortal phoenix enveloped him in an instant. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. Attack now! Thor shouted softly. Next moment, he and Ryan moved instantly. The cold aura receded, replaced by gathering lightning. In an instant, a long spear made of thunder appeared in his hand. As soon as the spear materialized, the entire sky was suddenly covered by thick, dark clouds. Boom! Rumble! A loud roar erupted. In the next moment, two figures shot toward the Red Dragon Duke like streaks of light. The long spear like a rainbow, carrying an incredible aura of terror, surrounded by thunder. Two figures resembling true thunder gods. Boom! A loud roar. With endless thunder power, the two long spears pierced directly into the fiery Red Dragon Duke. In an instant, lightning covered him. At this moment, amidst thunder and flames, Thor also saw the appearance of the Red Dragon Duke. His form had completely changed. Scales appeared all over his body, and a horn was growing on his forehead. His pupils had turned into fierce beast eyes. Fire and lightning intertwined. His body struggled to break free, but his life force was rapidly fading. Even the vitality brought by his dragon transformation was dissipating. At the same time, a smell of meat wafted out, followed by a burnt odor. Roar! A beast-like roar sounded again, but this time it did not come from the Red Dragon Duke's mouth. Instead, it emanated from a huge red dragon shadow behind him. Retreat! A soft command was issued. In the next moment, Thor, Rain, and Count Engel quickly withdrew. Both the fire spear and lightning spear remained embedded in the Red Dragon Duke's body. Boom! Rumbling sounds filled the air as a terrible explosion erupted amid the flames and lightning, scattering in all directions. Countless energies poured outward. The three figures landed on the ground, all panting heavily. Yet, a hint of joy couldn't help but appear on their faces. Because at this moment, the aura of the Red Dragon Duke had completely disappeared. He was a half-step Saint Realm being, top-tier power even in the Kingdom's War, and they had managed to defeat him. Rain, Anna, go help Uncle Michael. Thor ordered, speaking to Anna and Rain. Yes, understood. The two quickly responded and headed toward the distance. Meanwhile, the Red Dragon Duke's Knight Legion had already noticed what happened, and panic spread inevitably. They instinctively tried to escape, but it was too late. Rain and Anna quickly joined the fight. The battle situation changed rapidly. Figures were swiftly taken down. Even the two Peak Sky Knights and one Sky Knight were no exception. At this moment, they were all badly injured. Rain and Anna had only suffered some exhaustion. The outcome was obvious. Not far away, waiting for the terrifying roar to gradually fade, Thor and Count Engel exchanged glances and walked over. However, when they approached the location of the Red Dragon Duke, both of them were slightly stunned. "What's this?" Instinctively, Engel Count asked out of curiosity, because at the center of the explosion, there were not only glowing points but also a drop of golden liquid. The liquid was small, emitting a fierce aura, and it seemed as if terrifying beast roars could be heard from the blood. "This drop should be the Red Dragon Duke's blood," Thor said softly. "Red Dragon blood?" Count Engel nodded. "Father, keep this blood. It should be enough to improve our family's strength and enhance one person's talent. But try to avoid turning into a dragon, or you will lose your mind completely and become a mindless red dragon." Thor explained quietly to Count Engel. He wasn't very interested in this kind of thing. Instead, he thought it would be best for his father to use it. After all, after this, his father could easily become a marquis, but the family's strength was still not enough. Only his father and Uncle Michael could support the entire Marquis family, and even then, they were far from powerful enough. Understood. Count Engel looked deeply at Thor, then nodded. He chose not to refuse. This item was indeed very useful to him. He took out a crystal bottle with his life source power, which swept over and drew the golden blood into the bottle. Meanwhile, Thor's gaze was fixed on the floating points of light. Those were clearly fragments of the law. As the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon Kingdom, he was extremely powerful and possessed a large number of law fragments. There were various kinds of glowing points, more than 20 in total, each representing a law fragment. Among them were law fragments of ice, earth, fire, wind, and some clearly special law fragments. Thor waved his hand, and fragments of the law quickly flew into his palm. Thor paused for a moment to sense them. Then he raised his hand, and the law fragments split apart, with only 3 fragments finally landing in his hand. These were 3 types of law fragments similar to ice attributes, but they were not exactly the same as ice law fragments. Buzz. As his awareness touched them, a ripple spread instantly. Thor's mind cleared, and in the next moment, a series of light points appeared. Compared to the previous ice law fragments and thunder law fragments, the number of law points here was much fewer. At the same time, a wave of information flooded into Thor's mind, helping him understand what kind of law this was. "Snow law," he whispered softly, a hint of joy on his face. He didn't expect to find other ice-related law fragments. Snow law is a different category within ice law. This kind of law is very useful to him. His eyes sparkled. Thor opened his eyes and looked at another part of the law fragments. There, lightning flickered clearly, indicating it was a thunder law fragment. Among the more than 20 law fragments, thunder law fragments were the most numerous, with 12 pieces, while the others were fewer. For him, it wasn't just the snow law fragments that were useful. Thunder law fragments were also very valuable. Especially now, he had already condensed the thunder law mark. Absorbing enough thunder law fragments might allow him to create a pseudo-thunder domain. It could even help merge his 3 domains. "Father, I leave these to you. I'll take these." Thor collected the 12 thunder law marks and the 3 snow law marks, then handed the remaining law fragments to Count Engelbert. "Thor, this." Count Engelbert frowned and instinctively wanted to speak. "Father, it's better to have more law fragments now. The family needs to advance, and future supplies also require enough merit." Thor spoke seriously. For him, these law fragments wouldn't be very helpful. Having enough merit points to exchange for many resources was true, but with daily intelligence updates, he probably didn't lack these fragments. Along the way, with the help of daily intelligence, he gained quite a lot. Compared to that, his father still needed more. Wow. Hearing Thor's words, Count Engelbert forced a smile and then took the fragments of the rules. "Father, we should leave here first. The battle is over, and those people probably can't stay calm," Thor softly said, looking into the distance. Whether it was daily intelligence or his current perception, he could sense some people approaching. If they didn't leave now, there would be big trouble ahead. Okay, Count Engelbert quickly agreed. He understood what was meant. Then the group quickly cleaned up the battlefield and began to retreat. More than an hour later, a team arrived at the battlefield. Seeing the mess there, many figures gasped in shock, especially the half-step Saint Realm leader, whose pupils shrank sharply. This is the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon. Oh my goodness. Sir, we this. Gulp. Their voices mixed with fear, and upon realizing it was the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon, they were undoubtedly frightened. The title of the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon was very famous, known throughout many kingdoms nearby. His strength was extremely powerful, even more so than some of the strongest nobles in large kingdoms. Many nobles remembered him during kingdom wars. But now he was dead here. Someone had taken him down. The shock and upheaval from this moment were immense and hard to imagine. Soon, this news spread quickly. For a time, the entire area was stirred up. Even some families that had been chasing Thor and his group stopped abruptly. Especially after discovering the location of the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon, they found no other bodies nearby, which made them even more cautious. Even if there was some cover-up, they dared not take the risk. In this strange world, anything could happen. Once the other party truly resolves the issues with the Red Dragon Duke and others without much loss, their strength will far surpass what they imagine. Pursuing them would be like courting death. Fragments of the law are very tempting, but it depends on whether there is a chance to obtain them. No one wants to seek death. Thor, of course, doesn't know about these things. Everyone quickly withdrew from the area. Most likely, after half a day, they arrived at a cave and stopped there. It was already getting dark. They didn't plan to continue moving forward, but decided to rest for a day. Tomorrow, they would meet with Count Engelbert's Night Order, and then gather Thor's Night Group. Thor also wanted to see how the daily intelligence updates after solving the Red Dragon Duke. In the daily reports, there are several details related to the Red Dragon Duke. Since he just defeated him, big changes are likely to happen. Thor was quite curious about this. More importantly, he planned to absorb the many law fragments he had collected to see if he could improve himself further. Father, I want to practice now, Thor softly told Count Engelbert. All right, the Count nodded with a smile. Thor then moved to the side of the cave and sat cross-legged. He first took out 3 snow law fragments. As soon as the 3 snow law fragments appeared, ripples spread out instantly. White frost began to spread around, and a cold aura expanded throughout the cave. Thor activated the law fragments. A blue law mark slowly appeared between his eyebrows. The cold aura spread through the entire cave. Figures had to retreat. Young Master Thor. Michael looked at Thor in the distance and sighed. In his mind, the figure from the training ground had become blurry, leaving only the handsome figure before him and the scene of fighting dozens of Earth Knights alone against the Northern Alliance. He never thought that in just a few years, this figure would change so much. How is it? Michael, Thor truly is the eagle of our Dressrosa. So what do you think? I told you before, I can do it. Count Engel smiled as he spoke, his gaze narrowing slightly at Michael. Lord Count, my daughter is only 6 years old. Seeing Count Engel's expression, Michael naturally understood his meaning and spoke with some helplessness. What's wrong with 6 years old? In 10 years, it'll be fine. Count Engel chuckled warmly. Lord Count, are you joking? Aren't you discussing Lord Tor's marriage with the Vieira family? Michael replied with a sense of resignation. Count Engel and Michael's conversation was happening, but Tor was unaware of it. His mental energy was fully connected to the fragment of the law. A faint white frost spread out, and cold air radiated around him. Compared to the ice law fragment, the snow law fragment's meaning was less intense. However, for Tor's law mark, it was the best supplement. The law fragment turned into strands of power that began to merge into Tor's law fragment. Tor's aura gradually started to change. A clear cracking sound rang out as a snow law fragment shattered completely. All the law's power flowed like a tide into the law mark. A ripple spread out, and the cold air suddenly expanded again. At the same time, snowflakes began to condense and fall, representing the power of the snow law. As the snowflakes fell, patches of ice started to spread. The cold air deepened further. Inside the cave, figures had to step back voluntarily. Even Count Engel and Michael, who were talking, did the same. What's that? Michael instinctively asked, his eyes widening with a look of shock. Law power, almost turning into a domain. He whispered, his expression serious. His perception was constantly focused on Tor. At this moment, now close to the half-step Saint realm, he could clearly feel the changes in Tor. It was strands of the purest law energy intertwining. With this level of intertwining, Tor's pseudo-domain might soon fully transform into a real domain prototype. Young Master Tor? Upon hearing Count Engelbert's words, Michael's expression showed a hint of shock. Even he did not expect Thor to act so quickly. Retreat a bit more. The cold air will probably cover this place soon. Count Engelbert nodded and then spoke to Michael. His figure disappeared instantly. At the moment the two left, two breaking sounds sounded, one urgent and one gentle. As soon as the sounds occurred, the power of two snow law fragments began to flow rapidly into Thor's body. Boom. With the law's power entering, Thor's aura started to rise immediately. The cold air surged straight into the sky. Inside the cave, thick white frost and icy power spread quickly, almost visibly expanding outward. At the same time, snowflakes began to gather and fall in the air. Thor kept his eyes closed. However, at this moment, he could clearly feel the changes happening around him. A slight movement occurred in his heart. A ripple spread out, and a pseudo-domain of ice attribute power was activated by him. In an instant, the cold air that had already spread intensified again, and the snowflakes falling from the sky seemed to change subtly. Pop, 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 pop. Sounds of snow falling and cracking echoed. When the snowflakes landed on the rocks, plants, and trees, ice flowers bloomed immediately. A colder, more intense ice power began to unfold. Thor moved. The next moment, he took a step forward and appeared outside the cave. Wind and snow swept around him, enveloping his figure, which floated in midair. Father, Uncle Michael, can you help me try something? After a brief pause, Thor looked toward Count Engelbert in the distance and spoke loudly. Hearing Thor's words, the Count Engelbert and Michael, who had been talking, both turned their eyes toward him. Thor, what do you need us to do? When their eyes found Thor in midair, Count Engelbert's mind moved, and his voice also rang out loudly. Father, Uncle Michael, try the power of this fake domain now, Thor said. Okay. Count Engel and Michael exchanged a glance. In the next moment, both of them stepped forward and entered Thor's domain. As they entered, a cold wind spread around them. The cold air was moving toward the two of them. They had to quickly release their life energy, but to avoid breaking Thor's fake domain, Count Engel did not show his domain power. What should we do next? Count Engel asked Thor again. Father, Uncle Michael, be careful, Thor warned. A small symbol of law flickered slightly on Thor's forehead. Suddenly, snowflakes began forming in the air and floated downward. What's this? Engel and Michael looked at each other, surprised by the snow. But before they could react, snowflakes had already fallen. One snowflake unexpectedly landed on Count Engel. A clear sound was heard. When the snowflake fell, an ice flower instantly bloomed. The flower opened wide, and a wave of cold spread from the ice flower toward his body. Count Engel's eyes showed a hint of surprise. But before he could react, more snowflakes fell on him again. Pop, pop, pop. Sounds echoed as more ice flowers bloomed. In just a moment, over 10 ice flowers had opened, and a lot of cold air started entering his body, freezing his internal organs. After a while, boom. A fierce wave of heat swept out, and flames shot into the sky. The ice flowers shattered, and the frost melted away. Count Engel stepped out of the ice. He looked to the side and saw Michael also had a flame rising around him. The frost melted more slowly, but soon the cold air began to dissipate quickly, and Michael's figure appeared. Compared to Engel's calmness, Michael looked a bit out of breath. It was clear that breaking free from the icy restraints was quite exhausting for him. Michael, how are you? Count Engel looked at Michael with concern. I'm fine. Lord Tuo's cold aura was too terrifying. I almost couldn't escape. If I stay in this snowstorm without a proper domain, I might get trapped here, Michael said with a bitter smile. He knew himself well. Even with this fake domain power, without Tuo's help, he probably wouldn't have a chance to survive. Ha. Hearing Michael's words, Count Engel couldn't help but smile. Tuo is doing well. It seems your fake domain is almost taking shape. After a light laugh, Engel looked at Tuo with admiration. Father, that's not enough. Tuo shook his head with a bitter smile. He wanted more than this. Even though Michael, a mid-level sky knight, couldn't be frozen. The power of this fake domain, even with the blessing of the Law of Snow, was limited. Mid-level Sky Knight. Even without this, he had previously been confident he could easily defeat others, so why make things so complicated? Not enough? Hearing Tuo's words, Count Engel and Michael exchanged surprised looks. They hadn't expected that such a powerful fake domain would still be considered insufficient by Tuo. Uncle Michael, you should leave for now, Tuo said after a moment of thought, looking at Michael. Okay. Michael put away his surprise and nodded helplessly. He understood what Tuo meant. Wow, he's already broken through to a Sky Knight, yet he's still worried he's too weak. Father, please be careful. I will use the power of the Law of Death later, Tuo said seriously after Michael left. He was a bit worried about letting his father try, but some things needed to be compared to see clearly. Plus, his father had now reached the half-step saint realm. Even if he used the power of the Law of Death in his fake domain, it should be very strong and probably fine. All right, Count Engel nodded at Tuo's warning. A serious expression also appeared on his face. He knew very well that his son could not be treated normally. Being cautious might really be necessary. Buzz. A ripple spread out, and in the next moment, within Thor's forehead, the icy blue glow began to burn with a touch of black. A sense of death started to intertwine with the law of rules. The entire pseudo-domain trembled slightly, and a cold, chilling aura spread through it. The Law of Death Mark. This was one of the laws Thor mastered almost simultaneously with the Law of Ice. Before this, during the war with the Northern Alliance, he used only the Law of Ice and the Law of Death to easily defeat many Earth Knights. After that, he continued to use the Law of Death from time to time. But as time went on, his use of the Law of Death decreased. One reason was that he did not obtain any fragments of the Law of Death in this foreign space, so the chances of using it were naturally reduced. Even when he did use it, he mostly combined it with the Law of Ice. But now it was different. Even with the same combination, the power of the Law of Death was pushed to the limit. Boom. Rumble. A loud roar erupted, and thick dark clouds gathered beneath the sky. A suffocating atmosphere kept spreading. The cold aura did not increase further, but at this moment, a more dangerous feeling began to spread throughout the pseudo-domain. Even Count Engelbert's expression grew serious. This aura, Count Engelbert muttered to himself, and in the next moment, a scorching energy radiated from him, melting everything around him. It's starting, Father. Thor spoke. Next, countless snowstorms swept through the air again, with even thicker snowflakes falling from above. These snowflakes were different from before. They were no longer crystal clear, but faintly carried black mist. As these snowflakes fell, the coldness grew even stronger. The snowflakes descended, and in the next moment, ice flowers bloomed. Pop, pop, pop. More ice flowers then began to blossom. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with countless blooming ice flowers. Count Engelbert's pupils shrank sharply because right in front of his eyes, a tree stood. After ice flowers bloomed, a once lush tree quickly withered visibly. Yes, withered. At this moment, the vitality of this tree seemed to be drained almost instantly. And not just one tree. Surrounding trees and plants were the same. Whenever ice flowers bloomed, their life force naturally began to fade. The sound of Count Engelbert's flames also coincided with the blooming of ice flowers. In an instant, flames swept through and destroyed the ice flowers. But soon, new ice flowers bloomed again. Pop, pop, pop. More ice flowers blossomed, and energy was rapidly drawn from the flames. The heat wave caused by Count Engelbert was gradually suppressed by the ice flowers. A clear cracking sound rang out, and in the next moment, an ice flower directly appeared in Engelbert's palm. The ice flower bloomed, and immediately, Engelbert felt his vitality being drained. He was startled. He dared not hold back anymore. Boom. A stronger wave of heat swept over, instantly destroying the ice flowers. His own flame domain expanded rapidly, colliding loudly with Tuar's pseudo-domain. A large amount of snow was blown back. But this time, his flame domain did not break Tuar's pseudo-domain directly. The two domains collided directly. What's this? Count Engelbert's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected that Tuar's pseudo-domain would actually show some signs of a domain. His domain prototype did not immediately shatter Tuar's pseudo-domain. Boom. The power of the two domains collided fiercely, creating a scene unlike anything before. Flames surged, cold air spread, and a large amount of cold was evaporated. However, the more intense cold spread outward, even resisting Count Engelbert's flame domain. Even though Count Engelbert's domain prototype had just formed and was not comparable to the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon's domain, it was still a real domain. Unlike Thor's pseudo-domain, which is only affecting the surroundings, a true domain constructs a space of its own. The two are fundamentally different in nature. At this moment, Thor managed to hold on. This was not because Thor's pseudo-domain had gained the power of a real domain, but because the cold air and snowflakes spreading from him were continuously growing, directly resisting the expansion of the domain. This resistance consumed a lot of energy. The glow of the law mark on Thor's forehead became brighter, and the life source within him was rapidly diminishing at a visible speed. 30 breaths, he whispered, shaking his head. Even if the pseudo-domain's power further increased, it could never truly compete with a real domain. Facing Count Engelbert's newly formed domain prototype, Thor felt he could only hold out for about 30 breaths, and during this time, his consumption would be enormous. Imagine if he faced other half-step saint-level beings, especially the previous Grand Duke of the Red Dragon. Even if he didn't be overwhelmed instantly, he might only last about 20 breaths, or perhaps just 10 before his pseudo-domain collapsed. But that was enough. It meant he truly had the ability to participate in battles at the half-step saint level. Even if only for a brief 10 breaths, it marked a fundamental change. The law mark dimmed, and a ripple spread out. The pseudo-domain power suddenly disintegrated completely. Count Engelbert's flame domain swept across the surroundings, enveloping Thor as well. However, the flames did not cause harm. Instead, a faint sense of vitality spread through them. Thor's massive energy expenditure was rapidly recovering at a visible speed. Soon, the flames gradually dissipated. Count Engelbert appeared. Not bad. With this level of strength, you should be able to handle most of the Peak Sky Knights. Is this the law of death, combined with the law of ice and the law of snow? Count Engelbert couldn't help but feel emotional as he spoke, his gaze filled with admiration as he looked at Thor. In that brief moment, just now, even he sensed a threat. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, and more snowflakes had fallen, even as a half-step Saint Realm expert, he might have lost a large part of his life force. If it had been only a Peak Sky Knight, the outcome would have been obvious. Almost there. Such a pity. Thor shook his head with a look of helplessness. He initially thought that using the law of death, combined with the law of ice and the law of snow, along with some ideas from his past life to launch a false domain attack, would pose a real threat to a half-step Saint Realm expert. But it was clear he was overestimating himself. The reaction and responsibilities of a half-step Saint Realm expert are much stronger than he imagined. That Red Dragon Duke earlier, if he hadn't been severely injured, he probably couldn't be defeated even if they fought again, despite the intense scene. Thor, you're being too strict. This is enough. You just need to keep improving your strength and reach the Peak Sky Knight. When that happens, you'll naturally be able to form a domain. At that point, such power will likely be unmatched by anyone below the Saint Realm. Count Engelbert shook his head seriously as he spoke. I understand, Lord Father. But right now, I still feel my strength isn't enough. Thor sighed with a wry smile. He understood his father's words clearly. However, all these experiences made him feel that his strength was still far from enough. It was fine before, but since the Divine Awakening, he had encountered higher levels of power. His vision was no longer what it used to be. When he first left the Dressrosa family and started receiving daily intelligence, his biggest goal was to break through to the Earth Knight. If he could reach the Sky Knight, that would be a great achievement. He hadn't considered or thought about anything beyond that. But during the Divine Awakening, he not only witnessed the arrival of the Saint Realm, but also the appearance of the Divine Realm and encounters with the Baiman King and 7th-rank beasts. Even now, in the ongoing Kingdom War, Sky Knights are almost powerless. Only half-step Saint Realm experts, or beings nearly at the Saint Realm level, hold enough influence and strength. His mindset had already changed through these events. Listening to Thor's words, Count Engel fell silent. He naturally understood the meaning behind Thor's words. All these experiences came too early for Thor. Thor originally would not have been involved in these matters. Even after experiencing the Kingdom War, he was still struggling to survive in this foreign world or was at the bottom of the Kingdom's war. If lucky, he might earn some merit. Thor. Instinctively, Count Engel didn't know what to say. Father, don't worry, I'm fine. Thanks to you this time. Thor smiled and shook his head, then his figure descended. Rest well now. Count Engel finally spoke softly. I understand, Father. Thor nodded with a smile, watching Count Engel leave. Then he returned to the cave. At that moment, only he could stay there. Cold air spread around, and unless he could withdraw, others would find it hard to rest. Thor had no intention of withdrawing, especially since the others had already set up a camp in the distance. He returned to his original position and sat cross-legged. Gently, he raised his right hand. In the next moment, fragments of law emitting faint lightning appeared. Compared to the snow law fragments, these thunder law fragments seemed to be more numerous, and in midair, they even formed a small thunder prison. When he took them out just now, Thor's forehead lightning started to jump, and the thunder law mark almost appeared uncontrollably. Lightning flashed, arcs of electricity intertwined. Thor quietly watched these thunder law fragments. Undoubtedly, this was the time he collected the most fragments of the same attribute law. There were 12 thunder law fragments. Such a large number of thunder law fragments was rare in this entire foreign space. Only one place had such a quantity, and no other thunder attribute law fragments were as numerous. Thor had thought about how to handle these thunder law fragments before, but just now, the appearance of the pseudo-domain gave him a new idea. Previously, the Ice Law Seal, combined with the Ice Law, Snow Law, and Death Law, could create a new domain strong enough to resist a prototype of a true domain. If the Thunder Law Seal, linked with the transformed Thunder Prison, also forms a new law, could it work similarly? Could he even first gather a domain of his own Thunder attribute law? This is undoubtedly a crazy idea. At this moment, he hasn't even reached the Sky Knight level, so his life source power probably can't support it. Even more, he's only at the peak Earth Knight level now, and even if he breaks through to the Sky Knight, it will still be very difficult. The peak Sky Knight has the qualification to form a domain because his life source power has reached a limit. The life seed around him has built enough life source power, and engraving this into the world can create a domain. He can't do any of this now. He has formed the Earth, but not the sky. The world born from his life seed isn't fully formed yet, and building a law is almost a joke. And he currently controls the Death Law Seal, Ice Law Seal, and Thunder Law Seal. All three combined are a big challenge. It's simply impossible. But the previous pseudo-domain power gave Thor a new idea. If he can succeed, his strength might improve again, possibly reaching a level that can rival a half-step Saint Realm. That is to replace a true domain with a pseudo-domain. Since he can't build a real domain, he can try to build a pseudo-domain. Using the power of law seals and law fragments, this might be possible. Like the Ice Law domain before, it was very close to a real domain. That's why it could resist so well. If he uses thunder power, especially with the 12 thunder law fragments combined with law seals and more thunder attribute law fragments, the resulting law domain might not be as strong as a true domain, but could still resist most proto-domains. This approach also helps him in the future to form a real domain. In the future, if he wants to break through to the Saint Realm, it won't be easy. He can't give up any of the law powers. Most likely, he will need to manage all 3 law powers simultaneously, which makes the challenge even greater. In the future, he hopes to merge the power of 3 laws, which will be quite difficult. If he can build a domain of laws in advance and then start merging, it will be much easier than starting from scratch later. Once completed, reaching the Sacred Realm will be natural. If necessary, he can make choices at that time. It's better than only trying once he gets there. His thoughts flow quickly. The next moment, Thor no longer hesitates. He suddenly raises his hand. A fragment of the law is directly pulled by his mental strength, and strands of law energy begin flowing into his law mark. The laws intertwine, and the law mark on Thor's forehead starts to flicker. Lightning also begins flashing from his body. At this moment, Thor can still absorb law fragments. Although he has ideas, the most important thing now is to fill the law mark and truly gain the power to control a pseudo-domain. The law mark of lightning at this moment is not enough. Time slowly passes. Stars start to appear in the sky. law fragments begin to break apart. After breaking 3 law fragments, Thor's body gradually changes. Boom. Rumbling sounds fill the sky as dark clouds gather above. A suffocating, oppressive atmosphere spreads around again. In the distant camp, the people resting there all change their expressions. What is this? Engel's figure suddenly appears, instantly looking toward Thor. When he senses the oppressive aura spreading from Thor, his pupils suddenly widen. Count. Michael appears, looking at Engel with confusion. Count. Master. Rain and Anna also appear. Meanwhile, thunder roars across the sky. Lightning begins to spread around. A hum sounds as ripples spread out instantly, covering everything within a radius of 50, 100, or 200 meters. Within moments, a terrifying lightning storm covers a 200-meter radius. Around Thor, law fragments also shatter one after another, transforming into pure lightning energy that merges into the surroundings. Boom. Rumbling continues as the thunder echoes. The next moment, Thor suddenly looked up. A powerful life force surged through his body, intertwining instantly with the power of Thunder Law, shooting straight into the sky. Within the thick, dark clouds, countless lightning bolts gathered. A huge, illusory silver hammer, about the size of a full-grown pig, took shape amidst the flashing lightning. Thor's heart moved, and in the next moment, a sense of death began to spread across the fake domain. The silver lightning hammer gradually darkened, showing a black hue, as more terrifying power brewed within it. At this moment, it looked like a giant hammer wielded by the god of thunder, carrying unmatched destructive force. Fall, he whispered sharply. As his words fell, countless lightning bolts intertwined, forming a huge silver hammer that suddenly shattered the clouds and fell downward. Lightning covered everything, as if divine punishment was descending from the sky. Boom. Rumble. A huge silver war hammer crashed down from the sky, causing the ground to shake violently. Countless lightning bolts ravaged the area, carrying immense destructive power. It felt as if the world itself was about to collapse. The terrifying force caused rocks and withered trees below to explode. Amidst the flashing lightning, flames also soared into the sky. In an instant, the entire surroundings seemed to turn into a world of flames. Wow. Wow. Michael's eyes widened in disbelief. Earlier, Thor's fake domain had already impacted him from afar. When Thor erupted again, Michael didn't feel it directly, but Count Engelbert had used the power of a domain prototype, making him understand how terrifying Thor's subsequent explosion could be. But he never expected. All of that was not the end. This was only the true strength of Lord, Thor revealed now. The entire Earth's veins trembled. Ahead, it turned into a sea of fire. The terrifying aura, even from hundreds of meters away, was clearly felt by him. He couldn't imagine what the consequences would be if he were caught in it himself. Thunder. Death. Whispering to himself, Count Engelbert's expression also showed a hint of shock. Thor's combined Death Law and Ice Law pseudo-domain already surprised him, but he didn't expect that Thor could also merge the Death Law with the Thunder Law. In terms of power alone, this attack is clearly stronger than before. Even now, once he is caught within it, he cannot guarantee his safety. This is a force capable of destroying everything, a power that can wipe out all. Under the Sacred Realm, even a half-step domain that forms a prototype of a domain might not be able to withstand it. Thunderlaw. Reen's eyes shine brightly. At this moment, he feels the terrifying aura on Thor and has countless thoughts flashing through his mind. However, for Thor, these reactions do not matter at all. The hammer of thunder strikes down. The entire area within hundreds of meters is completely changed. Flames surround everything around him. But for Thor, this has no real effect. He keeps his eyes closed, carefully sensing the insights pouring out at this moment. As the power of the Thunder Law and Death Law intertwine, along with the phantom of a divine weapon and fragments of the law, his strength this time surpasses all previous efforts. This undoubtedly gives him a new understanding. This insight is very important to him right now, especially the fusion of law fragments with the divine weapon phantom. At first, Thor's attempt to incorporate law fragments into his domain failed, but he soon discovered that law fragments could be merged into the divine weapon phantom. He quickly changed his approach and fully integrated the remaining 9 law fragments into the divine weapon Phantom, also changing its appearance. Originally, the divine weapon Phantom was a spear, but Thor decided to transform it into a large hammer, wrapped in a pseudo-domain with thunder and death powers descending from the sky. All of this carries his maximum current strength. The result is undoubtedly impressive. This strike's power, in terms of attack strength alone, is not inferior to a half-step Sacred Realm, and might even be stronger. The only potential issue might be that the domain's spread could take a bit longer. But that's not a big problem, since he has other methods to rely on. He could easily use death and the power of the ice element law to create a fake domain for an attack, which would serve as a secret weapon. This method would be more hidden and surprising. He exhaled a breath and gradually regained his composure, a faint smile appearing on his face. At this moment, he finally possessed the strength to make a difference in the upcoming Kingdom War, a stark change from before. With Count Engelbert, they could even be considered quite powerful in the entire war. These achievements were enough to ensure no accidents would happen. Moreover, he now believed he could do even more. Alert! Daily intelligence updated. Open now. As his thoughts flowed, just as Thor was about to plan his next move, the familiar mechanical voice sounded again, just like every day. Open. Thor was slightly startled and looked up at the sky. The moonlight was clearly high above, though he didn't know when it had risen. Daily intelligence updated 1. The fall of the Red Dragon Duke caused panic among nearby nobles. Many nobles evacuated the area and spread news of the Duke's defeat. 3 days later, the Lupuer family received this information and became curious about your identity. 2. About 120 miles to your right, a group of earthbound dragons is becoming agitated. A powerful noble from the Siam Kingdom accidentally entered their territory and encountered a 5th-rank earthbound dragon. The entire Night Order was wiped out. 3. To your west, 500 miles away. 4. In 3 days, your Night Order. 5. 6. The lines of intelligence appeared one after another. The first few, like before, seemed to have little effect. Even the first piece was just ordinary information, unlikely to be useful to Thor, and he quickly skimmed past it. But when his gaze moved from the 6th piece onward, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. What's this? He murmured to himself, feeling a shock deep inside. 7. 15 days later, an alliance formed by the major kingdoms from the Eastern Core gathered, and a new conflict began. Because of your outstanding performance in the fight, you attracted the attention of the Macedonian Kingdom Noble Alliance, which decided to target you during the conflict. 25 days later, from the divine body located in the Thunder Prison, signs of awakening appeared due to the infusion of much blood. 30 days later, the divine body began to wake, and the gods started returning from the past. You died. As the view swept over this, Thor only felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. When he saw the last piece of intelligence, his mind exploded in shock. It has been almost 3 years since he traveled here. During these 3 years, Thor gained a lot through the daily intelligence system. He went from a knight in the Dressrosa family, who couldn't even gather a life seed before age 18, to a peak Earth knight, capable of fighting beings almost at the half-step Saint realm. However, no matter how dangerous the situation was, the daily intelligence system never indicated his death. But this time, the system showed information about his death. Since crossing over, Thor had hardly thought about death. Even in this extraordinary world, with the daily intelligence system, the possibility of facing death seemed very small. As for lifespan, he was only 20 years old. With his knight cultivation and the opportunities provided by the system, he didn't know when he might reach the next level. Although knight cultivation couldn't compare to the hundreds or thousands of years often seen in cultivation novels from his previous world, reaching a certain level could extend lifespan. Sky Knights could live over 100 years. 20 years was still a long way from that age. But he never expected that, in this situation, the daily intelligence system would show him information about his death. Although it was only 3 words, even Thor's heart trembled at this moment. Because even just the appearance of such information meant that in 30 days, if he didn't change something, he would truly die. He slightly frowned and involuntarily looked at the 8th and 9th items in the daily intelligence report. It is clear that his death is definitely related to the information in Articles 8 and 9. Not only is his death connected to the reasons behind Articles 8 and 9, but more importantly, a piece of information appeared in the daily intelligence reports from Articles 8 and 9 that made his scalp tingle. The revival of the divine. Divine awakening. This is a term Tor is not unfamiliar with. A year ago, a divine awakening ceremony took place in the northern region. Bloodthirsty werewolves tried to summon the god Anubis, but it was exploited by the Tulip Kingdom, resulting in a huge divine ruin. That divine awakening was undoubtedly a failure. The divine did not truly revive. However, that was a calculated move by the Tulip Kingdom, in alliance with the Violet Flower Kingdom and the Fiery Kingdom. This does not mean that divine awakening is not terrifying. Even in the sparse records of the kingdoms, the horror of divine awakening is clear. It is a power capable of destroying everything. Even if it can be stopped in the end, once it descends, it would be devastating for those it affects. Every time divine awakening occurs, countless nobles and commoners are lost. If a divine awakening really happened here, his death might not be unacceptable. Not to mention him. Throughout the entire Kingdom War, it's not impossible that many nobles, big or small, could be swept away in a single wave. Divine awakening is simply too terrifying. Moreover, it involves a divine being who controls the law of thunder. In previous experiences, Tor could clearly feel the terror of the law of thunder. That was only the power tainted by the opponent. If the opponent truly descended, the consequences would be unimaginable. Phew. He exhaled slowly, then withdrew his gaze, instinctively looking into the distance. That was the direction he had come from, also where the Thunder Prison was located. He hadn't paid much attention to it before. After leaving, he simply pushed it to the back of his mind. In his view, he had already gained most of the benefits from that place, and what remained was beyond his reach. Rather than worry about it, he preferred to think about other things. But now, it seems he has no choice but to care. Thunder Prison. It's too late. He looked at the scene for a moment, then shook his head and let out a sigh. The best way is definitely to stop the location of the Prison of Gods, but it's clear that the noble fights among themselves are already too far gone to fix. He left that place almost a month ago. Before he left, many battles had already broken out there, and now he doesn't know how many more have happened. Even if he rushes there now, it's too late. He might even trigger new problems earlier. 30 days, he muttered to himself. Thor looked again at the daily intelligence reports. He scanned from the first report to the 10th. Unfortunately, even after carefully checking all 10 reports, he found little new information. It's obvious that no additional details have appeared. He shook his head and calmed his nerves. There's not much he can do now. Only wait and see if new reports come in later. The revival of a divine being is beyond what he can handle with his current strength. Night slowly passed, but this night was destined to be sleepless. When the morning sun rose, Thor opened his eyes. He had spent the night thinking about the information in the reports. Sadly, there was too little known. It's still uncertain if he died because of divine awakening. He had almost no ideas or actions he could take. In the end, Thor had to give up. He temporarily pushed aside this thought. After all, he still had at least 30 days. Following the 10th report, the 9th is 30 days later, and although the 10th report doesn't show a time, based on previous patterns, it's usually around the same time as the 9th or shortly after. 30 days, 10 reports each day, totaling 300 reports. Thor still believed there was a chance. After all, in a kingdom war with so many nobles, once all are dealt with, the major kingdoms might even collapse. Not to mention, the empire wouldn't allow all of them to be completely destroyed. And although a divine being is powerful, it might not be as threatening to the empire as he imagines. Otherwise, divine awakening would have already spread across the entire continent. There must be opportunities in this. He just needs to seize that chance. Thoughts raced quickly, but he suppressed them. Thor did not discuss this matter with his father because he knew that speaking about it would be pointless and might cause unnecessary worry among others. After a brief rest and organization, the group set out again. 3 days later, they finally reached the meeting point with Chester. Seeing Count Engel's night order, Thor couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Although the number of knights had been cut in half, their strength had clearly improved compared to when they entered the foreign world. The number of Grand Knights and Earth Knights had both increased noticeably. Thor sensed that there were even 3 Earth Knights among them now. Before this, apart from Chester and Michael, there were no Earth Knights in Count Engel's Knight Order. It was obvious these 3 had gained their strength after entering the foreign world. This improvement was much greater than what Thor's own Knight Order had achieved. However, Thor also understood the reason behind this sudden increase, thanks to the life essence they had obtained, which improved their cultivation talent. Coupled with the gains from the foreign world, their progress was faster than usual. Otherwise, Michael wouldn't have been able to break through to become a mid-stage Sky Knight in one go. Count, Thor greeted respectfully. Young Master Thor, the others responded, bowing upon seeing him. Count, what should we do next? Thor asked. Count Engel nodded and looked at his son. Father, we need to head to the core. The time the Grand Duke Lepore mentioned is almost up, Thor said after a moment of thought. Several days had passed, and he had gathered more intelligence each day, but he still hadn't found the key. For now, they could only approach the Noble Alliance. In the war across the kingdom, the safest are undoubtedly the top noble alliances. Staying close to them might give us a real chance. All right, Count Engel agreed without objection. After the Count accepted, Thor immediately gave orders to Rain. Send Rain to gather the members of the Knight Order. Then Rain leaves, and Thor and Count Engel and their group head toward the core. At this moment, not only they are heading to the core, but countless top nobles are also rushing there. In their perception, they can clearly feel bright light clusters gathering quickly. The number is huge. Under the banners of the 2 great empires, there are many kingdoms and duchies. Some are powerful, while others are weaker. The Tulip Kingdom is not the strongest, but it ranks in the middle. Only kingdoms above the middle level have the right to participate in this kind of fight. Even duchies usually don't have a chance. A lot of law fragments have already gathered after some time. Only a few scattered law fragments remain, and their influence is now minor. Unlike these gathering light clusters, some nobles are retreating to the outer areas, especially those who understand the situation well. Time slowly passes. The group has traveled about 7 days and is finally nearing the core. During these 7 days, Thor has learned much more about the daily intelligence. Night falls gradually. Ding! Daily intelligence has been updated. Open it. Open. Daily Intelligence Update 1. In 2 days, you will arrive at the gathering place of Tulip Kingdom nobles. Your arrival surprises the nobles, but they sense Count Engel's strength and choose to accept him. Many nobles are already nearby. 2. In 5 days, an alliance formed by various kingdoms from the Eastern Core will gather, and a new fight will begin. The ancient duel matters are surfacing. The Tulip Kingdom's strength is not very obvious, and it is at a disadvantage in the fight. 3, 4, 7. In 15 days, the divine body from the Thunder Prison, nourished by much blood, shows signs of awakening. 8. After 20 days, the divine body begins to awaken. The gods start returning from the past. Sensing the huge commotion, the noble alliances prepare to investigate together. Because he knew what was happening in advance, he chose not to go. 9. After 21 days, the divine body is fully revived. The divine realm suddenly descends. Gods returning from the past reappear in this world. Within 10,000 meters of the Thunder Prison, it transforms into a divine kingdom. Many nobles' bodies collapse and die, sacrificed in large numbers. It seems an unseen rule is being triggered. A figure appears in this strange world. 10. The divine war breaks out. The space of the strange realm shatters. You have died. Huff. Thor exhales a heavy breath and shakes his head. Over the past few days, the last piece of intelligence always reports his death. The only thing that relaxes him is that this moment is finally different from before. At first, he didn't even know how he died. It wasn't until a few days later, 3 days ago, that he finally understood why he died. The divine realm descended. These noble alliances, unfortunately, went to investigate and were wiped out by the divine realm. The divine realm arrived with beings no stronger than half-step saintly, so they had no power to resist. More importantly, this thunder god was killed by humans, who harbor endless resentment towards humanity. The outcome was predictable. Forget him, more than half of the nobles in the entire noble alliance were lost in the divine realm. Divine War. Muttering to himself, Tor involuntarily looks toward the ninth column. As he imagined, the daily intelligence reports did show a turning point. Humans indeed have gods, and gods have descended into this strange world. But he didn't expect the Divine War to be so terrifying, destroying this entire strange realm. Clearly, he still didn't escape this huge crisis. He died again. But Tor isn't too worried about it, because recent daily reports have basically proven that opportunities do exist. It's just that he hasn't been able to seize this opportunity yet. In previous reports, some humans survived. Though few, about 1/10 of the nobles survived the Kingdom War. Since these people have survived, there must still be hope. Stars twinkle in the sky as Thor takes a long, deep breath. He pulls his gaze away from the daily reports. After thinking for a moment, he begins to rest. Night gradually passes. A new day begins. Everyone sets out again. 2 days later, in the Eastern Core, in a jungle, the 6 major noble families of the Tulip Kingdom have gathered. They are the families of the 3 great dukes, Carolina, Lepuir, and Skodar, and the top marquis families, McKennedy, Iwano, and Sorrow. As the strongest families in the Tulip Kingdom, they are very powerful and far ahead of others. Even the 3 top marquis families usually send at least 2 Sky Knights each, with one being at the peak of Sky Knight. The Duke families generally send more than 5 Sky Knights, with Carolina having 7, including 2 semi-holy domain Sky Knights. Skodar also sent over 5 Sky Knights, including 1 semi-holy domain. The gathering has more than 20 Sky Knights, with 4 semi-holy domain experts. But even this strength is not enough. Among all kingdoms, especially those competing for noble titles, the Tulip Kingdom is considered somewhat weaker. For example, the Purple Gold Kingdom alone has 7 semi-holy domain experts and over 10 Sky Knights at the peak. And there are kingdoms like Macedonia and Sachi. Marquis Lepuir, is it true that the Dressrosa family really has such strength? A curious voice asks. It's Marquis Sorrow from the top 3 families. Indeed, Count Engelbert should have already reached semi-holy domain level. Lepuir nods seriously. Marquis Lepuir, are you sure about that? An elder from the Carolina family also looks at Lepuir. Of course, it's true, Lepuir confirms. This naturally makes the other 2 Duke families feel a bit happier. For them, there is no need to worry about threats from the Dressrosa family. In fact, the Tulip Kingdom family is now stronger, which benefits them more. Good. It seems our Tulip Kingdom is about to produce another noble again. The old man couldn't help but laugh aloud. Then, the others also showed smiles. However, compared to the bright smiles of the 3 great dukes, the smiles of the 3 top marquis families looked a bit forced. The rise of Dressrosa will surely threaten their interests. The kingdom's war is manageable, as they can cooperate with each other, but once a war occurs outside the kingdom, the Dressrosa family will inevitably affect their interests. This is unquestionable, but right now, they dare not think too much about it. Although they are part of the Tulip Noble Alliance, to put it bluntly, without even a half-step Saint Realm expert, their role is actually less useful than the Dressrosa family, who have such an expert. The 3 of them exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless. By the way, Grand Duke Kael'nina, how is the situation? Have they already decided which method to choose? Seeming to remember something, Grand Duke Leper looked at the old man with a hint of hesitation. Not yet, but they are likely to choose the ancient duel method. After all, this isn't a war now. The Knight Order I lead and the Noble Alliance can't afford to start a war. The losses would be too great, and there might be no clear result. The old man pondered briefly before speaking again. Ancient duel? Listening to the old man's words, the figures present quickly frowned. Clearly, whatever kind of duel it is very unfavorable to their Tulip Noble Alliance. Their strength isn't very strong. Among the 3 northern kingdoms, they rank second. The Burning Kingdom isn't involved in the competition, meaning among the participating northern kingdoms, the Tulip Kingdom is last. Of course, compared to all the kingdoms involved, the Tulip Kingdom isn't the very last, nor the first, but definitely not in the top tier. Grand Duke Kael'nina, how many kingdoms are confirmed to be involved in the core competition? Taking a deep breath, one figure couldn't help but speak. It was the figure from Skodar. Currently, there are confirmed 14 kingdoms. The exact number is not certain yet, but it probably won't exceed 20 kingdoms. Besides the Kingdom of Macedon, the Sachi Kingdom, and the Purple Golden Flower Kingdom, the strongest are likely the Greenfield Kingdom, the Divine Tree Kingdom, and the Sarah Kingdom. Among these, the Purple Golden Flower Kingdom is well known. There are 7 half-step Sacred Realm experts and over 10 peak Sky Knights. The Macedon, Divine Tree, and Purple Golden Flower Kingdoms are roughly equal in strength. The Sachi and Greenfield Kingdoms are a bit weaker, each with 6 half-step Sacred Realm experts. The strongest currently appears to be the Sarah Kingdom, which has 10 known half-step Sacred Realm experts. The old man spoke slowly, and his words made everyone present feel a chill down their spines. Among the 14 kingdoms that can participate in the final battle, 6 are stronger than them. The remaining 8 are not necessarily weaker. Even if their strength is less than the top 6, they are roughly on the same level overall. Only with the Dryasarosa family included do their combined strength likely surpass the others, ranking just below these 6 kingdoms. The jungle rustled with sounds, and a group of over 100 people appeared, clearly Tor and Count Engelbert's team. A day earlier, Rain had led Tor's Knights squad back together with Engelbert's. With Tor's and Engelbert's Knights squads combined, their total number finally exceeded 100. Compared to before Tor left, there was little change in Marshall and the others. Although their strength had increased slightly, it was only a small improvement. This is normal. While Tor provided a lot of support, these people did not obtain the essence of life, so their innate talent didn't change much. Simply increasing resources naturally wouldn't make a big difference. However, even so, Count Engelbert was surprised when he saw Marshall and the others. Especially Marshall, who had only been a Great Knight Peak when he left with Tor. Now, he had officially broken through to become a Great Earth Knight, and had clearly reached the late stage of the Great Earth Knight. Similarly, the members of Tor's Knight squad were also at roughly the same level. Thor has brought 54 knights, who are almost the best fighters from Eagle Ridge. These were the people Count Engelbert had arranged for Thor before. Count Engelbert is familiar with these people. He didn't expect their strength to improve so quickly. After looking at Thor again, Engelbert felt more at ease. Thor's transformation into a pioneer lord is the biggest change, even more important than anything else. In just 3 years, Thor is now strong enough to be comparable to a peak Sky Knight, even close to a half-step Sacred Realm Master. This is truly a miracle. Compared to Thor's knights, the others seem less impressive. Count Engelbert can only feel amazed. In just one day, everyone finally reached the core area. The gathering place that Duke Leper mentioned should be about 20 miles ahead. "We should arrive today," Engelbert said. He took a deep breath and felt a bit nervous. Seeing the bright lights approaching quickly, he couldn't help but feel tense. His strength has improved, but the entire Dryasarosa family hasn't. If they encounter a powerful family and a conflict breaks out, the consequences would be serious. Half-step Sacred Realm experts are strong, and many nobles nearby might have similar strength. Besides those at the half-step Sacred Realm, Engelbert knows that the Dryasarosa family is weaker than the dukes of the major kingdoms, and even weaker than the top marquises. If conflict happens, many will be hurt or killed. Fortunately, it didn't happen. The bright lights approached but kept their distance on their own. In the end, they made it safely. 20 miles. Thor nodded and took a deep breath. This time, he is about to meet the top nobles of the continent, besides the 2 great empires. The continent is divided into 2 great empires, which control many kingdoms and countless duchies. The number of duchies is as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River. Even the number of kingdoms is quite large. Only those who can participate are from the most powerful families of the major kingdoms. Thor still has some expectations for these strong families. First, he wants to see if new daily intelligence updates will emerge from his interactions with these powerful families. Second, he hopes to use this opportunity to gauge his current strength. The group continues to move forward, until night begins to fall. Tor, Count Engel, and their companions finally arrive at the gathering place. At this moment, many knights are already on guard at the gathering site. As Tor and Count Engel approach, they attract the attention of the alert knights. Engel steps forward to explain the situation. "Please wait a moment." A respectful Earth Knight speaks, glancing with some surprise at Count Engel, but he dares not slack off and quickly reports back. Soon after, This Earth Knight returns swiftly. Count Engel, sir, please. The Earth Knight respectfully gestures, then leads Tor and his group toward the center. After a few minutes, Tor finally sees the group from the Tulip Noble Alliance. When their eyes meet, Tor's brow unconsciously furrows, because at this moment, he can feel a huge pressure. Within the entire Noble Alliance, there are 5 extremely powerful auras. This aura is so strong that even he feels a sense of pressure. At the same time, Anna beside him trembles slightly. Anna, Tor softly calls out. It's okay, Master, Anna replies softly, then shakes her head. Carolina. Seeing Anna shake her head, Tor understands what's happening. His gaze involuntarily shifts to a few figures among the distant group, marked by prominent noble symbols, clearly the Carolina family. Since Anna was once part of the Carolina family, Tor doesn't know exactly what she experienced, but it's obvious the outcome wasn't very pleasant. Otherwise, Anna wouldn't have chosen to escape from the Carolina family. However, since Anna doesn't want to talk about it, Tor won't force her. He gently grips Anna's hand to comfort her. Then, he turns his gaze to his father. Father, Tor softly speaks. Let's go, let's move forward. Count Engelbert took a deep breath and then spoke softly. Okay. Thor nodded. Then the group continued to move ahead. Ha ha ha, Count Engelbert. At this moment, Duke Leper's cheerful voice rang out. Grand Duke Leper, it's been a while. You still look as handsome as ever. Count Engelbert also smiled and replied, Ha ha, indeed, it's been a while. Come, Count Engelbert, let me introduce you. This is the former Duke of Kael'nina, and this is the former Duke of Skodar. As for these 3, you should also recognize them. As everyone approached, Duke Leper smiled and began introducing the people around him to Count Engelbert. Count Engelbert, we've heard many stories about you from Grand Duke Leper these days. Nice to meet you. Both Duke Kael'nina and Duke Skodar also smiled and greeted him. Yes, Count Engelbert, you are quite good at hiding your true strength. Marquis Solo also smiled and spoke. Following Duke Leper's introduction, everyone greeted Count Engelbert, observing him carefully. When they saw that Count Engelbert's knightly order was quite small, everyone slightly frowned. However, they quickly sensed the aura of domain around him, and both old dukes' faces showed a hint of joy. For them, it didn't matter if Count Engelbert's knight order was weak. As long as he was close to the half-step sacred realm, that was enough. Greetings, Grand Duke Kael'nina, Grand Duke Skodar, Marquis McKennedy, Marquis Ivano, Marquis Solo. Count Engelbert smiled and greeted them. He understood their attitude well, but he didn't pay much attention to it. The 3 top marquises, at this moment, the Dressrosa family no longer needed to worry too much about them. With his breakthrough into the half-step sacred realm, he would surely enter the sacred realm in the future. The 3 top marquises posed no real threat to the entire Dressrosa family. As for the 3 duke families, there was little conflict among them. Come on, Count Engelbert, we need to discuss the upcoming matters. Let's go? Sophinia, please go and settle Count Engelbert's knights. Duke Leper, smiling, nodded and then spoke to a nearby figure. Yes, the figure respectfully responded. Then, they stepped out and led Thor and his group to another location. Count Engelbert nodded to Thor and the others. Thor's group followed the figure to another place. By now, the entire open space had been cleared and arranged, including the living area for Count Engelbert's group. There were several wooden houses lined up. Everyone, rest here, Sophinia said with a smile. If you need anything, just call me from the west side. Thank you, Thor nodded with a smile. No need to thank me. I won't disturb you any longer, Sophinia replied with a smile and then left. While she was gone, the group quickly moved in and settled down. The open space was quite large, with many houses, enough to comfortably house over 100 people, even up to 700 or 800. After they settled in, shortly after, knights from the group brought plenty of food. Everyone began to eat. Meanwhile, Count Engelbert was taken by Duke Leper and others into a large room to discuss upcoming matters. Time slowly passed. When night fell completely and stars began to fill the sky, Count Engelbert reappeared. As soon as he returned, he went straight to Thor. Father? Thor was a bit surprised to see Count Engelbert. Thor, things might get a little complicated soon, Count Engelbert said with a sigh, speaking softly. What's going on, Father? Thor asked, surprised. Currently, 16 royal noble alliances are participating in the final contest. Yesterday, these 16 alliances decided to fight using ancient duels and to determine the ownership of the law fragments. Count Engelbert explained in a serious tone, sharing the information he received from Duke Leper. Ancient duels? Thor raised an eyebrow in surprise. He knew a little about ancient duels. This was a way nobles fought in ancient times. When two nobles had an unresolvable conflict, they would start a duel. A duel involved both sides sending an equal number of people to fight in a fixed place. The winner could take everything from the loser, while the loser would lose everything. Yes, it's an ancient duel. Currently, 16 noble alliances have decided that each will send 10 people. The alliances will fight in pairs, 2 alliances against each other. The winners will face other winners, and the losers will face other losers. The victorious side can take half of the law fragments from the losing side. In the end, the final winner's family must pay 10 law fragments. Among the 16 noble alliances, 6 are stronger than our Tulip Kingdom's alliance. Besides, the Purple Gold Kingdom, Macedonia Kingdom, and Sacred Tree Kingdom are about the same strength. The Sachi Kingdom and Greenfield Kingdom are a bit weaker, but they each have 6 half-step Sacred Realm experts. The strongest is currently the Sarah Kingdom, which has 10 known half-step Sacred Realm experts. Count Engel spoke slowly. Listening to Engel's words, Thor's expression tightened. Even though he knew the Tulip Kingdom was not the strongest, only a mid to upper tier kingdom, he hadn't expected that there would be 6 kingdoms stronger than them. That's 6 kingdoms. Duel. 2 against 2. In the first round, 8 will win and 8 will lose. The 8 winners will continue fighting. If luck isn't on your side and you keep losing, and considering what the final winner gains, the law fragments obtained might be almost completely exhausted. Maybe not even enough. Father, what if the law fragments aren't enough? Thor took a deep breath and quickly thought of this, then asked. It must be paid. Count Engel simply said. But that one sentence was enough. It means, no matter if you have enough or not, and no matter what method you use, the required law fragments must be paid in full. If not enough, then go get more. This is the rule of the Kingdom War, set by the 16 noble alliances. No one has the right to refuse. What puzzled Thor was how the weaker families among the 16 noble alliances could agree to join. Night was falling. Under Count Engelbert's explanation, Thor gradually understood enough about the upcoming noble combat. As for his doubts, he temporarily pushed them aside. It didn't matter why the weaker noble families agreed. That wasn't his concern now. He needed to focus on how to take part in this contest. According to the rules of the competition, if the Tulip Kingdom could secure a certain number of wins, the rewards would be very great. But if they failed, the losses would also be significant. Father, how did those 3 dukes decide? Thor asked hesitantly, looking at his father. Currently, the 16 noble alliances have decided to send 10 people from each alliance. The 3 dukes' plan is that, besides the 5 half-step Sacred Domain experts, we will include 1 top-level marquis, and then select 2 from the Peak Sky Knights to make a team of 10, Count Engelbert explained. Hearing his son's question, Count Engelbert nodded slightly and recounted the information he had received earlier. Are we selecting 2 more? Father, I would like to go with you tomorrow, Thor said after a brief pause. All right. Engelbert agreed without hesitation, confident in his son's strength. Compared to Duke Leopard, he might be a bit weaker, but compared to himself, Duke Skodar, Duchess Katarina, and another half-step Sacred Domain family member, he was not much behind. With Thor's participation, the Tulip Alliance's strength wouldn't be much less. Oh, Father, please give me that drop of life essence, Thor suddenly asked after Engelbert responded. Take it, Engelbert said without hesitation. The life essence was meant for Thor, and he wouldn't delay giving it to him now. He quickly handed over a crystal bottle filled with the life essence. Thank you, Father, Thor said as he took it. Then the father and son discussed some other matters before Engelbert left. Thor called Anna and showed her some of the things he had gained recently and some items he had brought along. There were 3-star moon fruits, 1 life fruit taken from the territory, 10 divine wood fruits, and 10 bottles of intermediate life potions. Is this enough? He whispered softly. At this moment, he took a deep breath. He was preparing to break through to become a Sky Knight. Originally, he didn't plan to break through so early, because the resources needed for becoming a Sky Knight were too many, and the improvement in his strength might not be very noticeable. He wasn't in a hurry. He could take his time. After the kingdom's war ended and he returned to his territory, using the life fruit with high-level life potions would be enough for him to break through. There was no need to use the precious essence of life. But Thor didn't want to give up on the challenge. With the current strength of the Tulip Noble League, it was hard to achieve any significant results. If luck was bad, he might even suffer a defeat. To change this, he had to participate. The power of the Earth Knight's domain was too obvious. Breaking through to become a Sky Knight was a more reliable choice. As for the consumption, he no longer cared much. He opened a bottle, and the clear life essence flowed into his mouth, instantly transforming into a warm, hot current that spread through his limbs and bones. For Thor, the chance that the life essence could improve his talent was already very low, but the immense vitality contained within the essence quickly made his life seed pulse vigorously. Without hesitation, Thor took out each divine wood fruit and swallowed them one by one. As the divine wood fruits entered his stomach, powerful energies began to surge, and the life source force within him expanded again. Boom. Rumble. A loud rumbling seemed to echo inside his body, and a large amount of life source force started to pulse. The life seed even formed a huge vortex, rapidly absorbing the surrounding vitality. Meanwhile, on the cold, icy land, countless sources of life force gathered, quickly strengthening the entire ground. Above the sky, countless life forces also surged. Thor's mind moved. In the next moment, these surging life forces gradually transformed into lightning. A sky entirely made of thunder slowly took shape. However, it was still somewhat sparse. Outside, Thor once again swallowed the star moon fruit, the life fruit, into his stomach. Boom. This time, as soon as the fruit entered his stomach, Thor's entire body seemed to explode like a sudden blast. The powerful source of life force erupted like a mighty wave. At the same time, above the seed of life, countless flashes of lightning roared louder and louder. The thin layer of the sky was almost visibly solidifying at a rapid pace. The mark of lightning began to appear on Thor. At the same time, the mark of the icy law also started to flicker. The two law marks intertwined, and faintly, another mysterious law mark could be seen. Night gradually passed. It was dawn. A familiar mechanical voice sounded. Daily intelligence updated. Lines of text appeared, but Thor no longer paid attention to them, as he was quickly moving toward the Sky Knight. If the Earth Knight had already stepped into the upper ranks of the kingdom with 1 foot, then the Sky Knight had already entered the upper ranks as well. The appearance of a Sky Knight was enough for a family to qualify as a powerful Marquis family. Marquis. Although Thor and Count Angelber mostly interacted with marquises, and even a duke appeared, this did not mean that Marquis rank was low. Often, a province only had 1 or 2 marquises, especially in larger provinces. In smaller provinces, the Marquis was usually the only noble. For example, in the Frostmoon province, Marquis Pate was the sole ruler of the entire province, nothing else. And this was not even a powerful marquis. Across the entire kingdom, there were only about 20 marquises. There were only 10 powerful marquises. Boom. Rumble. Inside, Thor's body continued to roar, with surges of life force rushing wildly. Who knows how long had passed? Who knew how long it had lasted? When the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, Thor suddenly opened his eyes. In that moment, a flash of lightning flickered in his pupils. Huff! He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Thanks to the vast resources and especially the supplement of life essence, he finally broke through from the Earth Knight to the Sky Knight. The next moment, his figure disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was outside the wooden house. Slightly moved in his heart, the next moment he took a step forward, and his figure calmly floated in midair. Then he moved his steps, and Thor's figure stepped into the sky, 1 step at a time. Carefully sensing the changes within himself, Thor finally understood why the Sky Knight could fly. His body had completed the connection between earth and sky, forming a whole. By harnessing the power of both, the Sky Knight could feel as if he was in his own space. Walking became naturally easy. This ability was not much different from his previous flying with the help of a fake domain. Thor also finally understood why everyone thought he was a Sky Knight when he was flying. After a careful second feeling, Thor slowly descended. Huh. He exhaled a breath of air, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Sky Knight. At this moment, he finally broke through to become a Sky Knight. Even though, as he imagined, his strength only increased because his life source power became larger, it did not significantly improve his overall power. But that was enough. With a move in his heart, Thor looked again at the daily intelligence report. New information appeared. Lines of text refreshed on the screen. Daily intelligence updated 1. 1 day later, an alliance formed by major kingdoms from the Eastern Core gathers. A new conflict begins, involving an ancient dual matter. The Tulip Kingdom's strength is not very obvious and is at a disadvantage in the fight too. Your participation has brought noticeable changes to the Tulip Kingdom and the duel. Your strength has caught the attention of top nobles, who are curious about you 3. 5 days later, Fapawar from the Sela Kingdom finished his duel. His family knight squad was unexpectedly attacked by a group of earthbound dragons. Fapawar fell into a canyon on the west side and unexpectedly entered the Broken God ruins, activating the power of the gods. Fapawar gained the inheritance of divine power 5 days later. Sean from the kingdom of Sachi entered the land of divine inspiration. As he stepped in, the power of divine inspiration awakened his innate talents. 10 days later, the divine body from the Thunder Prison showed signs of awakening after being soaked in much blood. 15 days later, the divine body began to wake up. Deities from the past started returning. The great commotion was sensed, and the major noble alliances prepared to investigate. Because you knew about this in advance, you chose not to go. 16 days later, the divine body fully revived. The divine realm suddenly descended, and the returning deities reappeared in this world. Within 10,000 meters of the Thunder Prison, a divine kingdom formed. Many nobles' bodies shattered and died, and numerous nobles sacrificed themselves. It seemed some hidden rules were being triggered. A figure appeared in this strange world. The divine war broke out, the alien space shattered, and you died. A list appeared row by row. Thor's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that this moment would really bring an opportunity. His gaze quickly fixed on the third column. Clearly, the lucky person from the kingdom of Sela in the third column was one of the opportunities he was looking for. However, as joy spread, Thor's brow suddenly furrowed. Because starting from the third column, the fourth, fifth, and sixth columns also contained lucky people. The lucky person from the kingdom of Sela had inherited divine power, and the one from the kingdom of Sachi had even awakened their bloodline during the divine inspiration. Besides these, the Purple Golden Kingdom and the Green Wild Kingdom also had their own lucky individuals. As mentioned before, this continent is full of those favored by the goddess of life. Within the entire Tulip Kingdom, this was not very obvious. But now, with many nobles and top-tier nobles gathering together, it became very clear. Thor's eyes sparkled as he scanned the list. His gaze finally settled on the third column. He couldn't be sure about the other lucky people, but he was almost certain that the person in the third column had avoided the divine inspiration and the destruction of the alien world. After all, even if the shattered divine ruins were damaged, they were still divine ruins. The destruction of the alien space probably wouldn't have much impact. Most importantly, the person obtained a divine inheritance. This is a legacy of the divine. Even if it is just a lower deity's inheritance, it is still incredibly tempting for him. But just as his thoughts were flowing, contemplating his next move, Count Engel and Michael had already come over. Thor, get ready, we're about to leave, Count Engel said. With his words, Thor's mind was quickly pulled back. Okay, father, please wait a moment. Thor's thoughts returned, and he quickly nodded in agreement when he saw Count Engel approaching. As for his next plan, he temporarily set it aside. He thought there was no need to rush. There was still some time, and he could wait to see what happens next. After a brief moment of composure, Thor moved to stand beside Count Engel. Let's go, father, Thor said. Count Engel nodded, looking a bit surprised. He could sense some change in Thor, but couldn't quite tell what it was. Shaking his head, Count Engel led Thor and Michael toward the gathering place. Thor hesitated slightly. He had considered bringing Ryan along, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Hiding his strength at all times was the best choice. Ryan could serve as a secret weapon if needed. Even if his information was exposed, Ryan's presence would ensure things wouldn't get too complicated. The gathering point. Streams of energy converged here. 3 dukes, 3 marquises, and a sky knight all gathered together. Count Engel's arrival immediately drew attention from many figures. However, when they looked at Thor, their brows furrowed slightly. Among the 3 marquises, some couldn't help but want to speak. But after a moment of hesitation, they held back. Count Engel, who is this? Duke Lepwar asked curiously, his gaze shifting to Thor. Unfortunately, Thor looked too young at this moment. Those participating in the discussion were all at least Sky Knights. Thor looked no older than 27 or 28, so he technically shouldn't be allowed here. This is my son, Thor Dries-Rosa. Thor, meet the 3 Grand Dukes and the 3 Marquises. Count Engel smiled as he introduced them and spoke to Thor. Count Engel, you should know that the request from the 3 Grand Dukes for this discussion is at least the Sky Knights. It might not be suitable for your son to come along, right? Before Thor could act, Marquis McKennedy frowned and spoke with a harsh tone. His words were not challenged, and no one responded. Clearly, everyone understood his meaning. Marquis McKennedy, my father brought me here, which naturally meets the requirements, Thor said calmly, glancing at Marquis McKennedy, then at the other 2 marquises. He could feel their hostility, but didn't care. He spoke without any politeness. You. Hearing Thor's words, Marquis McKennedy's face showed a hint of anger. But before he could say more, a ripple spread out, and an invisible wave radiated from Thor in an instant. A blue law mark appeared on his forehead. A terrible cold aura spread outward from him in all directions. Marquis McKennedy stopped abruptly, his pupils shrinking instantly. The 3 Grand Dukes suddenly stood up at this moment. What is this? Duke Carlinina immediately looked at Thor. Even Duke Skodar and Duke Lepuir, who were next to him, looked at Thor with surprise. Especially Duke Lepuir, who couldn't help but remember the scene when their Lepuir family fought against the Red Dragon Grand Duke. At that time, he felt the power of the domain. Later, he thought it was Count Engel, but now it seemed that the domain's power was not from Count Engel, but from the young man in front of them. Moreover, at this moment, the 3 of them looked at the faint law mark on Thor's forehead. Suddenly, they remembered what happened a year ago with the Divine Awakening. Back then, the 3 Grand Dukes joined forces to try to create a divine ruin using the bloodthirsty werewolf, hoping to produce a genius in their family who could engrave a law mark. But the result was a failure. Although the divine ruin appeared and many of their family members benefited, no one managed to engrave a law mark. Now, in the kingdom of Tulip, a descendant of the Dries-Rosa family had engraved a law mark. This is a mark of the law. Once mastered, it will surely allow one to enter the sacred realm in the future, and there is a high chance of breaking through to the divine realm. Even the 3 great duke families have dreamed countless times about the divine realm. Only by reaching the divine realm can they leave the Tulip kingdom and explore a broader world, rather than relying on the Tulip royal family as they do now. The 3 exchanged glances, each feeling a strong stir in their hearts. Of course, while they felt excited, Marquis McKennedy was not feeling so comfortable at this moment. Although Thor only used the imprint of the ice law now, that alone was enough. Marquis McKennedy was only at the peak of the Sky Knight level. Suddenly caught off guard, his body stiffened immediately. Layers of ice spread from his feet. His feet froze instantly, and the ice rapidly extended upward at a terrifying speed. In an instant, Marquis McKennedy's figure turned into an ice sculpture. Marquis, sir. His figure was quickly frozen, and behind him, the Sky Knights became panic-stricken. The 2 instinctively moved to act. However, Thor simply looked at them. The next moment, a powerful cold aura instantly enveloped both of them. Terrified screams echoed as their bodies were also frozen in ice instantly. Such a scene made the onlookers' brows tighten. Even the other 2 marquises, who were about to speak, stopped suddenly. Both felt their hearts pounding with fear. Fortunately, Marquis McKennedy was only frozen for a moment. Without Thor using the power of the death law, a pseudo-domain of the ice element alone was hard to trap a peak Sky Knight. A clear cracking sound rang out. A appeared on the ice sculpture, quickly spreading across it, and in an instant, the entire sculpture was covered in cracks. Boom! The ice sculpture shattered, revealing Marquis McKennedy. His face was pale, and he was gasping heavily. You. His expression kept changing as he stared fixedly at Thor. So, Marquis McKennedy, have I proven that I can participate in this discussion now? Thor's calm voice sounded as he looked at McKennedy. The glowing mark of the law on the forehead gradually faded away. Of course, that's possible. Count Engelbert, I didn't expect another eagle to appear among the heirs of Dressrosa. Count Leper's cheerful voice broke the heavy atmosphere. At the same time, a powerful aura swept through the surroundings. The ice on the two sky knights frozen by Tor instantly shattered, revealing two figures. Tor raised his eyebrows and looked on with a serious expression. Even though he knew Leper was very strong, almost as powerful as the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon, this strength still made him look serious. In just a moment, Leper's power shattered his ice barrier. Even if it was just a fake domain of ice element, it was already very strong. Tor, this should be the law mark, right? An ice element law mark. It seems our Tulip Kingdom will soon have its fourth duke. The voice, full of a smile, came from Duke Katarina. No, I think our Tulip Kingdom might see a future royal emerge, said Duke Skodar more directly. Their words made McKennedy's already pale and uncomfortable face turn even whiter. His expression kept changing as he subconsciously opened his mouth several times, but finally closed it. He knew very well, with Tuar showing his fake domain power, the strength of these top marquises might not even compare to Tuar, who held the law mark. Not to mention, there was also Count Engelbert, who was close to the Saint Realm. You're too kind, 3 Grand Dukes. Tuar smiled slightly, but didn't show too much. Showing his strength was intentional. This time, he planned to participate to avoid surprises, but how to join was a big question. Besides the 3 Grand Dukes and 3 top marquises, only 2 spots remained. Competing for them would be too troublesome. It was better to just show his power directly. That's why he wanted to break through to become a Sky Knight yesterday. Once he became a Sky Knight, even with his age and mastery of the fake domain, it was impressive. With the cultivation of a Sky Knight and the impact of the law domain, it didn't seem impossible to accept. In fact, that was exactly how it was now. In the midst of the shock, the 3 great dukes all chose to accept this fact. Many people's eyes sparkled with hope. Thor's presence undoubtedly greatly boosted the noble alliance of the Tulip Kingdom. They might really have a chance. The 3 of them exchanged glances, feeling some emotional fluctuation inside. But it was just a slight change. Compared to that, the next steps went more smoothly. Thor joined in. The discussions resumed. This time, they decided how many people would participate in the duel. Previously, the 3 great dukes each sent 5 fighters. The 3 marquises sent 1, and the remaining 2 were chosen from the Peak Sky Knights. Now, with Thor added, 1 person was no longer needed, so the number of fighters decreased from 2 to 1. The selection process quickly produced a result. The method was simple. All the Sky Knights present fought each other, and the strongest ones remained. In the end, a Sky Knight from Duke Leper's group became the 10th participant. The 10 fighters for the duel were decided. Next, the 3 dukes described the strength of each noble in the 16 alliances. Compared to what they knew before, this time the details were much clearer. It was obvious that after a day, the 3 dukes had learned a lot more. Thor also took this more seriously. Time slowly passed. Soon, it was evening. The groups separated and returned to their camp. Grand Duke Leper, do you think the law mark on Thor Dressrosa was caused by that event a year ago? Duke Skodar suddenly asked, looking at Thor walking away. I don't know, but it doesn't matter to us. With a law mark, we might have a good chance in the duel. If we can gather a complete law mark, maybe. Duke Leper shook his head slowly. It doesn't matter. Grand Duke Leper, you're not being honest. You just let your granddaughter go earlier. Duke Carolina's heart moved, but she quickly thought of something and looked at Duke Leper with a half-smile. Ha ha ha, Grand Duke Carolina, they are all young people. Just getting to know each other. Duke Leper laughed loudly. These words caused the Duke Carolina and Duke Skodar to shake their heads and sigh. During this war, they didn't bring suitable young female family members to lead the troops, and even if they wanted to act, it was very difficult. At this moment, Thor was unaware of the conversation between the 3 dukes. When they left, Thor and Count Engelbert returned to the camp. However, before Thor could begin his night training, a lively young girl suddenly appeared in front of him. Thor was surprised. He remembered this girl from a few meetings with Duke Leper. He didn't expect her to appear before him now. Thor, my grandfather said you're very talented. Can you teach me something? The girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at Thor with lively energy. Thor, Miss Pavla wants to ask for your guidance. You happen to have free time, so please help her. Count Engelbert's cheerful voice sounded. When Thor looked over instinctively, he saw his father smiling kindly. Thor's mouth twitched slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded in agreement. He understood what his father meant. The arrival of this girl probably also reflected Duke Leper's intentions. But setting aside these issues, giving some guidance wasn't a problem. Moreover, Duke Leper had been quite kind to his father before. Thank you. Seeing Thor agree, Pavla, who was initially nervous, relaxed, and quickly spoke. Come with me, Thor softly said, and led Pavla to an open space. Pavla hurried to follow. At the open space, she respectfully performed a knight's salute, drawing her longsword. A powerful surge of life energy burst out. She was already at the peak of a grand knight. At just 16 or 17 years old, her talent was truly impressive. Before the age of 24, she had a good chance to break through to become a land knight and enter the Imperial Canaan Academy. In the open space, Pavla began her attack. Thor started to give guidance. Time slowly passed. After more than an hour, the breathless Pavla left with a hint of excitement, and Thor returned to his own room. Nothing dramatic happened. Even if Duke Leper was interested, he needed to take things step by step. Night gradually passed, and a new day arrived. The arena officially opened. The core location. The top nobles from 16 kingdoms quickly gathered at that spot. The 10 nobles from the Tulip Kingdom Alliance also arrived early in the morning. Please support with a monthly vote. As the title suggests, I've been working hard these past 2 months, writing about 12,000 words daily until a few days ago. I can't compare to the top authors, who write over 20,000 words in an hour. It takes me more than 8 hours to reach 12,000 words, so I've been holding on for 2 months, but need a rest now. I plan to resume on May 1st, continuing to write 12,000 words daily. Please keep supporting me and vote for the monthly ticket. Every 1,000 votes gives a chance to win 100 yuan. As a full-time writer, that's very motivating. I'll update at 4 o'clock. Something happened today that delayed me, and I only figured it out at noon. The core location. At this moment, the 16 Kingdom Noble Alliances have gathered here. When Thor and others arrived, they saw quite a few people and knights. Each Kingdom Noble Alliance only brought about 10 knights, at most 15. Clearly, they had already set rules beforehand. Thor curiously observed the scene, especially noticing a kingdom's residence nearby. Sarah Kingdom. Thor whispered softly, recalling the information from earlier reports. It seemed a noble in Sarah Kingdom had unexpectedly gained a special opportunity. But Thor only glanced around briefly before looking away. Then he started observing the other noble alliances. According to previous intelligence, many of the 16 Kingdom Noble Alliances were stronger than the Tulip Kingdom Alliance. Notably, the Sarah Kingdom had 10 knights, all of whom were at the half-step saint realm. A middle-aged man at the very center gave him an instant feeling of scalp tingling just by looking at him. Not only the noble alliance of the Silver King Kingdom, but also several others in different kingdoms made him feel a sense of unease. Clearly, there are many top-tier experts among them. His thoughts raced as various ideas intertwined. At this moment, the noble alliance of the Purple Golden Flower Kingdom approached. Thor's gaze was naturally drawn to them because he saw a familiar figure among the Purple Golden Flower nobles. Baron Tor. Actually, you should now be called Viscount Tor. Isabel greeted him with a smile, though she looked a bit flustered, her breath slightly uneven. Surprisingly, Isabel had already broken through to the peak of Earth Knights, just a step away from becoming a Sky Knight. Long time no see, Miss Isabel. What's going on? Tor's surprise faded as he greeted her with a smile. Don't ask. I almost got killed by those Macedonians. Isabel shook her head with a bitter smile. Macedonians? Tor nodded, recalling the information from the daily reports. There had indeed been an attack on the Anabai family. But at that time, he didn't pay much attention. They weren't very familiar, and Tor wouldn't risk helping her. This time, the Dressrosa family actually joined the Tulip Kingdom's noble alliance. That's impressive. Tor nodded, and Isabel was curious. She believed she knew something about the Dressrosa family, but what she saw now surprised her. The Dressrosa family, as counts, had the qualification to join the Tulip Noble Alliance. Even though the Tulip Alliance was weaker than their Silver King Alliance, it would still require at least a Peak Sky Knight to participate. The strongest members of the Dressrosa family shouldn't just be the Eagle Knight and the Bloody Knight. Both are only at the peak of Earth Knights, roughly comparable to ordinary Sky Knights. Just good luck, Tor said with a smile. That's not just luck. However, this time you must be careful. The kingdoms of Macedonia and Sela seem to each have two top half-step Sacred Realm experts, especially the one from Sela, who is said to have already become a lecturer at Canaan School. They deliberately returned to participate in the Kingdom War, hoping to give their family a chance. Isabel spoke softly, her expression serious. Kingdoms of Sela and Macedonia. Thank you. Toru's mind moved quickly, recalling the figure from Sela that had made his scalp tingle during his feelings. His words became more serious. No need to thank me. You'll find out about this soon enough. Isabel shook her head with a smile. The two then continued their conversation. Meanwhile, several dukes from the Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance were talking with some dukes from the Violet Gold Kingdom. Soon, each noble alliance sent people to the central area for discussions. The rules of the duel appeared. As an ancient way of noble combat, ancient duels are quite fair. 16 noble alliances from different kingdoms fought against each other, weak against weak, strong against strong. The 4 strongest alliances fought each other, as did the 4 middle-tier alliances and the 6 weaker alliances. Winners could challenge those above them or wait for weaker teams to challenge them. Losers, 3 strong alliances, 2 middle alliances, and 3 weaker alliances. Each had 2 chances to challenge or be challenged. Winning twice meant they could re-enter the challenge for victory. Losing twice meant they lost their qualification. These rules are not perfect. They are quite simple, actually, since they come from ancient duel methods. But since everyone has accepted them, there are no objections. Soon, the matchups were decided. Violet Gold Kingdom versus Macedonia Kingdom, Godwood Kingdom versus Sela Kingdom, Sachi Kingdom versus Greenfield Kingdom, Tulip Kingdom versus Beast Soul Kingdom, Hellfire Kingdom versus Tianjin Kingdom. When the match results came out, many members of the Violet Gold Kingdom Noble Alliance looked a bit worried. Their luck didn't seem very good. The Kingdom of Macedonia had faced many challenges before, but now their strength was much greater. Of course, the most unfortunate were the people of the Divine Tree Kingdom. The Sera Kingdom is the strongest among all kingdoms, while the Divine Tree Kingdom is only considered first-rate, slightly weaker than the Purple Goldflower Kingdom. What should we do? Someone couldn't help but speak up. Surrender. Give up half of the rule fragments. A deep voice made the decision, and one person immediately agreed. They all knew clearly that they had no chance against the Sera Kingdom. Everyone nodded in agreement. The first battle was over before it even started. Next came the second fight. The Sachi Kingdom versus the Greenfield Kingdom. This time, there were no surprises. The duel quickly began. With faint magic lights shining, the surrounding earth and rocks rose rapidly, forming a large arena. An old man stepped onto it. The Sachi Kingdom, Ned Betty. The old man's deep voice sounded. His figure floated into the air. As Ned Betty floated, another figure stepped forward and appeared above the arena in an instant. The Greenfield Kingdom, Sharbel Ross. The words were spoken, and without further conversation, the battle began quickly. But it was clear that Sharbel Ross from the Greenfield Kingdom was no match for Ned Betty. In just a moment, a figure was sent flying backward and fell far away. I'll go. Another figure stepped forward after the fall. The fight resumed. Many noble alliances watched the battle unfold. The duel continued. The Sachi Kingdom's strength was clearly higher than that of the Greenfield Kingdom. After a short while, the fight ended with the Greenfield Kingdom suffering a crushing defeat, and they had to surrender half of their rule fragments. Next was the Purple Goldflower Kingdom versus the Kingdom of Macedonia. This might cause some trouble for you, a soft voice spoke, and Tor's gaze shifted to a somewhat young figure within the Macedonian Kingdom. Yes, that person is said to have used the domain of the Divine Ruins to imprint the rules. He's only 32 years old, but has already broken through to the Sky Knight level and even successfully created a pseudo-domain. Compared to a half-step saintly realm, he's slightly weaker, but he's stronger than most peak Sky Knights. Isabel smiled wryly and looked at the distant figure. Is it the Law Seal? Thorn hesitated for a moment, but quickly understood. This continent is so vast, with countless kingdoms and many humans. Those who can master the Law Seal are not rare. Thorn and Rain are not exceptions. After all, even the nobles of the Tulip Kingdom can think of such methods. Surely, top nobles in other kingdoms can do the same. Even if the divine ruins appear, the chance to sense the Law Seal is very small. But even a small chance still exists. Thorn didn't expect to encounter it so soon, especially from a top genius who reached Sky Knight at only 32. Yes, this is truly a top genius. Even within the Empire, it's remarkable. In the kingdom, such talent surpasses most royal heirs. At least, no one in the Tulip Kingdom's royal family has achieved such talent. Yes, the Law Seal. Too bad. Last time we didn't sense the Law Seal, or I might have also broken through to Sky Knight. Isabelle shook her head and sighed softly, her mind recalling the divine awakening from a year ago. Back then, she felt a bit regretful. Just a little more effort, and she could have succeeded. If she had sensed it then, she might not only have become a Sky Knight, but also entered Canaan Academy in the Empire, avoiding her current situation. It's indeed a pity. Thorn looked a bit strange, but still smiled and expressed his feelings. By the way, Viscount Thorn, how strong are you now? Curious, Isabelle asked, thinking of something. Even though she had already reached the peak of Earth Knight, she still couldn't sense Thorn's aura, which made her very curious. Strength? Thorn opened his mouth, but didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, a shout suddenly sounded nearby, drawing Isabelle's attention. Father! Isabelle's face changed, and she quickly ran over. At that moment, a figure was falling from the sky. It was her father. Thorn also let out a sigh of relief. His gaze turned once more to the arena. At this moment, the battle between the Purple Golden Flower Kingdom and the Macedonian Kingdom has been ongoing for some time. Overall, the Purple Golden Flower Kingdom's noble alliance has indeed been suppressed. 7 half-step Holy Domain experts and 3 Peak Sky Knights have already been defeated, leaving only 7 half-step Holy Domain experts remaining. Even from the Tulip Kingdom side, many people's brows furrowed in concern. Especially now, they all look up at the figure in the sky, who emits a faint aura of the laws, and their eyes are shining with anticipation. Thor also notices that person. He is clearly a young man with curly blonde hair flowing freely. A gentle breeze of elemental wind surrounds him, lifting him up slightly. His life force is terrifyingly strong and spreads around him. Although he looks a bit exhausted, it's obvious he just defeated Isabelle's father, who was at the peak of the Sky Knight realm. In fact, he also defeated 2 other Peak Sky Knights. Humph! A cold snort comes from the Purple Golden Flower Kingdom. In the next moment, a figure steps forward, releasing a powerful domain force that spreads out rapidly, and a strong aura crushes down toward the young man. But at this moment, Prince Anabai seems to be getting more anxious. A light, amused voice sounds. Soon after, an old man from the Macedonian Kingdom appears. Buzz. The domain power spreads out again. Boom. In the next instant, 2 domains collide fiercely, releasing a crushing force that sweeps across everything. The surrounding wind and clouds instantly surge. The blond young man quickly retreats, a smile on his face, without resisting, and swiftly lands on the ground. In the sky, only 2 old men are still fighting. The battle between the Macedonian Kingdom and the Purple Golden Flower Kingdom resumes. However, compared to the Macedonian Kingdom, the Purple Golden Flower Kingdom's half-step Holy Domain experts are fewer by 1. Plus, the blond young man is missing 2 others. The battle quickly comes to an end. The Purple Golden Flower Noble Alliance is defeated and must pay half of the law fragments. The 4th duel then begins. The Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance versus the Beast Soul Kingdom Noble Alliance. Compared to the previous Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance, the Beast Soul Kingdom Noble Alliance is actually stronger, with 6 half-step Sacred Realm experts. However, at this moment, the Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance is clearly more powerful than the Beast Soul Kingdom Noble Alliance. No need to go into details about others. It's just a waste of time. The battle between the Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance and the Beast Soul Kingdom Noble Alliance immediately drew many eyes. Even the powerful Kingdom Nobles couldn't help but watch closely. Be careful. The Beast Soul Kingdom is said to have integrated the power of magical beasts into their knight training. Their strength is below the Sacred Realm, but they are more fierce and powerful than knights of the same level, said Duke Karenina with a serious look. Indeed, they seem capable of some level of beast transformation, nodded Duke Leper. Everyone present looked serious. Although the Beast Soul Kingdom isn't a top-tier kingdom, it is still strong among kingdoms of this level, with 7 experts at the half-step sacred realm. Their ability to fuse beast souls makes their nobles more powerful than ordinary knights. During their conversation, a figure from the Beast Soul Kingdom stepped forward first. Beast Soul Kingdom, Sigund Isakov. As he spoke, his fierce gaze instantly locked onto the Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance. Marquis Soro. Duke Leper looked at Marquis Soro from the group and spoke in a deep voice. Marquis Soro's face was serious. He took a step forward and directly entered the arena. From the Tulip Kingdom, Amar Soro. Marquis Soro announced, and at that moment, a vast amount of life energy around him was mobilized. But before he could act, a crimson color suddenly spread across Sigund Isakov's eyes, and in an instant, his figure disappeared. Not good. Marquis Soro's expression changed. He instinctively prepared to react. However, it was too late. Bright red blood splattered, and Marquis Soro felt a sharp pain in his chest. Then he saw Sigund Isakov suddenly appear out of nowhere. You. Without thinking, I spoke up, but just as the words left my mouth, blood was already seeping from the corner of my lips. My eyes widened, then gradually became clear. Too weak. A calm voice sounded. Segundo Isakov flicked his hand, pulling out his arm that had pierced through Marquis Solo's chest. Marquis Solo's figure fell from the air directly. Watching Marquis Solo fall, Segundo Isakov licked the bright red blood in his hand, his eyes filled with a more intense bloodthirsty look. He then provocatively looked toward the noble alliance of the Tulip Kingdom. With a leap, Duke Skodar caught Marquis Solo. But at the moment he caught him, Duke Skodar knew Marquis Solo was beyond saving. His heart was pierced through, and even as a Sky Knight, he wouldn't survive. When Duke Karenina and Duke Leper looked over, they shook their heads. This scene caused the remaining 2 marquises to sharply narrow their eyes, a flicker of fear appearing in their eyes. Marquis Solo's strength was not inferior to theirs. Yet, he was killed in just 1 move. Even if they went up, the outcome probably wouldn't be much different. The noble alliance of the Tulip Kingdom suddenly fell silent. Many other noble alliances around them kept their eyes flickering, staring at Segundo Isakov. There was shock, tension, and also some mockery and curiosity. Next, this one is too useless. Segundo Isakov didn't care about this. He looked provocatively at the Tulip Noble Alliance, his words ringing with a light laugh. Full of teasing. Grand Duke Leper, Grand Duke Karenina, Grand Duke Skodar. The remaining 2 marquises instinctively looked at the 3 Grand Dukes. Marquis McKennedy couldn't help but speak. The 3 Grand Dukes frowned slightly. They hadn't expected such a result. This was undoubtedly troublesome. Originally, they planned to use 3 marquises to drain the opponent's strength, but now Marquis Solo was defeated with just 1 strike. The so-called exhaustion was no longer possible. I'll go. After a moment of silence, Duke Skodar spoke. Listening to Duke Skodar, Duke Karenina, and Duke Leper exchanged glances with some concern. Their early move was not a good choice. Grand Duke Skodar, let me do it. But just as they frowned, Count Engelbert's voice rang out. You? The 3 paused, all turning their eyes to Count Engelbert. Count Engelbert, are you confident? Duke Karenina asked hesitantly. I think so. He's just using the power of a peak 4th-rank beast, but hasn't reached the level of a half-step saint. Count Engelbert nodded. Good. Be careful, Duke Leper said with concern, nodding in agreement. Seeing Duke Leper agree, the other 2 dukes exchanged looks and finally nodded as well. After their agreement, Count Engelbert stepped forward and appeared directly in front of Segundo Isakov. Oh, this time it looks better, Segundo Isakov said with surprise, a hint of bloodthirst in his eyes growing stronger. Buzz. Count Engelbert said nothing. In the next moment, a wave of domain power spread towards Segundo Isakov. Although Segundo Isakov hadn't reached the half-step saint level, relying on the power of a peak 4th-rank beast and merging with it, his strength far exceeded that of ordinary Sky Knights. This was also why Marquis Solo was instantly defeated. Count Engelbert naturally wouldn't be careless. Ripples spread out, and intense heat began to radiate outward. Pop, pop, pop. Light sounds rang out as high temperatures and crackling noises accompanied flames rising in the air. Domain. Segundo Isakov's expression slightly darkened. Meanwhile, in the Beast Soul Kingdom, figures also immediately frowned. They knew the strength of the Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance, but were unaware that the Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance had gained another half-step saint. This is the power of a domain. Segundo Isakov may not be his match. A person spoke in a low voice, with a serious look on his face. He knew very well that even if Segundo Isakov's strength had greatly improved, he couldn't compare to the power of the domain. Let's wait and see. Segundo Isakov should be able to wear down his life force and stamina. That will be helpful for us later. Another person spoke. As he said this, the remaining few nodded slightly, clearly understanding the plan. That's the domain. Who is that person? That looks like the family crest of the Count's family. Does the Tulip Kingdom have such a powerful Count? In the noble alliance of the Purple Gold Kingdom, a middle-aged man who had just taken a high-level healing potion looked surprised as he gazed at Count Engel from afar in the high sky. Since both are from the northern three kingdoms, the Purple Gold Kingdom's nobles knew about the Tulip Kingdom. They even knew the strength of the Tulip Kingdom's nobles involved in the duel. But now, things were clearly beyond their expectations. Not only was the middle-aged man shocked, but the figures of the Purple Gold Kingdom's nobles also looked surprised. As for the crowd, Isabel's eyes widened involuntarily. She didn't recognize Count Engel, but she knew the badge on him, which represented the Dressrosa family. Who is that? Without thinking, she spoke, her beautiful eyes wide as she looked unconsciously toward Tor, who was still calm nearby. Inside her heart, many thoughts arose. What's wrong? Isabel? The middle-aged man seemed to notice his daughter's expression, withdrew his gaze, and asked with a puzzled tone. It's nothing, Isabel quickly answered, but her eyes still glanced at Count Engel and Tor. Oh, Isabel, you seem to know someone from that family. Which noble from the Tulip Kingdom is it? Seeing her daughter's expression, the middle-aged man seemed to think of something and asked curiously. Dressrosa. It seems to be a count from the Frostmoon province. Hearing her father's question, Isabel instinctively answered. Count. Isabel, are you sure? Hearing her daughter's words, the middle-aged man suddenly couldn't sit still. It seems so. Looking at his father's expression and then at the distant scene, Isabel felt a bit unsure. However, it was clear that no matter how much the Purple Gold Noble Alliance was reacting, and regardless of the conversations among many other nobles around, the moment Engel Count appeared, he immediately unleashed his domain's power. Compared to before, his domain's shape was now fully stable. Perhaps he was still not as strong as Duke Lepuyer or the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon, but he was already a qualified half-step Saint Realm expert. With the special fire of the Immortal Phoenix, Engel Count's strength was even greater than that of most half-step Saint Realm fighters. Flames swept out. In an instant, Segundo Isakov's figure was covered by fire. Faced with the spreading domain and flames, Segundo Isakov also looked serious. His life energy surged inside him, and silver-white hair began to grow on his body. His nails lengthened, and his pupils turned into true, blood-red beast eyes. At this moment, he truly began to transform into a beast, and a more violent aura swept out. Bloodthirsty, crazy, savage. The surrounding flames seemed to be driven away by this aura. Boom. The energy rose high, but just as this wild aura swept out, the flames that had been pushed back quickly returned, burning even faster. In an instant, Segundo Isakov was completely engulfed in a sea of fire. A piercing scream spread out, and Segundo Isakov was suddenly overwhelmed with pain. The flames burned not only his body but also his bloodline, soul, and spirit. More terrifyingly, within his burning body, strands of life force were being drawn out and gathered toward Engel Count. Streams of life energy flowed, accompanied by the sound of desperate screams. Over at the Beast Soul Kingdom, several figures who had been concentrating suddenly changed their expressions. However, under the rules of the arena, no one could intervene. Some instinctively moved to act, but were immediately restrained. At this moment, the impact of what was happening was undoubtedly enormous. When the screams ceased, the flames also died down. Count Engelbert's figure slowly appeared. However, at this moment, When everyone looked at him, their expressions grew more serious. Segunder Isakov was quite strong, even very powerful. With the beast soul's power, he was not easily defeated by an ordinary half-step Saint Realm. But now, he was easily taken down by a member of the Tulip Kingdom. The flames disappeared, and Segunder Isakov's figure also vanished. The outcome was clear without needing further words. Kingdom of Tulips, Engeldrisrosa. Count Engelbert's voice rang out. At this moment, there was a brief silence in the arena. The scene was almost the same as before, but what was different was that the roles had reversed. Now it was the Beast Soul Kingdom on the other side. Everyone's eyes were serious, all focusing on Count Engelbert. They exchanged glances. Finally, one figure stepped forward. As he moved, his brown fur rapidly spread across his body, and his arms and torso began to change. In just a few steps, he appeared before Count Engelbert as a huge brown bear. Roar! A loud beast roar erupted, and a more ferocious aura than Segunder Isakov's beast form pressed down on Engelbert. Not only that, buzz! Ripples spread out. This was the power of the domain. Buzz! A ripple extended, and the domain's power expanded instantly, covering the surroundings. A more violent aura spread out, recklessly impacting the entire world. Boom! Count Engelbert felt his body sink slightly. In the next moment, a huge pressure seemed to come from the entire space, causing him to stagger. But it was only a stumble. Buzz! Another ripple spread out, and an invisible domain also radiated from Engelbert. Puff, puff, puff. In the sky, flames rose in clusters, spreading red fire across the surroundings and the heavens. The nascent domain of Count Engelbert suddenly collided with the domain of this figure. Boom! Rumble! A loud explosion echoed as the two domain energies clashed repeatedly. The air was instantly compressed and shattered, while an invisible pressure radiated outward from the two figures. Beast Soul Kingdom, Nazriel Hilbert. The deep voice of a beast-like figure almost sounded like it was coming from the transformed old man. Clearly different from the previous one, even in his transformed state, Nazriel Hilbert still maintained sharp clarity of mind. Tulip Kingdom, Engeldrisrosa. Count Engelberg also spoke. A vast blaze of fire swept around him, and a long spear made entirely of flames appeared. He gently grasped the spear with his right hand, and in the next moment, Count Engelberg moved. Under the blessing of his domain, flames seemed to ignite around him, and a terrifying aura began to rise from his body. Meanwhile, Nazriel Hilbert was covered in blood-red and violent energy. He stepped forward, and with a rumbling sound, charged toward Engelberg. Boom! In midair, the two collided. His giant, transformed fist clashed with the flaming spear. Powerful life force and fierce energy collided constantly. Boom! Boom! Rumble! The battle had begun quickly, with both unleashing their full strength without holding back. Engelberg's power surged to its limit, spreading rapidly around him, while Nazriel Hilbert's violent aura also expanded. At this moment, only their constantly colliding figures remained in the air. Below, nobles watched with serious expressions. After a moment, in the land of the Purple Golden Kingdom, Nazriel Hilbert has lost. An old man spoke. His words were soft, but immediately drew the attention of a middle-aged man and Isabella. Grandfather? Isabel looked curious and unconsciously glanced at her grandfather. Nazriel Hilbert's power is indeed stronger. His beast form makes him one of the top fighters within half a step of the Sacred Realm, but reaching the Sacred Realm depends not just on strength, but on domain mastery. Count Engel's domain has almost completely suppressed Nazriel Hilbert's domain. Seeing his granddaughter and son's confusion, the old man softly explained. Domain. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned and instinctively looked up. Only then did he realize, as his father had said, that Count Engel's domain had already taken over most of the sky. A terrifying blaze painted the entire sky in red. As for Nazriel Hilbert's domain, it was almost invisible now. Such strong power. Thor's father. Isabel blinked her beautiful eyes, her curiosity growing even more. Of course, it wasn't only the old man who saw this scene. It wasn't just the Tulip Kingdom. Every kingdom watching the battle was paying close attention. Any half-step Sacred Realm expert had already sensed the outcome. From the Beast Soul Kingdom, figures' expressions changed suddenly. Your Grace. One person instinctively spoke, looking toward the middle-aged man leading the group. "We lost." The middle-aged man sighed softly. Even though he found it hard to believe and didn't want to accept it, the scene before him clearly proved the result. And as if to confirm his words, the scene unfolded. Boom. Spurt. Crimson blood splattered as a fiery red spear pierced Nazriel Hilbert's chest in an instant. The immense force caused his body to fall from the sky. Rumble. The ground collapsed, and flames ignited around him immediately. However, Nazriel Hilbert did not let out a desperate scream. The one who had previously been reckless was certainly courting death, but Count Engel would not have held back this time. The flames burned and gradually died down, revealing a figure lying on the ground, completely black. Although his breath was still there, it was clear he could no longer stand. Victory. In the Tulip Kingdom, many figures saw this scene and couldn't help but smile happily. Even the three Grand Dukes looked pleased. Ha ha ha. Duke Leper, I didn't expect that Count Engel's strength is actually quite good. Nazriel Hilbert is also very strong. Count Carlinina's husband couldn't help but say. Yes, now things will be much easier, he added. This time, we should be able to win. Duke Skodar also spoke. Even the other two dukes, who had been tense and worried because Marquis Sorrow had died, couldn't help but show a hint of happiness. As long as they win this match, their fragment of the law will surely improve again. That's more exciting than simply losing half of it. Amid the spreading joy, Thor's gaze turned to a figure in the Beast Soul Kingdom. The alliance of 16 noble families didn't catch his attention much, except for Duke Leper of the Tulip Kingdom. There were two from the Sela Kingdom, one from the Purple Gold Kingdom, one from the Sacred Tree Kingdom, one from the Greenfield Kingdom, one from the Macedonia Kingdom, and one from the Sachi Kingdom. Besides these, only one person from the Beast Soul Kingdom caught his eye. The middle-aged man leading the Beast Soul Kingdom was extremely dangerous in Thor's perception. This danger was even comparable to anyone outside the Sela Kingdom, including those from the Purple Gold, Sacred Tree, Greenfield, Macedonia, and Sachi Kingdoms, as well as Duke Leper of the Tulip Kingdom. Thor looked again at Duke Leper. His thoughts quickly settled back. The man from the Beast Soul Kingdom still felt very terrifying, but his aura was probably similar to Duke Leper's. While Thor was lost in thought, someone else stepped onto the stage from the Beast Soul Kingdom again. Just like before, as soon as this figure appeared, he quickly transformed into a beast, and his domain power began to spread. In the blink of an eye, the wind domain took shape around him, trying to suppress Count Engel's fire domain. Unfortunately, it couldn't succeed. Instead, the wind domain was suppressed. This caused the figure's face to change, and he had to bravely rush forward. The beast-transformed figure moved incredibly fast, almost without leaving a shadow. But facing Count Engel's full firepower, he was still no match. This figure only lasted less than 15 minutes before falling down again. Next came the third person, then the fourth. Faced with Count Engelbert's expanding domain, they simply could not resist. As battles continued, more and more figures focused their attention on Count Engelbert. Many eyes were cast upon him, some curious, some doubtful, with various expressions. Among these expressions, the sixth battle quickly arrived. But this time, surprisingly, the middle-aged man standing at the center of the Beast Soul Kingdom moved. Unlike before, he did not transform into a beast, nor did his domain spread. However, with each step he took, Count Engelbert's expanding domain was being pushed back. No, it was not just pushed back, it was breaking apart. For the first time, Count Engelbert's face showed a serious expression. He could feel an unprecedented pressure as the middle-aged man approached. Sweat began to seep from his forehead. He was powerful, unimaginably strong. Even after several battles, even at his peak, Count Engelbert knew he was no match for the man before him. Just as Count Engelbert was gathering his strength for a final burst of effort, a gentle voice sounded. Count Engelbert, leave this to me. Thank you for your hard work this time. The voice of Duke Lepore rang out. In the next moment, he stepped forward, quickly appearing in front of Count Engelbert. Duke Lepore, Count Engelbert instinctively said. Take a good rest now, Duke Lepore replied with a smile. Faced with Duke Lepore's words again, Count Engelbert took a deep breath, then looked deeply at the figure in the distance and nodded in agreement. Duke Lepore, let's settle this battle ourselves. Continuing to fight serves no purpose, The middle-aged man said calmly. That's true. Duke Lepore chuckled softly. He nodded in agreement. Even though this didn't give the kingdom of Tulip much advantage, Duke Lepore knew that at their level, even if they exhausted themselves, they could easily deal with ordinary half-step sacred domain opponents. Boom. As the words fell, two huge domains suddenly spread out. Yes, it was the domain. At this moment, what was spreading over the two people was no longer just a prototype of a domain, but a true domain. This is something only a sacred realm can possess. However, at this moment, both of them were only half a step into the sacred realm, yet they could already demonstrate a real domain. Being close to the sacred realm, only the transformation of the life seed was missing, and this was mainly a matter of energy. As long as they wanted, they could complete this level of transformation at any time. Most of the reason they maintained this level was to participate in the Kingdom War. Boom. Rumble. A loud roar echoed across the sky. The battle immediately escalated to a higher level. At this moment, even the powerful Noble Alliance couldn't help but focus their attention on the fight between the two. Even the figure within the Sierra Kingdom was watching. Beast soul power. Too bad. It's just the power of a sacred beast. A calm voice spoke, but his words caused many around him to be surprised. For him, the power of a sacred beast was nothing special, but for others, it was extraordinary. Even those who were only half a step into the sacred realm felt the same. After all, beasts that reach the sacred realm are almost as strong as humans in the sacred realm, or even stronger. If they wanted to gain the power of the sacred realm, relying on human effort alone wouldn't be enough. Now, the Beast Soul Kingdom's representative had fused the power of a sacred beast. This was incredible. Of course, the others were unsettled, but the person involved didn't seem to care much. He only looked for a moment before withdrawing his gaze and continuing to think. Compared to the Sierra Kingdom's calmness, the figures from other kingdoms looked more serious. As a mid-level noble alliance, both the Tulip Kingdom and the Beast Soul Kingdom exceeded their expectations. Their strength was even comparable to those of powerful noble alliances. Especially the two mid-level noble alliances, now exchanging looks, feeling a mix of awe and fear. It seemed they were lucky. Otherwise, if they had encountered either of these two kingdoms, the outcome would have been obvious. Even the Green Wilderness Kingdom, the Divine Tree Kingdom, and the Sachi Kingdom, each of the strong ones showed some change in their expressions. Their strength, even considering the current situation, seemed to be very close to theirs. Whether it is the number of semi-sacred realms or the strength of top semi-sacred realms, it is the same. Of course, at this moment, neither Duke Lepore nor the one from the Beast Soul Kingdom paid much attention to these details. The battle quickly became intense. Their domains even extended to a limit. Duke Lepore's strength was originally slightly weaker than the one from the Beast Soul Kingdom, but his fight with the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon allowed his domain to fully form, raising his strength to a new level. Even against the previous Grand Duke of the Red Dragon, he was no longer inferior. Compared to the one from the Beast Soul Kingdom, it was even more so. Boom. Rumbling sounds echoed through the sky as two figures kept colliding. Their domain's power intertwined constantly. This was a truly perfect domain, far beyond the initial stage of domain formation. The entire surrounding sky within a dozen miles was affected by their battle. Below, whether it was the people from the Beast Soul Kingdom or the Tulip Kingdom, they couldn't help but feel tense. After all, their fight was almost deciding the final outcome of the duel between the two noble alliances. But compared to their tension, Thor was much calmer. He was not overly worried. The strength of the Beast Soul Kingdom's figure was not inferior to Duke Lepore. However, compared to that figure, Duke Lepore had mastered a complete domain, allowing him to display strength that the Beast Soul Kingdom's figure could not match. Merging beast magic could indeed give the Beast Soul Kingdom power far beyond ordinary knights before reaching the Sacred Realm, but under the power of the Sacred Realm, the situation was very different, especially since this domain could not be fully considered the domain of that figure. This was usually not a big problem, but facing Duke Lepore, the outcome was almost certain. Roaring sounds echoed repeatedly. Finally, after about an hour of battle, a beast roar suddenly sounded. In the next moment, a huge shadow fell from the sky. Boom. Rumbling sounds continued. The ground quickly collapsed. Over at the Beast Soul Kingdom, the figures' expressions changed as they hurriedly ran over. In midair, Duke Lupuer was breathing heavily, slowly descending. "We won," Duke Kael'nina whispered softly. The others' eyes brightened at that moment, especially the two marquises, who all sighed in relief. Count Lingel's face also showed a hint of excitement. Tuer also smiled. Everyone quickly moved closer. "Grand Duke Lupuer! Grand Duke Lupuer!" Voices called out one after another, each person unable to hide their joy. Winning meant they would gain a large number of law fragments next. With their current strength, probably no one dared to challenge them. These law fragments, in the end, only needed to be handed over at the very last moment. And all this could happen without doing anything else. In fact, as they showed their strength, other members of the Tulip Noble Alliance, not to mention Duke Kael'nina and Duke Skodar, had some thoughts. They realized that those extremely powerful noble alliances still had chances. As long as they won, they would have 2 chances to challenge and 2 chances to be challenged. They could challenge alliances of the same level that had won, or higher-level alliances that had either won or lost. Even alliances of the same level, like the Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance, had only a few truly strong ones. Except for the Sela Kingdom, which was clearly stronger than the Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance, other alliances, even if strong, were quite limited. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for them. Of course, these thoughts were just forming now. Everything would only become clear after the first round of duels ended, so they could act. Their minds were racing. Meanwhile, the members of the Beast Soul Kingdom quickly approached. They handed over half of the law fragments to the Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance. Faced with their defeat, the Beast Soul Kingdom was complicated. But a failure was a failure. No matter how reluctant they were, they could only choose to hand over the fragments. The rules of the duel could not be broken by them. After their failure, their attention naturally shifted to other noble alliances, especially the 2 major alliances about to fight each other. The Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance paid no mind to this, and neither did anyone else. The duel continued. This round was between the Fierce Prison Kingdom and the Tianxin Kingdom. Compared to the overpowered Beast Soul Kingdom and the Tulip Kingdom, the battle between the Fierce Prison and Tianxin Kingdom was much calmer. Both kingdoms had only 5 half-step Saint Realm experts. In the end, the Fierce Prison Kingdom's Noble Alliance won with difficulty. However, the victorious Fierce Prison group was not happy because Tianxin Kingdom had only a few fragments of the law, around 20 or so, usually only a dozen, totaling just over 30. Now, it seemed they were being targeted by the Beast Soul Kingdom. The strength of the Beast Soul Kingdom was undeniable. Failure was almost certain. The 30 or so law fragments they had just obtained would likely be halved again soon. Meanwhile, the Tianxin Kingdom Noble Alliance looked grim. They were the unluckiest, as they had no rival noble alliance at their level to challenge them. The more powerful alliances were beyond their reach, and they could only hope that lower-level alliances might dare to challenge them. But the problem was, those lower alliances might also be strong, and if they lost, their law fragments would decrease further. Of course, they didn't care much about this. The duel continued. Compared to higher-level alliances, the lower-level alliances were much weaker, with most having only 2 or 3 half-step Saint Realm experts, and one alliance even only had 1. As a result, fewer people paid attention. Even the Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance no longer focused on the duel. Instead, they began discussing their next move. "Everyone, should we continue challenging, or wait for others to challenge us?" Duke Lupuer looked at everyone with a serious tone. His words were both a question and a choice, whether they should stay put or try to fight again. This time, they collected 20 fragments of the law, divided among 7 families. Everyone could get some, waiting for challenges. Basically, they were waiting for the outcome, just paying the last law fragment to finish. As mentioned before, according to the rules of the arena, most likely no noble alliance would dare challenge them. So, the current law fragments are essentially the final ones. If they choose to challenge again, it's a gamble. "Count Lupuer, I think we should stop challenging," Marquis McKennedy suddenly spoke up amid the silence. His voice was quiet. It was understandable. He was still shaken by the death of Marquis Soro. Seeing everyone silent, he became nervous. A kingdom of beast souls had caused Marquis Soro's mysterious death. He didn't want to be the next. But no one responded to his words, which made Marquis McKennedy feel awkward. However, no one cared about his embarrassment. Marquis McKennedy, this is our chance. If we can get more law fragments, we will truly win this kingdom war. Not to mention, the credits alone will support our family's growth for a long time. After a moment of silence, Duke Skodar spoke. His voice was deep, and his gaze looked at everyone present, finally settling on Duke Kalnina and Marquis Lepure. Marquis McKennedy instinctively wanted to speak, but a hand stopped him. He looked over and saw Marquis Ivano shaking his head at him. Startled, Marquis McKennedy realized they couldn't interfere. Although they were members of the Noble Alliance, they were insignificant in the current situation. Count Engel, what do you think? Duke Skodar asked, turning to Count Engel with a questioning tone. As Duke Skodar spoke, all eyes turned to Count Engel. Because of Count Engel's display, everyone's attitude toward him changed even more. Lord Lepure, I have looked into it. Among the 6 powerful noble alliances, the Purple Gold Kingdom is not a good fit for us since it is also in the northern 3 kingdoms. Besides that, the Sela Kingdom and the Macedonian Kingdom are strong but not suitable choices. The Greenfield Kingdom and the Sacred Tree Kingdom have been defeated, so they probably don't have many law fragments. Our best chance is the Sachi Kingdom, which previously defeated the Greenfield Kingdom. Its strength was not surprising, and it gained law fragments from the Greenfield Kingdom. The law fragments you currently hold are undoubtedly second only to those of the Sela and Macedonian kingdoms. Faced with these eyes, Count Engel hesitated slightly before answering. The Sachi Kingdom? But they have 7 half-step sacred domain experts. Our strength isn't enough yet. Duke Kalnina frowned slightly and spoke with a serious tone. That's true, and the Sachi Kingdom's Noxus hand isn't easy to deal with. Duke Skodar also spoke. Compared to the Beast Soul Kingdom, the Sachi Kingdom is definitely stronger. Since it is close to the Tulip Kingdom, the 3 top noble families there also know about the Sachi Kingdom. The Sachi Kingdom's Noxus hand is a legend in the entire Northern Kingdom. He fought against the Sky Knights during his Earthly Knight days, then against half-step Sacred Domain experts during his Sky Knight days, and even fought and remained undefeated against Sacred Domain experts. He has gradually become a legend. Facing such a figure, even though they are confident in Lord Lepure, they still feel a bit uneasy. Is the Sachi Kingdom too strong? Maybe the Sacred Tree Kingdom or the Greenfield Kingdom are also good options. Duke Kalnina spoke. The Sacred Tree Kingdom and the Greenfield Kingdom don't have many law fragments. Even if they win, they probably won't gain much. It wouldn't be very beneficial for them. Lord Lepure shook his head and softly said. Hearing Lepure's words, Duke Kalnina and Duke Skodar couldn't help but furrow their brows. They knew this very well. Compared to the Greenfield and Sacred Tree Kingdoms, the Sachi Kingdom is indeed a bit risky. Hand over the Noxus hand to me. It should be fine. As for the others, Count Engel should be capable of dealing with 2.5 Saint Realm experts. We still have a good chance. Of course, if the 2 Grand Dukes think it's not feasible, we can choose to challenge the Green Wild Kingdom or the Sacred Tree Kingdom first. Duke Lepure speaks thoughtfully. With his words, Duke Kalnina and Duke Skodar fall silent for a moment. After a short pause, everyone decides to challenge the Sacred Tree Kingdom first. Compared to the powerful Sachi Kingdom, the Sacred Tree Kingdom is weaker. Even though they lost a battle and their fragment of the law is halved, they will still gain some rewards. Even if the rewards are fewer, it's better than nothing. Neither Count Engel nor Tua has any objections. Maybe fighting the Sachi Kingdom would bring bigger gains, but it could also attract the attention of the Sela and Macedon kingdoms earlier. Waiting a bit longer isn't a bad idea. After discussing among the Tulip Kingdom's noble alliance, the first round ends. The second round begins. This time, the Purple Gold Kingdom challenges the Green Wild Kingdom. The Tulip Kingdom challenges the Sacred Tree Kingdom. The Macedon Kingdom challenges the Sachi Kingdom. The Beast Soul Kingdom challenges the Tiansin Kingdom. The Sela Kingdom does not participate in the second round, and no one challenges them. Compared to the first round, the second round's battles are much more intense. As night falls, the second round ends. The Macedon Kingdom, Tulip Kingdom, Purple Gold Kingdom, and Beast Soul Kingdom emerge victorious. The Tulip Kingdom gains more law fragments, surprisingly collecting 25 fragments this time, more than in the first round. It's clear that the Sacred Tree Kingdom has far more law fragments than the Beast Soul Kingdom. However, after this round, the Sacred Tree Kingdom's fragments have decreased to 25. If they lose again, they will only have around 10. This has little to do with the Tulip Kingdom's Noble Alliance. After the second round, everyone begins to discuss again. The second round ends. All the Noble Alliances are now returning to their own bases, including the Tulip Noble Alliance. However, with everyone's return, the death of Marquis Solo has caused great sadness in the Solo family. Compared to the sorrow of the Solo family, the Tulip Noble Alliance is more focused on tomorrow's third round of combat. After consecutive victories over the Beast Soul Kingdom and the Tulip Kingdom of the Godwood Kingdom, there are fewer options left for the next choice. The remaining options are the Sela Kingdom, the Macedonia Kingdom, and the Surla Kingdom. These are currently the only 3 choices available to the Tulip Kingdom's Noble Alliance. Seeing these options, everyone present furrowed their brows slightly. Given the strength of the Surla Kingdom, we probably can't compete. Our only options are likely the Macedonia Kingdom and the Tulip Kingdom, said Duke Skodar slowly by the campfire. No, our real choice is only one, the Macedonia Kingdom. Since the Tulip Kingdom is also one of the 3 northern kingdoms, we should not choose it unless absolutely necessary, he continued. Even if the Tulip Kingdom has gained some fragments of the law through battles with the Greenfield Kingdom, it wouldn't be too many, added Duke Karenina, shaking her head. As these words were spoken, the figures around the campfire frowned. For a moment, no one spoke. After a brief pause, Duke Leper broke the silence. Tomorrow's third round of combat will be against the Macedonia Kingdom, he announced. After his words, the 9 of them exchanged glances but ultimately said nothing. It seemed like they had made a choice, but in reality, they knew they hadn't. When the opponent becomes the Macedonia Kingdom, the pressure on them will undoubtedly increase significantly. Compared to the Godwood Kingdom and the Beast Soul Kingdom, the Macedonia Kingdom is much stronger. The chance of winning against such an opponent is really low. But if they don't choose, the risk is even greater. This could mean they might be selected by the Surla Kingdom. Compared to the Macedonia Kingdom, their chances of winning are low, and facing Surla, there is truly no hope. Everyone understands how to choose. Viscount Tuaw, the figure holding the law mark will be entrusted to you, said Duke Leper to Tuaw, speaking in a serious tone amid the silence. Understood. Thor faced Duke Leper and others with worried expressions, nodded slightly, and showed no hesitation. Count Engelbert, the 2 new semi-holy domain experts are entrusted to you. Grand Duke Karelina, Grand Duke Skodar, and the others behind him. Around the campfire, Duke Leper quickly made arrangements. Compared to their strength, the Macedonian Kingdom was much stronger on paper, with 9 semi-holy domain experts. Even after full deployment, there was still 1 extra semi-holy domain expert. This was unavoidable. The Tulip Kingdom's Noble Alliance had only 7 semi-holy domain experts, even with Thor and Count Engelbert included, while the other side had 9. Yes, 9. They initially thought there were only 8, but during the battle with the Sachi Kingdom, they discovered the Macedonian Kingdom actually had 9. If they included the one with the law mark, there were already 10. Having more was a big advantage. Even if Count Engelbert could handle 2 people and Thor could hold 1 back, there would still be 7 on their side, but only 5 remained from the Tulip Kingdom's Noble Alliance. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Night fell quickly. The discussion continued until dawn. When the system notification ended, everyone left the central area to rest at their camps. Thor also opened the daily intelligence system. Rows of daily reports appeared. As time passed, more and more information about the upcoming divine awakening became available. That day, Thor saw another chance to avoid stepping into the divine awakening. However, he only glanced at it briefly and didn't think much about it. Right now, for him, avoiding this crisis had already happened several times. The key was to find useful information in the daily reports that could help him or his family improve. Unfortunately, in recent days, there was less and less relevant intelligence. Night fell again. When the morning sun rose, the 16 noble alliances returned to the center. The third round began today. Like yesterday, the Kingdom of Sela still did not choose a challenger. The Purple Gold Kingdom chose the Sachi Kingdom. The Sacred Tree Kingdom fought with the Greenfield Kingdom. The Tulip Kingdom chose the Macedonian Kingdom. As for the middle-tier noble alliance, the Beast Soul Kingdom was skipped, and the lower-tier noble alliance selected their opponents. The battle began quickly. First, the fight between the Purple Flower Kingdom and the Sachi Kingdom. Compared to the Purple Flower Kingdom, the Sachi Kingdom was originally stronger, but yesterday it was heavily damaged by the Macedonian Kingdom and suffered an unavoidable defeat to the Purple Flower Kingdom. The war between the Sacred Tree Kingdom and the Greenfield Kingdom ended with the Greenfield Kingdom winning. The Sacred Tree Kingdom suffered another crushing defeat, losing half of its law fragments. Because of 3 consecutive defeats, the Sacred Tree Kingdom was no longer only challenged by the Beast Soul Kingdom. Even the Sky Forest Kingdom could challenge them now. According to the rules of the duel, winning 1 match allows a challenge to a higher-level noble alliance, while losing 3 matches gives the lower-level noble alliance the right to challenge. Of course, these rules had nothing to do with the Tulip Kingdom's noble alliance. In the third round, third match, as the battle between the Sacred Tree Kingdom and the Greenfield Kingdom ended, the next match was about to begin. At the start of the match, a young figure stepped forward directly. Macedonian Kingdom, Thierry Smith. The figure stood in midair, lightning flickering around him. The power of the law mark in his forehead was constantly jumping, and an invisible ripple spread instantly around him. This was the power of a pseudo-domain. As the ripple spread, arcs of electricity seemed to flicker all around. Below, all eyes focused on this young figure. Everyone's gaze flickered with interest. The law mark, even for someone at the half-step saint realm, it was not an ordinary sign. It naturally drew their attention. Viscount Tor. The old Duke Leper's gaze shifted to Tor as he spoke. Leave it to me. Tor nodded slightly, then stepped forward in one stride. At this moment, ripples began to spread out, and the power of the pseudo-domain rapidly expanded. Boom. Rumble. 2 forces of the pseudo-domain collided fiercely. The law marks intertwined, both representing thunder and lightning, constantly impacting each other. For a moment, the surrounding area instantly turned into a land of roaring thunder and lightning. What is this? Someone instinctively spoke, and their gaze immediately shifted toward the Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance. Others directly locked their eyes on Thor. They widened their eyes in shock. No one expected that, besides Count Engelbert, who was a half-step saint, the Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance also had a young person who mastered the law imprint, just like the Macedonian Kingdom. Moreover, judging by their aura, they seemed to have reached the Sky Knight level. Hey, are you joking? I feel like no knight from the Tulip Kingdom is even 30 years old. I feel the same. Is this too young? What's so strange about that? The Macedonian Kingdom's young master isn't much older. That's different. The Macedonian one is nearly 40, but this one looks only 25 or 26. Could they really be a Sky Knight at 25 or 26? Wow. Voices mixed with surprise. Compared to their reactions, Isabel's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she stared blankly at the figure stepping forward. She had thought Count Engelbert's display of a half-step saint was already enough to surprise her, but she hadn't expected that was just the beginning. Now Thor was showing the strength of a Sky Knight. Isabel knew how strong Thor was. A year ago, Thor's strength was only at the level of an ordinary Earth Knight. Now, she saw that in just 1 year, Thor had reached the level of a Sky Knight. What made her heart race even more was the law imprint beating at Thor's forehead. The law imprint. That was the law imprint. Could it be from that time? It's him. Isabel muttered to herself, her mind involuntarily recalling her experience in the ruins. Back then, Thor was the last to come out. She thought Thor hadn't gained much, just like the others, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Isabel, are you sure the Dressrosa family is just an earl's family? The middle-aged man asked instinctively, glancing at Thor in the distance and then at his daughter. His face twitched slightly. Wow, a half-step saint, and someone who has mastered the law imprint. If such a person is just from an earl's family, then what are they? Isabel opened her mouth, but didn't know how to answer for a moment. The Dressrosa family. The old man whispered softly, his eyes looking into the distance. Several other noble alliance families reacted similarly to the Anubai family. Even the king of Sela Kingdom's eyes brightened. Law mark under 30 years old. He murmured to himself, then looked at an elderly man nearby. Grandfather, do you know that heir from the Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance? The middle-aged man spoke with a hint of inquiry. I don't know. but judging by the badge, he should be one of the half-step Saint Domain heirs from the Tulip Kingdom. The old man shook his head. He didn't recognize Tor himself, but with the family badge, he could make some guesses. Is that Dressrosa? Wait, after the duel, go over there. Never mind, I'll go myself later. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, and then spoke. Wow. Hearing his words, the old man was a bit surprised. The school has admission standards. If such a genius can be brought to Canaan Academy, I could earn many points. The middle-aged man explained softly. Understood. The old man nodded slightly. Though reluctant, he knew this was good for his grandson, so he could only agree. At this moment, Tor didn't know what the other Noble Alliance families were thinking. The power of the pseudo-domain spread instantly, colliding with Tilly Smith's pseudo-domain. Both bore the imprint of the Thunder Law. At this moment, the entire sky seemed to turn into a thunder prison. Tilly Smith's expression showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect that there was a Sky Knight in the Tulip Kingdom who also mastered a law imprint. And looking at the other's age, he was even younger than him. Who are you? Tilly Smith asked with a serious look. From the Tulip Kingdom, Tor Dressrosa. Tor spoke calmly. After carefully sensing Tilly Smith's thunder pseudo-domain, he shook his head. This pseudo-domain power was even weaker than his current thunder pseudo-domain. At most, he had only initially mastered the power of the pseudo-domain. His strength is probably not much greater than Lean's, let alone his. Dressrosa? Tilly Smith instinctively spoke, looking a bit confused. He had never heard of such a family before. But just as he was wondering, boom. Rumble. A loud roar echoed, and in the next moment, Thor's surrounding thunder power instantly expanded. Suddenly, Tilly Smith's fake domain began to break apart. A huge sense of pressure pressed down from the sky. Not good. His face changed, and he instinctively tried to act. But in the next second, it's over. Thor spoke calmly. He gently clenched and pulled with his right hand. Boom. Dark clouds gathered above the sky, and endless lightning struck down. Then, a flash of bright white light filled the entire view instantly. Rumble. A loud roar echoed as Tilly Smith's body was covered by lightning, and he was immediately thrown down from the sky. Boom. Rumble. Lightning fell from the sky. At this moment, Thor's fake domain had already covered the entire sky. Tilly Smith had no time to react and was completely wrapped in terrifying lightning. His whole body fell like a shooting star from the sky. Silence, as still as death. Everyone was still marveling at the two young people with engraved law marks. But in the next moment, the outcome of their fight was already clear. Tilly Smith was almost powerless and was defeated instantly. At this moment, not only the Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance and the Macedonian Kingdom Noble Alliance, but even other Kingdom Noble Alliances were stunned and couldn't react in time. Gulp. Such strength. Someone instinctively swallowed saliva and muttered to himself, but no one paid attention to him. Until, in the Macedonian Kingdom, a figure flew past and caught Tilly Smith, breaking the silence instantly. Over in the Tulip Kingdom, two marquises exchanged a glance, both feeling a shiver inside. Their minds involuntarily recalled their previous targeting. Especially, Marquis McKennedy felt a cold sweat soaking his back in an instant. He had previously challenged Tor Dressrosa. The other side could easily deal with Tilly Smith of the Macedonian Kingdom, and he believed it wouldn't be much different for himself. He even suspected that if it hadn't been during the Noble Alliance meeting, but an outside encounter, the opponent wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him directly. Haha, Count Engelbert, I didn't expect your son to be so strong. His pseudo-domain power is almost at the edge of a real domain. Most peak Sky Knights would probably find it hard to compete. Duke Leper laughed loudly, a hint of joy in his eyes. A few others present also showed smiles of happiness. Tor's performance far exceeded their expectations and gave them more hope. Originally, there was an extra half-step saint, but now it didn't seem like a big problem. Tord said he could handle that extra half-step saint, even if just to buy time, which would give the Tulip Kingdom's Noble Alliance a significant advantage. The nobles of the Tulip Kingdom understood this, and on the other side, the Macedonian Noble Alliance also realized it. So, after Tilly Smith was knocked down, the faces of the Macedonian nobles slightly changed. Grand Duke. Figures looked toward the central figure of the Macedonian Kingdom. The central figure also frowned, as no one expected the situation to turn around so quickly at the start. The Macedonian Noble Alliance originally didn't care much about the Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance. After all, besides the top-tier half-step saints, Duke Leper was strong, but others, in both number and strength, couldn't compare to the Macedonian Noble Alliance. There was no chance of losing. But now, the situation had changed. Tord's strength exceeded their expectations. Perhaps he could really hold back a half-step saint. At that point, it would be hard to guarantee that no accidents would happen. Grand Duke Smith, a middle-aged man, hesitated slightly, then looked toward the figure who had just handed Thierry Smith over to the knight attendant. Understood. Faced with the middle-aged man's gaze, the figure nodded slightly. Buzz. A ripple spread out, and a layer of domain quickly expanded upward. As the domain spread, Thor's fake domain almost collapsed instantly. In that moment, the sky, which had become a prison of lightning, was gradually covered by a heavy weight, and a sense of heaviness spread through the air. The air became thick and heavy at this moment. Thor also felt his body grow heavy and sink slightly. But it was only a slight sinking, and soon he steadied himself. His eyes grew serious as he looked toward the figure stepping forward in the distance. Kingdom of Macedonia, Kratos Smith. The figure spoke calmly. However, as soon as he spoke, the surrounding people couldn't help but be surprised. Even from the Tulip Kingdom side, many faces changed color. The Smith family was not an unknown family. Within the Kingdom of Macedonia, the Smith family was one of the top noble families. No one expected that, just as the third round of the duel was starting, Duke Smith would personally appear. And right from the beginning, he unleashed his domain. This is trouble. Now, Duke Smith himself is taking action. Duke Kalenina whispered softly. Duke Skodar and Duke Leper also frowned. This outcome was not what they expected, and it definitely disrupted their original plan. In the entire half-step sacred domain of the Kingdom of Macedonia, Duke Smith's strength was not the top, but he was definitely among the top 3. Faced with such a powerful figure, not to mention Thor, who was just a sky knight, even Duke Kalenina or Duke Skodar didn't feel confident. Count Engel, let Viscount Thor step down. Sighing, Duke Leper looked at Count Engel and spoke softly. No need. Count Engel shook his head and looked slightly frowning into the distance. Count Engel, this is not about persistence. The gap in strength is too big. Duke Skodar also couldn't help but speak. Duke Kalenina opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He naturally hoped Thor could hold on, even if only to delay that Duke Smith, which would be greatly beneficial to their Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance. But at this moment, he also felt shy to speak. After all, both Duke Skodar and Duke Leper had spoken first. This isn't persistence. Tuor can handle it. Count Engel shook his head. Others were worried, but Count Engel was not. He still clearly remembers the scene from that day. Even though he didn't experience the final thunder strike himself, he had a feeling that Tuor's strength might not be worse than his, maybe even stronger. Hearing Count Engel's words, the nobles of the Tulip Kingdom Alliance were all surprised. No one expected Count Engel to respond like that. After being stunned, everyone felt a sudden shock. It was obvious that Count Engel wasn't deliberately acting this way, so there was only one possibility. Even facing a half-step Saint Realm, Tuor Rosa could at least resist. Once this idea appeared, everyone's hearts started to beat faster. Of course, at this moment, regardless of their thoughts or guesses. In the sky, with the appearance of Duke Smith, his vast domain completely covered Tuor. A strong gravity force pressed down on Tuor. At this moment, Tuor could feel every cell and piece of flesh in his body being squeezed by this gravity. This was Duke Smith's gravity domain. Even if it was just a prototype, once inside, without a corresponding domain resistance, one would inevitably suffer from the immense gravity. Although it wouldn't directly crush the opponent, the battle would inevitably be affected. Domain, he whispered softly. After sensing carefully for a moment, Tuor shook his head. It was clear that this domain was far inferior to that of the Red Dragon Duke. Even though it still shattered his Pseudo-Thunder domain, it could only break through his Pseudo-Thunder domain. If he used his Ice and Snow domain, this gravity domain might not be able to break through. Even with his Pseudo-Thunder domain, he still had ways to deal with it. A deep blue law mark appeared between his eyebrows. Within this law mark, a faint outline of a thunder artifact surrounded by lightning flickered. As the thunder artifact flickered, Tuar's pseudo-domain suddenly expanded again. In an instant, it collided directly with Duke Smith's gravity domain. Boom. The collision of domains caused the surrounding air to be instantly compressed. Boom. Rumble. A loud roar echoes as countless dark clouds gather again above the sky. Thunderbolts spread across the entire world in this moment. The normally calm Duke Smith's face slightly changes. Impossible, he exclaims in disbelief. Under his domain, Thor's false domain surprisingly extends further and even causes the sky to change. He is truly on the verge of forming a real domain, not just a false one. In theory, when a true domain and a false domain collide, there should be no surprise. But at this moment, something seems to be happening. Of course, Duke Smith does not yet realize that the false domain spreading from Thor is no longer just a power of the law, but also includes the shadow of a thunder artifact. Adding these together is not simply 1 plus 1. Nothing is impossible. A domain prototype is just a prototype, not a real domain. Countless lightning flashes as Thor gathers lightning in his hands, forming a long spear entirely made of lightning. Boom. The air instantly explodes, and in the next moment, Thor charges at Duke Smith wielding the lightning spear. Lightning surrounds him, and Thor's speed is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he covers over 100 meters. The domains keep colliding, and the pressure of gravity begins to dissipate. Duke Smith is startled and quickly draws his knight's sword, almost instinctively blocking. Boom. The lightning-formed spear crashes into the knight's sword, causing a huge explosion that shakes the world, with lightning flashing all around. With a loud clash, the powerful force and lightning cause Duke Smith's hand to tingle slightly. He instinctively relaxes his grip, and then he stumbles backward with a series of thuds. This scene is immediately reflected in the Noble Alliance below. The figures there stare wide-eyed, their expressions full of disbelief. My God, is this? Oh my God. Hey, am I hallucinating? I think I am hallucinating too. Did Duke Smith just retreat? It seems to have retreated. Sounds of voices mixed together, causing the ground to suddenly become quite noisy. Not only the Tulip Kingdom and the Violet Flower Kingdom, but even several nearby noble alliances were affected. Duke Smith is not a weak person. Many people had already predicted the outcome of this battle, but no one expected the situation to turn out completely different from their expectations. Thor actually gained the upper hand. In the chaos, figures stared wide-eyed, their gazes fixed on the two figures in the sky. High above, the two fighters quickly entered a fierce battle. Thor was surrounded by the power of thunder, with a shadow of a thunder artifact appearing. Boom. Rumble. Lightning flashed constantly, and a powerful aura shook the entire world. At this moment, Thor had almost used all his thunder power. Even the shadow of the artifact was fully activated. Since becoming a Sky Knight, his strength had not yet fully transformed. However, the shadow of the thunder artifact, combined with fragments of thunder law and the increased life source energy, allowed him to fight at a level close to a half-step saint domain. Perhaps because the god of thunder was about to awaken, the entire foreign space was filled with intense thunder energy. With his thunder artifact shadow and pseudo-domain spreading out, these thunder forces gathered toward him, continuously boosting his strength. What was once barely enough to fight a half-step saint domain now gradually reached that level. Even Duke Smith seemed to be starting to be suppressed. This result made Duke Smith's face turn extremely pale. He never expected to be pushed down by a young man like this. He found it hard to believe and accept. No matter how much he fought back, his domain's prototype couldn't spread. Even more shocking, the entire domain prototype was being suppressed by a pseudo-domain. Boom, boom, rumble. The sounds continued to echo. Below, the figure from the Sela Kingdom seemed to sense something. Instinctively, he looked into the distance with a puzzled expression. Boom. Rumbling sounds echo across the sky, as the power of lightning gathers continuously, spreading a strong aura throughout the entire sky. At this moment, countless bolts of lightning intertwine around Thor, boosting his strength once again. In midair, Duke Smith is completely covered by the Thunder Prison. His life force and even the initial form of his domain are suppressed. He seems to be completely immersed in a sea of lightning. Below, many people are shocked by what they see, their eyes wide open, unable to process the scene. They are overwhelmed by the impact of what's happening before them, especially the nobles of the Tulip Kingdom Alliance. Gulp. Marquis McKinney can't help but swallow hard. He feels a tingling sensation on his scalp. He even wishes he could slap his past self in the face. It seems he has offended a very powerful being. The Dries Rosa family, with Earl Engel previously showing terrifying strength, now has a descendant whose power appears even stronger than Earl Engel's. He might even be able to suppress Duke Smith. Duke Smith is well known among many kingdoms for his reputation. Of course, Marquis McKinney is trembling with fear, while others are beginning to show some hope. Thor has suppressed Duke Smith. If he can win, they might really have a chance. If they manage to defeat Duke Smith, then only 8 semi-holy realm experts remain in the Macedon Kingdom's Noble Alliance, and one of those is a powerful semi-holy realm expert. The Tulip Noble Alliance still has 6 members left. 6 against 8, they already have a good chance. Everyone's eyes are shining with hope. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Sela, a middle-aged man's brow furrows deeper and deeper. What's going on? He murmurs to himself, looking confused. What's wrong? A figure nearby notices the middle-aged man and asks with curiosity. Nothing. The middle-aged man shakes his head but keeps his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. At the same time, in the Thunder Prison area, the battle continues. The battle began, and many top nobles headed toward the center. Especially when everyone quickly realized that the Thunder Prison was not yielding much, the situation became even more intense. However, some people still refused to give up. Many nobles continued to gather here, including those from powerful kingdoms. There were remnants of the Spencer family, the Campbell family, and nobles from the Purple Golden King Kingdom, Macedonian Kingdom, Sachi Kingdom, Fiery Kingdom, and even the Sierra Kingdom. As more nobles gathered, their conflicts inevitably spread. With the spread of fighting, blood soaked the entire Thunder Prison. Knight's blood, full of strong life energy, initially caused little change, but over time, the situation inside the Thunder Prison began to shift. First, the number of lightning bolts increased sharply. Then, a nearly sky-penetrating lightning pillar became clearer, and the shadow of the lightning spear flickered faintly. In the sky, countless lightning elements gathered. Those inside the Thunder Prison soon noticed something unusual. Their cultivation seemed to become easier, and the gathering lightning made them feel as if they were sensing the power of the laws. Yes, the power of the laws. For some ordinary families, they might not have noticed this change yet, but for heirs of top families, it brought them great joy in that moment. Signs of the laws. This is the mark of the laws. Once understood, it could lead to the formation of law seals, and those who achieve this might at least reach the sacred realm, with a high chance of stepping into the divine realm in the future. Excitement spread quickly. These heirs of top families soon realized that as more blood poured into the Thunder Prison, the signs of the laws became even more obvious. This caused conflicts to erupt even more fiercely. Boom! Rumbles echoed loudly. Huge roars filled the air as battles broke out. Many knights died in the chaos, and blood continued to flow into the entire Thunder Prison. Meanwhile, as the signs of lightning became more prominent, many nobles still moved closer. Fighting and madness filled the scene. Roars echoed throughout the Thunder Prison. It seemed as if the place had once again become a sea of lightning. Below the Thunder Prison, deep underground, that lifeless body still lying quietly now suddenly began to become active as lightning power around it surged. Because of this, traces of the Law of Thunder also started to appear in the surroundings. At this moment, the people above the Thunder Prison did not yet realize what was happening. The battle continued to spread. The fighting persisted. A large amount of blood was still pouring into the entire Thunder Prison, making the traces of the Thunder Law more visible. Kill! A sharp shout rang out. Marquis Campbell's eyes flashed with fierceness. Surrounded by lightning, he suddenly struck into the crowd. Elsewhere, a figure tore through the air and rushed toward another direction. Boom! Booming sounds echoed. The huge power of thunder continued to spread. The force of thunder was spreading toward the sky. From a distance, even Thor, who was fighting Smith, couldn't help but glance toward the faraway scene. Has it started? He whispered softly, and a serious look appeared in Thor's eyes. At this moment, whether it was his own change or the distant sensations, he understood what was happening. Unsurprisingly, it was the beginning of divine awakening. Because of this, the power of elemental thunder and the law of thunder in the world intertwined so clearly that his strength could rise to a new level beyond the original. With his current strength, without the ice and snow law domain, without moving the death law, and with the power of thunder and divine weapons intertwined, he might not be a match for a half-step Saint Realm opponent. But now, the spreading thunder power in the sky gave him this chance. How is this possible? How can your pseudo-domain be so strong? Of course, at this moment, Duke Smith didn't understand what was happening. He was already starting to doubt himself. The power of the pseudo-domain had actually suppressed his initial domain form. He was being suppressed by a Sky Knight. No matter how unbelievable or how much he doubted himself, this was the reality now. Boom. A mighty surge of life, source energy roared. Duke Smith's eyes turned blood red. An even more violent aura began to radiate from him. In disbelief, he started to use secret techniques. However, reaching the half-step Saint Realm, the effect of secret techniques was no longer as powerful as before. Boom. A powerful energy clash occurred, and under the blessing of magic, he barely managed to push back Thor. However, a strong burning smell came from his arm. He instinctively looked at his arm, and Duke Smith's face turned grim. But before his unpleasant expression could last, in the next moment, a sense of extreme danger spread through his mind. Not good. Just as this thought arose, his figure moved instantly. But it was already too late. Boom. Rumble. A loud roar echoed as dark clouds, thick and dense, covered the entire sky above Duke Smith. Countless lightning flashes illuminated the sky. Suddenly, the clouds parted, revealing a huge, hammer-shaped shadow like that of Thor's mighty weapon. Countless lightning bolts intertwined, as if divine punishment from the heavens. Even without using the power of death, the force of the lightning and the spreading lightning laws made this power nearly as strong as when he previously combined death energy with lightning laws. He instinctively looked up and saw this scene, his pupils wide with shock. His body instinctively tried to retreat, but he found he couldn't move. The terrifying lightning almost completely locked the surrounding air, as if the law of the spreading lightning was binding him. Thor's strength couldn't directly invoke the power of lightning laws, but a lightning artifact could. Moreover, in this foreign world, the lightning laws were almost about to materialize, making it even easier to summon their power. How could this happen? Duke Smith roared, his pupils blood red, a powerful aura rising. A huge domain began to form and crashed upward toward the sky. Boom. A loud explosion sounded, but it lasted only a moment. Sharp cracking sounds emerged as the massive form of the domain started to break apart layer by layer. Faced with the thunder hammer falling from the sky, a simple domain could not withstand it. Clang. In the next instant, amidst the cracking sounds, the domain shattered completely. With a spurt of blood, Duke Smith's figure in midair couldn't help but cough up blood. His face turned pale instantly. The destruction of his domain was a severe injury to him. However, that is not the most important thing. What matters is the approaching thunder hammer above the sky. He cannot stop it. Smith's eyes, besides being filled with disbelief, also showed a hint of fear. His body stiffened as he stared blankly at the giant thunder god's hammer falling from the sky. Boom. Rumble. A loud roar echoed around. At this moment, many people looked up and gazed at the huge thunder hammer occupying most of the sky. Even those who were half-step saints widened their eyes in shock. As for the Sky Knights and their followers, they were completely speechless now, especially Isabel, who looked stunned at the distant figure standing in the sky. For some reason, this figure was deeply imprinted in her mind at this moment. At this moment, Thor appeared so unfamiliar, yet so majestic. For a while, Isabel was lost in thought. Of course, no one paid attention to Isabel now, including her father and grandfather. Everyone looked up at the sky, at that figure surrounded by countless lightning bolts. Is this the power of the law imprint? So strong. Someone muttered to himself, but no one answered him. Everyone kept watching the sky, and as everyone remained silent, their gaze fixed on the sky, above the sky, the terrifying thunder hammer continued to fall slowly. It crushed the domain of Duke Smith and pressed down toward him. The surrounding space seemed about to shatter under the pressure. Duke Smith's pupils were bloodshot. A terrifying life force was constantly being squeezed out. Powerful life energy surged wildly, but the shattered domain could not be rebuilt, let alone resist the terrifying hammer in the sky. His bloodshot eye saw the thunder hammer rapidly descending. Countless lightning bolts surrounded it, carrying destructive power capable of destroying everything. "Stop it for me," Duke Smith roared. However, the overwhelming life force not only failed to rebuild his domain, but also began to disintegrate as the power of the lightning spread downward. On Smith's body, due to intense internal and external pressure, his blood vessels started to burst. In an instant, his body turned into a bloodied figure. But even so, it couldn't be stopped. Just as Duke Smith was about to despair, the huge thunder hammer suddenly stopped. It hovered just a few dozen meters above Duke Smith's head. Countless lightning bolts exploded overhead, yet they did not fall. At this moment, Duke Smith was stunned. Everyone else was also stunned. Then, a gentle sigh came from the Kingdom of Macedonia. "We have lost." The voice was soft, but it quickly spread throughout the arena. With this voice, the giant thunder god's hammer gradually disintegrated. The dark clouds began to clear. The enormous pressure that almost shook the world seemed to vanish in an instant. Duke Smith, no longer locked on, seemed to lose support and fell straight to the ground. Fortunately, someone caught him quickly below. Otherwise, even the peak of the Sky Knight's physical strength might have been heavily injured from such a height, especially since Duke Smith was not in good shape right now. His body was caught, and the sky returned to normal, but at this moment, everyone's gaze on Thor had completely changed. In midair, Thor still stood tall. However, the figures from the Kingdom of Macedonia fell silent. Duke Smith, though not the top half-step saint in Macedonia, was still among the top 5 in strength. Apart from the leading half-step saint, the others dared not claim they could win. Yet, they were almost crushed. Now, going up again, no one could guarantee they wouldn't meet the same fate as Duke Smith. This silence lasted for a moment. Finally, a voice broke the quiet from Macedonia. "Hani Hesh." With that, someone from Macedonia stepped forward again. Thor's gaze shifted to that figure. Hani Hesh of Macedonia. Hani Hesh took a deep breath, then slowly spoke, as his domain power began to spread outward. Compared to the gravity domain of Duke Smith, the one before us, named Hani Hersey, seems to control the wind domain. Invisible winds start sweeping around. The power of the domain keeps invading the surroundings, trying to break through Thor's false domain. However, with lightning surrounding him and the domain spreading, it ultimately cannot break Thor's false domain. Feeling the strength of this domain, Thor raises an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He initially thought that after Duke Smith's defeat, the Macedonian kingdom would send a stronger half-step saint to confront him. But unexpectedly, this person named Hani Hersey is not stronger than Duke Smith. In fact, he seems weaker. This is indeed true. Boom. A powerful aura rises, lightning surrounds him, and Hani Hersey's expanding domain suddenly begins to become unstable. Hani Hersey's expression changes, and he quickly activates his inner life source energy. At the same time, a knight's spear appears in his hand. His face shows seriousness. Hani Hersey knows clearly that his goal is not to defeat Thor, but to drain him further. No matter what he thinks, it doesn't stop Thor from acting. Thor, holding the lightning-formed knight's spear, rushes toward Hani Hersey at lightning speed, like a flash. In an instant, they close the distance. The domain spreads out. Hani Hersey instinctively tries to block Thor's advance with his domain. But clearly, his incomplete domain is no match. It's like a fool's dream. The wavering domain is almost instantly torn apart. Puff! Crimson blood sprays out. Hani Hersey's face turns pale, almost like Duke Smith's earlier scene. Not good. His expression changes drastically, and he instinctively tries to retreat. But then, boom! A huge roar sounds. He only manages to lift his knight's spear. In the next moment, a terrifying force, like a dragon charging, strikes the spear. The loud explosion causes the air to burst. At the same time, this half-step saint, Hani Hersey, is almost thrown down like a cannonball. Boom! Rumble! A loud crashing sound echoes, and under the force of immense power, countless lightning energies gather. Hani Hersey's body falls to the ground, causing it to collapse. large rocks and dirt vanish, and lightning covers the entire area. Destructive power fills the surroundings. After a long time, not a single figure at the half-step Saint realm can stand up again. Next, Tor glances and then calmly speaks again. The area falls silent once more. After a moment, the figure's voice sounds again. Rabbit Hicks. The voice is quiet, but soon someone steps forward again. This new figure is slightly stronger than the previous one, but only a little. The only difference is that Rabbit Hicks, the half-step Saint realm, lasted about 10 breaths longer. But just 10 breaths later, his figure also falls. With the first and second figures collapsing, another figure from the Macedonian kingdom is quickly called out. Another figure appears in the sky. Compared to the previous two, this one is undoubtedly stronger, with nearly a complete proto-domain power, even more powerful than Duke Smith. Tor does not use his ultimate move again, but fights to improve his own battle experience. This battle lasts for half an hour. Finally, Tor defeats his opponent. With the fourth half-step Saint realm fighter defeated, the entire Macedonian kingdom falls into silence. Now, only 5 of their 9 half-step Saint realm fighters remain. Meanwhile, the Tulip Kingdom still has 6. In the silence, a voice from the Macedonian Noble Alliance says, with a sigh, "We surrender." Next, fragments of law energy fly from the Macedonian Noble Alliance toward the Tulip Kingdom's Noble Alliance. Grand Duke. Someone from the Macedonian Kingdom instinctively speaks, but a middle-aged man shakes his head to refuse. He knows very well that at this moment, their Macedonian kingdom has no chance. As Thor successively defeated 4 half-step Saint Domain fighters, even though he could handle Thor himself, Duke Kalapur was completely exhausted. Once they engaged in battle, the outcome was still a crushing defeat for them. According to the rules of the duel, if they were seriously injured, it would attract the attention of other noble alliances, which would be a real problem. At this moment, losing once was actually acceptable, especially since they had already planned to lose this time, knowing they were no match for the noble alliance of the Sela Kingdom. The only difference now was that they had only lost to the noble alliance of the Tulip Kingdom. Hearing the voices from the Tulip Kingdom's noble alliance and seeing the law fragments flying out, Thor raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect that the Macedonian Kingdom's noble alliance would surrender so decisively. He chuckled softly and shook his head. Then, in the next moment, Thor stepped forward and returned to the Tulip Kingdom's noble alliance. Everyone who received law fragments now couldn't hide their joy. Even the 3 Grand Dukes looked pleased. This time, they had obtained over 100 law fragments from the Macedonian Kingdom. Adding the fragments they already possessed, their total was now over 200. What made the 3 Grand Dukes even more excited was that the Ice Attribute Law Fragments and Wind Attribute Law Fragments seemed to be close to forming a complete law. Their happiness was almost impossible to hide. When Thor landed, everyone's gaze towards him changed slightly. "Are you all right?" Count Engel looked at his son and spoke softly. "Nothing's wrong, Father." Thor shook his head. For him now, the energy spent wasn't much. The power of the thunder elements in the world was continuously gathering, making his consumption much less than before. "That's good to hear." Count Engel nodded and let out a sigh of relief. Although he was confident in Thor, after consecutive battles with half-step Saint Domain fighters, he couldn't help but worry a little. Fortunately, Thor was indeed fine. "Lord Thor, you truly surprised us this time." Count Lepuyer couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Yes, this time you made a great contribution. Without you, we probably wouldn't have gained so many law fragments." Duke Skodar also smiled as he spoke. "Count Engelbert, your hidden strength is truly deep. I didn't expect Viscount Tor to be so powerful. Compared to him, I might not be his match." Duke Karelina also expressed his admiration. Voices mixed together as everyone praised Tor. Compared to Tor's calmness, the nobles of the Macedonian kingdom seemed much quieter. No one expected such a result. They were actually defeated by just one person, and it seemed to be only the Sky Knight. This outcome was hard to accept, but it appeared to be true. "All right, we need to decide tomorrow's opponent. Tomorrow is the last day of the tournament, and we must make up for our losses." Amidst the silence, one person spoke in a deep voice. With his words, everyone nodded in agreement. The speaker cast a glance toward the distant Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance, with a slight change in his expression. But he quickly shook his head. With Tor's choice, it was clear that the tournament had changed significantly from before. According to previous information, because of his performance, the Macedonian kingdom was planning to attack him. However, since Tor did not participate in the initial matches, none of that happened. On the Tulip Kingdom side, Tor looked at the distant figures and then ignored them. He didn't care much about the Macedonian noble alliance. Even the leader, who was half a saint, he couldn't defeat, but he could defend himself well enough. The only person he cared about in the entire noble alliance was the one from the Sela Kingdom, because that person was the real threat to him. Thinking of this, his gaze turned toward the Sela Kingdom. But as he looked, his expression froze for a moment. Because at that moment, two people from the Sela Kingdom were walking toward him. Tor was stunned. The few members of the Tulip Noble Alliance who had been watching him quickly noticed the two from the Sela Kingdom approaching. People from the Sela Kingdom. Marquis Makindi couldn't help but speak, feeling a bit nervous inside. Duke Leper, Duke Karenina, and Duke Skodar all furrowed their brows slightly, showing some confusion. At the same moment, two people approached from that side. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was an elderly man. The elderly man's aura had reached the half-sacred realm, while the middle-aged man barely seemed to feel his presence. However, from their previous fight, it was clear that the middle-aged man was very strong, even surprisingly powerful. 3 Grand Dukes. The middle-aged man slightly bowed. Lecturer Carroll. As he bowed, the 3 old dukes quickly stood up and responded with knightly manners. Carroll, Tor whispered softly. At this moment, he finally learned the name of this powerful person from the kingdom of Sarah. May I ask, Lecturer Carroll, what brings you here? After exchanging greetings, Duke Karenina couldn't help but speak first, feeling a bit nervous. Even though they were both half-sacred realm, Duke Karenina clearly understood the huge gap between them. This gap was not just in strength, but also in status. Not to mention, he was just a respectful title as a duke, and even if he was truly a duke of the Tulip Kingdom, there was still a significant difference from a lecturer at Canaan Academy. His strength was even more obvious. If Carroll wanted to attack him, he might not last 10 breaths. 3 Grand Dukes. I came here this time to ask whether the heir of Dries Rosa is interested in joining the Canaan Academy of the Empire. Seeing their nervousness, Carroll smiled and spoke, his gaze fixed on Tor. Hearing this, the 3 people's expressions froze in surprise. Then, their eyes widened in shock. None of them expected such an outcome. Canaan Academy is a prestigious institution. Every spot to enter is extremely valuable. Even noble duke families couldn't guarantee their heirs would get into the Empire's Canaan Academy. Now, Carroll, a lecturer from the Empire's Canaan Academy, was actively inviting Tor. With their eyes wide open, everyone's breathing grew heavier. Even Count Engelbert couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Soon, all eyes focused on Tor. While listening to Carroll's words, Tor was also surprised. He was still curious about the purpose of the visitor, but he never expected that the visitor was here for him, and even more so that he was invited to Canaan Academy. The Empire's Canaan Academy is a school that almost every noble above a count in the kingdom knows well. It is one of only 2 top academies on the entire continent. Tor had heard many stories about it since he was young, whether growing up or stepping out into the world. Not to mention, the person named Neil Morton seems to be a teacher at Canaan Academy. Being able to join Canaan Academy, even just as a student, is a dream for many nobles. Once admitted, the future looks bright, with real chances to leave the kingdom and enter the empire. Such an opportunity is something even the 3 great dukes or royal families of other kingdoms would not want to give up. However, entering the empire's Canaan Academy, even as a regular student, is extremely difficult. Each kingdom's royal family only has a few fixed spots. For other nobles, the entry barriers are like a chasm. In the entire Tulip Kingdom, besides the Tulip royal family, fewer than 3 people currently have a chance to join Canaan Academy. This is still a relatively strong middle to upper level kingdom. For ordinary kingdoms, it's probably very hard to get even one spot. People's gazes gathered, and Tor felt his heart stir. But soon, he shook his head. Sorry, Instructor Carroll, but you probably don't know that I am now the pioneer lord of the northern border of the Tulip Kingdom. I'm afraid I can't leave. He spoke softly, but his words surprised everyone. Count Engel instinctively wanted to speak, but the words didn't come out. He knew his son had strong independence, and these decisions were not entirely up to him. As for the reactions of others, Thor didn't pay much attention. For others, entering the Empire is undoubtedly the best choice. It offers the chance to improve further, even to leave the kingdom and step into the outside world. It could also raise his potential to new heights. In the kingdom, most people can only reach the sacred realm, and going further is almost impossible. However, within the Empire, even at Canaan Academy, there are many who have reached the divine realm. Lecturers are usually at the peak of Sky Knight level, or even at the sacred realm, and mentors are often at the starting level of the divine realm, with many reaching that level. Legend has it that the Dean of Canaan Academy is even beyond the high-level divine realm. For ordinary people, this is truly an opportunity. But for Thor, these opportunities are not so necessary. With his daily intelligence system, he has the chance to climb step by step on his own. More importantly, he cannot abandon his own territory and people. They are all beings who have grown alongside him. His expression shows a hint of apology. Listening to Thor's words, Carol slightly pauses in surprise. Then he quickly reacts. No, you misunderstand. Canaan Academy is not like the Kingdom Academy. He speaks with a light smile. Not the same. Thor is a bit stunned and instinctively speaks up. Yes, students at Canaan Academy are different. They don't need to stay at school all the time, and Canaan Academy is not located in the imperial capital, Carol explains with a smile. But hearing this, Thor becomes even more confused and momentarily cannot respond. All right, if you agree, I can help you apply for a special admission spot at Canaan Academy today, Carol offers again, adding, don't worry, you won't need to leave your territory. Really? Thor's certainty grows, though he still doesn't fully understand. But at this moment, he begins to think deeply. If he doesn't need to leave his territory, joining Canaan Academy doesn't seem impossible. At least, the opportunities on a broader platform are undoubtedly greater, and the daily intelligence reports could bring more gains. However, the thought of the lecturers at Canaan Academy makes Thor involuntarily think of Nell Morton, someone who also seems to be a lecturer there. But it seems Nell never mentioned anything about this to him. Thor ponders, and those around him become a little tense. Carol doesn't continue speaking, but waits quietly. Time slowly passed, and countless thoughts intertwined. After a long moment, Thor exhaled a deep breath and looked at Carol. I agree. But, Instructor Carol, what do I need to do to join the academy? Thor spoke, his gaze showing a hint of modesty. He had thought a lot, but since he didn't need to leave his territory, he couldn't see a reason to refuse. However, there were some things he still wanted to ask clearly. It's not necessary. But the Imperial enrollment period has already passed, so you can only enter through a special recruitment. Only by passing the special exam can you truly become a student of Canaan Academy. I will apply for you today. The exam usually happens within a month, and by then, the kingdom's war should be over. After explaining this to Thor, Carol then threw a badge over. What is this? Without thinking, Thor caught it instinctively and immediately felt a strong wave of law energy emanating from it. This law energy was very unfamiliar to Thor. He had never sensed such a strong law energy before, not even from fragments of various laws he had encountered earlier. This made him feel confused. Temporary student certificate. It reacts during the exam. Good luck. Oh, and this time, I won't challenge you in the duel. Carol nodded and added, then left the Tulip Noble Alliance. Listening to his words, the nobles of the Tulip Kingdom Alliance, including the 3 Grand Dukes and 2 Marquises, all showed a hint of joy. Honestly, they had already prepared for more losses ahead. They had defeated the Macedonian Noble Alliance, and next, the Sarah Kingdom Noble Alliance would surely target them. With their strength, they couldn't compete with Sarah. But unexpectedly, the good news came so quickly. Carol announced he wouldn't challenge them. This meant they wouldn't suffer any more losses in this kingdom war, and perhaps they could even gain more. How could they not be excited? Ha ha ha. Viscount Thor, this is all thanks to you. Yes. Congratulations. Lord Thor. Voices began to speak, and even the 3 old dukes couldn't help but feel a bit more excited. Canaan Academy. This is Canaan Academy. Even just having the qualification to participate in the special recruitment made their eyes shine brightly. Even Duke Kelnina and Duke Skodar secretly regretted not bringing some young female protégés to the Kingdom War this time. Thor's talent and future prospects are already limitless. Faced with everyone's envy and surprise, Thor couldn't help but smile and chat with them. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Sela, Carol returned. Even though he didn't bring anyone to challenge the Tulip Kingdom Noble Alliance, no one had any objections. During the Kingdom War, they gained so much, and Carol's contributions were significant. Naturally, no one minded such a small matter. Time slowly passed. The next day's combat ended. 16 noble alliances either felt excited, looked serious, or appeared unhappy, and they all returned to their camps. The Tulip Noble Alliance was naturally excited. Today was just one event, but they gained a lot. They collected over 100 fragments of the law. More importantly, they received the message that the Sela Kingdom would not challenge them. Everyone's smiles almost couldn't be contained. They were already looking forward to even greater gains tomorrow. Compared to everyone's excitement, Thor was curious as he returned to his room and began studying the temporary student ID he had just received. The strange power of the law made him very interested. But before he could carefully examine it, there was a gentle knock on the door. "Come in." Thor raised an eyebrow and spoke. "Sir, Miss Pavla requests to see you," a knight respectfully announced. "I understand." Thor nodded, shook his head slightly, and still tucked the temporary student ID into his pocket before leaving the room. He soon saw the girl. Compared to before, she looked noticeably more nervous. Although he hadn't gone to the combat scene earlier, his grandfather had spoken about Thor's strength. When he first heard it, he was so surprised that he opened his mouth wide, unable to believe it. She found it hard to believe that Thor, who was not much older than her, could be so powerful. Before she could fully process this surprise, another message from her grandfather shocked her even more. Thor had been accepted into Canaan Academy through a special recruitment process. Compared to regular admissions, this special recruitment was very difficult. Even her sister, who had incredible talent, was only admitted through regular channels. So, when she saw Thor again, Pavla couldn't help feeling a little nervous. "Viscount Thor." Taking a deep breath, Pavla quietly spoke. "Miss Pavla, let's go to the open space," Thor said with a smile. He didn't know Pavla's thoughts had changed, but he smiled and spoke again. Since he had promised to teach her, he wouldn't go back on his word. "Okay, yes." Pavla blushed slightly but quickly nodded in agreement. But before they could move, another figure appeared from afar, causing Thor to pause in surprise. "Viscount Thor, it seems I came at the wrong time," a cheerful voice said, and Isabel looked at Thor and Pavla with a bright smile. "Miss Isabel, why are you here?" Thor asked, not minding her teasing, but curious. "Grandfather wants to invite you over. Do you have time?" Isabel asked with a smile. That's. Hearing Isabel's words, Thor hesitated. He wasn't very familiar with the Anabai family, only knowing Joe's Anabai, Isabel, and Isa Anabai. He didn't understand what the Grand Duke's invitation meant. Plus, he had just agreed to teach Pavla, so leaving now didn't seem appropriate. "Lord Thor, if you're busy, we can ask again tomorrow," Pavla quickly said, noticing Thor's difficulty. "Miss Pavla, are you asking Lord Thor for advice?" Isabel's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Yes, Lord Thor is a very good teacher. I've learned a lot from him recently," Pavla nodded with a smile. "Is that so? Since you say that, I also want to ask for your advice." Isabel seems eager to try. Feeling the invisible competition in the air, Thor can't help but twitch his mouth. Wow, when did he become so popular? If his memory is correct, he wasn't noticed at all during the noble gathering in the kingdom. "Miss Pavla, I sincerely apologize. Then I will take my leave now." Shaking his head, Thor quickly speaks. "That's fine. Then I won't disturb Lord Thor any longer," Pavla sweetly says. She then leaves very cheerfully. "Miss Isabel, thank you for your trouble." Thor watches Pavla leave, then smiles and speaks to Isabel. "It's no trouble at all. Lord Thor, we have disturbed you." Isabel smiles and shakes her head, then leads Thor away from this place toward the purple golden kingdom. More than an hour later, as night falls, Thor follows Isabel and finally reaches the purple golden kingdom's base, where he meets the Duke of Anabai. "Viscount Thor, I truly apologize for the trouble." Seeing Thor approach, Duke Anabai and the people beside him quickly stand up and come forward. A huge bonfire blazes, and Thor finally sees Duke Anabai, a robust figure who appears to be in his 70s or 80s. A powerful life force surges around him. Just by looking, Thor feels a heavy pressure. Clearly, Duke Anubai's strength might even surpass that of Duke Lupu. Don't be nervous, Viscount Thor. This visit is to thank you for taking care of Joes over the past 3 years, Duke Anubai speaks softly. Your Grace, I am honored, but Baron Joes has also helped me a lot. Thor replies seriously. This isn't just politeness. Initially, Baron Joes Anubai truly helped him a lot. The Eagle Trading Company was able to expand because both Joes Anubai and Baron Pape put in a lot of effort. This is no small thanks. All right, I heard that you have officially been accepted into Canaan Academy through a special recruitment. As a thank you and congratulations, I am giving you 3 bottles of high-level life potions as a gift. Duke Anubai waved his hand, and a knight brought over a wooden box. At the same time, Duke Anubai's voice sounded. What's this? Seeing the wooden box opened, Tuor also showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect Duke Anubai to take out 3 bottles of high-level life potions all at once. Even among noble families, such potions are very rare. 1 bottle can almost guarantee the creation of a Sky Knight, and 3 bottles almost certainly mean a Sky Knight will be born. Yet, he was given these now. Your Grace, this is too precious. Tuatha hesitated slightly, but then shook his head softly. He didn't believe Duke Anubai's words. Since Joes Anubai could travel from the Purple Golden King's kingdom to the Tulip Kingdom and become a pioneering knight, it was clear how much he valued him. Just to thank him, he directly took out 3 bottles of high-level life potions. Tuatha couldn't believe it. It's nothing. High-level life potions are very valuable to us, but among the royal family, they are quite common. At Canaan Academy, they are even more widespread. Duke Anubai smiled wryly and then shook his head softly. Reaching his level, he understood how big the gap could be. For a duke like him, high-level life potions are rare, but for the royal family and the empire, they are just ordinary. Amid his smile, he also seemed to understand Tuatha's concerns. After a moment of thought, Duke Anubai spoke again. Viscount Tuatha, you don't need to be nervous. We have no other demands. If you can pass the special recruitment exam of Canaan Academy and have the opportunity to stay there in the future, perhaps you could visit our Anubai family's descendants to see if there's a chance to recruit them. No need for special recruitment, regular admission is fine. And if it's not possible, we won't insist. He spoke slowly, sharing his plan. Understood. Thank you, Duke Anubai. Thor listened to the explanation, paused slightly, then nodded in agreement. This was not a big problem for him. He didn't even need to put in much effort. Anobi, the Grand Duke, had already told him that he just needed to come and recruit students. And he also had to stay at Canaan Academy. Right now, he hadn't even passed the assessment, let alone stay at Canaan Academy. This is something I should thank you for. The Grand Duke Anobi shook his head softly and spoke quietly. Then, the two of them discussed some other matters before Thor took his leave, escorted out by Isabel. He watched Thor leave. The members of the Anobi family looked complicated. Father, is this really necessary? Those are 3 bottles of high-level life potion. Amidst the complexity, someone couldn't help but speak. As he spoke, the expressions of the others flickered. Just as Thor had said before, 3 bottles of high-level life potion were extremely important even for the Anobi family. Our family wants to go further. We need someone to join Canaan Academy. Otherwise, the Duke is already our limit. The Grand Duke Anobi sighed softly. But that Viscount Thor just got special recruitment qualification. He might not even pass the assessment, let alone stay at Canaan Academy. As Anobi sighed, someone couldn't hold back and spoke up. To them, such an investment was almost a bad deal. After all, Thor's future was still uncertain. That Viscount Thor is less than 22 years old this year. Faced with hesitant looks, the Grand Duke Anobi simply said one sentence. And just that one sentence made everyone in the Anobi family stare wide-eyed. What? Someone blurted out in shock, their expression showing disbelief. Father, are you joking? Yeah, how is that possible? The voices mixed, and everyone was unable to stay calm. Even though they knew Thor was very young, probably not even 30, maybe just over 30. But no matter how they thought about it, they guessed Thor was around 27 or 28. Yet now, they heard that Thor was only 22. At 22, the gap between him and someone who is 27 or 8 is like heaven and earth. The 27 or 8-year-old Sky Knight may not pass the special recruitment test, But the 22-year-old Sky Knight is sure to pass, especially since he also masters the law mark. Faced with everyone's reactions, Prince Anabai just shook his head. He didn't say anything more. Although he initially found this information hard to believe, since it was given to him by his granddaughter, he trusted that there was no problem with it. Even without considering other factors, he hardly doubted Thor's final Thunderhammer. With such strong strength and talent, Canaan Academy wouldn't be able to refuse him. No one in the entire academy could get in. At least, in his opinion, even the Empire's eldest princess might not have as much talent as Thor at this moment, and she is already considered one of the brightest geniuses of her generation in the Empire. Dressrosa Thor, how far can you go? Prince Anabai softly whispered, his thoughts drifting away. Of course, Thor didn't know any of this right now. For him, Prince Anabai's agreement was not a big deal. Compared to that, he was more concerned about the daily intelligence updates. Unsurprisingly, the divine revelation is about to begin. He also needs to start preparing for his next actions. Back at the camp, it was nearly midnight. After waiting a moment, the familiar daily intelligence system sounded again. Ding! Daily intelligence updated. Open. Daily intelligence updated 1. One day after the duel, the noble families of the major kingdoms began to disperse. The heavily damaged Noble Alliance tried to gather scattered law fragments. The Tulip Noble Alliance has fragmented. You and the Dressrosa family Knight group encounter a group of beastly boars. 2. 2 days later, based on the information, you head to the attack site of the Earthbound Dragon by the noble family of the Sarah Kingdom. During the conflict with the Earthbound Dragon, you fall into a canyon on the west side and enter the ruins of the Broken Gods. 4. After 3 days, Sean from the kingdom of Sachi entered the land of revelation. The power of the revelation awakened his innate talent within him. 7. After 8 days, the divine body from the Thunder Prison showed signs of awakening due to being soaked in most of the blood. 8. After 13 days, the divine body began to wake up. The gods started returning from the past. They sensed the huge commotion, and the major noble alliances prepared to investigate together. Because you knew about this in advance, you chose not to go. 9. After 15 days, the divine body fully revived. The divine realm suddenly descended. Gods returning from the past reappeared in this world. The area within 10,000 meters of the Thunder Prison transformed into a divine kingdom. Many nobles' bodies collapsed and died, and numerous nobles sacrificed themselves. It seemed that some mysterious rules were being triggered. A figure appeared in this strange world. 10. The divine battle broke out. The alien space shattered, and the divine war ended. The lines of text appeared again, and compared to before, they had definitely changed once more. Indeed, it is possible. Tur whispered softly, finally breathing a sigh of relief. As he expected, with his different choices or the daily updates of information, the future also changed. Especially this time, compared to the daily updates over the past few days, there was a fundamental change. The last line was no longer about his death. Clearly, the divine ruins still held him. What surprised Tor a little was that, unlike the noble Gafuir from the Sela Kingdom, he didn't seem to have received a divine inheritance. But it was just a small surprise, and Tor quickly stopped caring. Gaining a divine inheritance isn't easy. Just making the same choice doesn't guarantee the same result. There must be something deeper involved. But he wasn't worried. With the daily updates of information, he still had some time ahead. He might still have a chance. Like the silver moon breathing technique before, or the fruit of life. As long as he was patient enough, his golden opportunity would never disappoint him. Night gradually passed. Morning sunlight shone down, and a new day began again. Unsurprisingly, this was the last day of the arena battles. And indeed, it was. After the Noble Alliance of the Sela Kingdom decided not to challenge the Tulip Noble Alliance, other noble alliances also gradually reached their results in the competition. As dusk fell, the Tulip Noble Alliance unexpectedly became the top. Since the Sela Kingdom Noble Alliance only won 1 match, while the Tulip Noble Alliance won 3 matches, with the most wins and no losses, and since Sela did not challenge them, the Tulip Alliance naturally took first place. According to the rules of the competition, the final winner's family must pay 10 fragments of the law to all other families. At this moment, 15 noble alliances must pay 10 law fragments to the Tulip Noble Alliance. The powerful noble alliances and the top middle-tier alliances immediately paid, but among the 6 weaker alliances, 3 clearly could not meet the requirement. In the end, the Tulip Noble Alliance gained a total of 135 law fragments, still short of 15 fragments. According to the rules, these 15 law fragments must be gathered before the Kingdom War, or they must pay imperial merit points as compensation. So, right after the competition ended, the 2 main alliances quickly left. Other noble alliances also dispersed one after another. As reported in the Daily Intelligence, many alliances suffered heavy losses this time and must now begin replenishing their resources. Although most of the law fragments had already been gathered, there were still many fragments outside, and now was a good opportunity to acquire them. As for those alliances that initially escaped safely, things might not go so well for them now. Even the weaker alliances are relative. Compared to the alliances participating in the competition, they are weak, but in the context of the entire Kingdom War, they are among the strongest. It's worth noting that even the slightly weaker Burning Kingdom might not have had the chance to participate. And forget about some duchies. Of course, these matters have little to do with Thor and the others. They only need to wait for the upcoming gains. Whether it's law fragments or imperial merit points, both are extremely important to them. The former can be exchanged for kingdom merits and various items, while the latter has even greater value. Imperial merit points can not only be exchanged for items from the Empire, but can also serve as proof for establishing duchies and even kingdoms. For all nobles, it is undoubtedly better to have more achievements for the Empire. Of course, at this moment, Thor and others do not care about these things. Their main focus is on the fragments of the laws they have obtained. After 3 battles and the final wave of law fragments, their collection has reached over 500 pieces. In this situation, how to divide the spoils seems to be a big problem. Over 500 law fragments gather now, shimmering with colorful light in the air, as the power of rules constantly intertwines. Several figures look at these law fragments, their breathing becoming heavier. Even the 3 dukes are affected. As for the 2 marquises, they are even more unable to control themselves. Grand Duke Lepure, Marquis Mykendi instinctively speaks, his gaze turning to the Grand Duke. With his words, others also look at the Grand Duke Lepure. As the strongest member of the Tulip Noble Alliance, if anyone has the ability to distribute the fragments, it is undoubtedly him. Although they had discussed the distribution before, the recent display by the Dressrosa family has made it clear that the distribution will change. Hearing Mykendi's words and seeing everyone's eyes, the old Grand Duke Lepure slightly furrows his brows. For him, the distribution is indeed a problem. But this frown does not last long. Soon, he takes a deep breath and calms his mind. Grand Duke Kalnina, Grand Duke Skodar, the reason we have gained so much this time is mainly because of the Dressrosa family. Here's an idea. If we redistribute, the Dressrosa family can get half of the 500 law fragments. The remaining half will be divided among the 3 Grand Duke families, each taking 15%, and the 3 marquises taking the last 5%. Grand Duke Lepure slowly makes a decision. Hearing his words, Grand Duke Kalnina instinctively wants to speak, but stops halfway through. I have no problem with that. This time, we owe a lot to the Dressrosa family. Duke Skodar hesitated slightly before nodding in agreement. As for the 3 Marquis families, they exchanged glances and finally relaxed a little. This time, they had hardly contributed anything and were prepared to receive nothing. So they were surprised when Duke Leper still gave them a share. Especially the Solo family, who received 2% to take care of things, while the other 2 Marquis families each got 1.5%. Over 500 law fragments were involved, which was a significant amount. The Solo family, receiving 2%, was especially pleased. Toril and Count Engel exchanged a look and then nodded in agreement. They had put in a lot this time. Not only Count Engel, but also Toril. And in the end, it was because of Toril that the noble alliance of the Sela Kingdom chose not to challenge them. 50% of the law fragments was already a good share. With over 500 law fragments, they were close to obtaining nearly 300 fragments. Adding their own law fragments, the total exceeded 300. Throughout the entire Kingdom War, this amount of law fragments was already very large. Let's finalize it like this. Count Engel and Viscount Toril, you can choose first. Duke Leper nodded after everyone agreed, and then addressed Engel and Toril. Thank you. Count Engel and Toril spoke, then stepped forward to select law fragments. As members of the Dressrosa family, who already had some law fragments, they naturally tried to choose fragments of the same origin, especially ice, lightning, fire, and earth attributes. Toril, Anna, and Nicole could use ice attribute fragments. Toril and Rainer could use lightning. Count Engel could use fire. And as for earth, it was definitely the earth bison. With a lot of energy absorption, the earth bison's strength was growing rapidly. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it reached maturity. Once it matured, Toril would gain a powerful new force. By then, their strength would be far more than just the sum of parts. Of course, others didn't know this. 50% rule fragments were selected, totaling exactly 272 pieces. Picking from over 500 fragments was not very difficult. Soon, Thor and Count Engel finished their selections. Then the three great dukes made their choices, followed by the three great marquises. This time, everyone was quite satisfied. Initially, it seemed the losses would be unavoidable, but unexpectedly, there was a big surprise. They not only gained many rule fragments, but also, by chance, secured first place. A large bonfire burned brightly as the rule fragments were quickly all chosen. Afterward, the Tulip Noble Alliance discussed among themselves for a while. They gradually decided to part ways. This kingdom war was different from previous ones. It didn't depend on the battlefield situation, but on the single noble system. Once the duel ended, the kingdom war was essentially over. At least the top 16 strongest kingdoms had already reached a conclusion. The remaining powerful nobles now saw it as their time to harvest. Whether plundering other noble alliances or exploring this foreign world, it was all for gain. In this situation, forming new noble alliances was no longer necessary. Not only the Tulip Noble Alliance, but almost all other alliances were in the same position, especially those that suffered heavy losses. Each noble was eager to gather the rule fragments they owed, as otherwise they would need to use imperial merit points, which were more valuable to them than rule fragments. Of course, this had little to do with Thor. After parting, he was not worried about other nobles uniting against them. Not to mention, under the rules of the duel, such an alliance was almost impossible. The duel rules were based on contracts, so betrayal was unlikely. Even if accidents happened, with his current strength and the ongoing chaos of the Thunder Law in the foreign world, his power was steadily increasing over time. Now he was capable of handling most half-step Saint Realm experts. In a few days, once Divine Awakening fully arrived, his strength would reach a top-tier level. By then, even facing Carol, he wouldn't be too worried. Moreover, he has important matters to attend to next. Even if someone tries to find him, it would be very difficult. Night gradually falls. The familiar mechanical sounds begin to ring out. With each of these sounds, daily intelligence updates are received. Thor is very careful with each piece of information. After checking thoroughly to make sure nothing is missed, he finally goes to sleep. Night slowly passes. A new day begins again. At this moment, the sky in the foreign world is still gray and gloomy, and a suffocating, oppressive atmosphere continues to spread. Besides Thor, no one knows exactly what is happening. Only Thor knows that the gods are about to descend to the human world. But right now, he can't do anything about it. He shakes his head and then focuses all his thoughts back on the fragments of the law. There are over 300 law fragments, and now is the time to use them. Thor has long taken out the law fragments related to ice and lightning attributes. To his surprise, he also obtained 2 death law fragments this time. Yes, death law fragments. Thor thought that these fragments might not include death, but he was wrong. However, he was disappointed because these 2 death law fragments are incomplete, and he senses no other death law fragments nearby. Clearly, these 2 fragments are different from the others. They are just fragments. But this is still useful for Thor. At least, he can use these 2 death law fragments to fully manifest his death law mark. Then, whether combined with ice or lightning law, his strength can increase again. The 2 death law fragments float silently, ripples spreading out from them. A dark death law mark slowly appears between Thor's eyebrows. The surrounding area begins to be subtly corrupted by death. Time gradually passes until the evening glow spreads across the sky. The two death law marks are completely absorbed. Thor's pseudo-death domain can finally take shape. At the same time, he feels that using two domain techniques again might allow his power to improve even further. And this time, not only Thor has gained an upgrade, Count Engelbert, Rain, Anna, and even the Earth Wild Bear sleeping in the pet space have all received significant improvements. Especially Rain, as a large amount of lightning law gathered around him, his strength has almost advanced again, breaking through to become a Sky Knight. His power now also reaches a level comparable to a semi-holy domain. The only disappointment is that Michael and Marshall did not manage to improve further. Fragments of laws and the essence of life are different. Not everyone can use them. They naturally cannot. But this is not a big problem. After the Kingdom War, both Michael and Marshall experienced a transformation in their strength and potential. Especially Michael, who has entered the mid-stage Sky Knight. As long as nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely reach the peak of Sky Knight in the future. Even Marshall has a high chance of breaking through to become a Sky Knight. Their future is now completely different from before. By the campfire, in the sunset glow, Count Engelbert found Thor. Compared to yesterday, after a day of cultivation, Engelbert's spirit and energy have clearly improved, and his aura has also changed noticeably. It's obvious that the improvement was significant. Thor, where should we go next? Engelbert asked, turning his question to Thor. They have gained a lot, but Engelbert also feels a bit confused. It seems there's nothing urgent to do now. They could continue collecting law fragments, but they already have over 300 of them, so there's probably no need. Searching might even cause conflicts with the Noble Alliance families they previously dealt with. If they don't collect law fragments, what should they do in this foreign world? Father, let's go to the west first. I heard there's a place full of life grass. We can see if we can harvest some high-quality seeds, Thor said after a brief pause. He wasn't joking. The area to the west, beyond the Daily Intelligence Divine Ruins, does have a place where life grass grows, and now it's a good excuse to go there. Life grass? All right. Count Engelberger paused briefly, then looked at Thor with surprise, but nodded slightly in agreement. If he could obtain some high-quality life grass seeds, it would be very useful for him. The group quickly packed up and set out again. Meanwhile, on the side of the Sela Kingdom, the Noble Alliance also began to split up. A group of Duke soldiers headed in the same direction as Thor and his companions. This was not because they knew about the life grass, but because they chose a random direction, hoping to find some special magical plants in this strange world. Due to their slower pace and actions, they fell behind Thor's group by some distance. This distance was bound to lead to a certain outcome. At this moment, neither Count Engelberger nor the nobles of Sela Kingdom noticed the problem. Time slowly passed. In the entire strange space, after the gladiator fight ended, the Noble Alliance disbanded and conflicts resumed. After walking for a day, Thor and his group were about to reach their destination. Suddenly, a loud roar of a beast echoed. Count Engelberger's face changed slightly. It's a landbound dragon, he whispered, his eyes showing seriousness. Father, this way. Thor glanced at him and then signaled his entire knight group to move to the right. As the knights moved to the right, the landbound dragon did not react. Everyone was safe. But just as they were about to reach the place with the life grass, a canyon caught everyone's attention. It was a large in the mountain. The key issue was not the canyon itself, but the broken buildings inside it and the faint power of rules emanating from there. What is this? Whispering softly, Count Engelberger looked at the ruined remains and frowned slightly. Now that he was close to the half-sacred realm, he could clearly sense the extraordinary nature of this place. The power of rules here is so strong. Reen also whispered, showing some confusion. Compared to the two, Thor was carefully observing everything around him. Countess Engelbert and Rain might not know, but he knows this place is a sacred ruin. Moreover, it is the ruin of a top-tier fallen deity. His gaze scans the area. His mental strength spreads throughout the entire sacred ruin. It seems that their presence has triggered some hidden force within the ruin. Buzz. A ripple spreads outward, and in the next moment, countless laws begin to intertwine. At the same time, a wave of fluctuation passes through space and time. Not good. Retreat. Countess Engelbert's expression changes suddenly. In the next instant, He quickly grabs Thor, preparing to retreat swiftly. However, by the time he reacts, it is already too late. Boom. Rumbling sounds fill the air. The entire valley begins to shake violently. Sand and rocks tumble rapidly, and ruins sway. Many broken buildings start to tremble. The whole valley, with its intertwining space-time forces, becomes completely isolated from the outside world in an instant. Outside the valley, above the valley, roar. A giant beast's roar echoes. A fifth-tier earthbound dragon appears, causing a knight's group to break apart completely. A young knight escapes with difficulty, but the oppressive feeling behind him grows stronger. Boom. A huge, fiery dragon breath sweeps across. Fafnir instinctively crouches down. The dragon's breath passes, and the intense heat seems to burn the air. His clothes instantly catch fire. He hurriedly strips off his clothing. But before he can make his next move, a booming sound echoes behind him. Two earthbound dragons emerge from the forest, their eyes bloodthirsty as they look at him. He instinctively tries to retreat. But just a few steps, and he stops involuntarily because there is a cliff behind him. Why are there so many earthbound dragons here? Fafnir's face looks grim, and his thoughts race. However, with so many ideas swirling, he can't think of any way out at this moment. Even the weakest earthbound dragons are at least fourth-tier magical beasts, not something he can fight with just his peak Grand Knight level. Not to mention, he can't even escape from them. He looks at the two bloodthirsty earthbound dragons staring at him, and then at the towering cliff, over 100 meters high. Fafnir clenched his teeth and, without hesitation, turned around and jumped off the cliff. He knew very well that at this moment, jumping down was his only choice. Escaping was impossible with his strength, and fighting was a joke. Instead, there was a river below the cliff. If the river was deep enough, his strong body as a great knight might still have a chance. His figure fell rapidly. After a moment, splash. A clear sound of water being entered was heard. Following the flow of the water, Fafnir struggled to climb up. Fortunately, he seemed lucky. The river was deep, and he wasn't killed from the fall. He didn't even suffer much injury. As he struggled to get out, his eyes brightened. Because right in front of him, a crystal fruit tree appeared, with a fragrant fruit hanging from a small branch, making him swallow hard. What is this? Fafnir muttered to himself, his eyes wide with surprise. He recognized the tree. This was the tree of life. He had actually gained a fruit of life after jumping off the cliff. He instinctively looked around, excited, and carefully moved forward to pick the fruit. But during the process, for some reason, he felt a strange emptiness, as if he had missed something. However, soon, Fafnir shook off this feeling and dismissed it. For him, gaining a fruit of life was already beyond his expectations. With this fruit, he was confident he could break through to become a Sky Knight in the future. A Sky Knight, something not everyone in their family could achieve. Of course, no one like Engelbert Count or others knew about his experience. Thor wouldn't know either. Fafnir, who unexpectedly entered the Divine Ruins, missed the ruins but still obtained a fruit of life. If they knew, even he would be amazed at his luck. Such luck, without the daily intelligence system, would be impossible for him to have. But at this moment, he didn't know that the daily intelligence system, because of the conflict between the fruit of life and the Divine Ruins, hadn't refreshed. Boom. Rumble. A huge tremor continued to spread. The entire surrounding space was completely cut off. At the same time, the broken ruins seemed to change subtly. The power of the laws kept spreading, and reality and illusion began to intertwine. The damaged buildings, as if in this moment, started to rewind in time. Gradually, the ruins began to restore, and figures started to appear around them. As time passed, everyone felt as if they were standing in a magical land. Above the towering sky, majestic buildings rose high, and a grand figure stood at the very center of the land. Countless people were praying sincerely. Streams of wishful energy gathered on the grand figure, making it seem even more sacred. But this scene was not real. It looked like a projection from the past. People could see it clearly, but they could not touch it. The figures, the restored buildings, everything appeared like this. Is this the divine realm? Count Earl Engel muttered to himself. Then his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. All these changes finally made him realize what was happening. And the moment he understood, His heart suddenly started pounding fiercely. The divine realm. This is the divine realm. They had entered the divine realm. His heart raced with fear, unavoidable in this moment. Don't worry, Father. The owner of this divine realm should already be dead. This is probably just a divine ruin, seemingly awakened by the power of the laws. Amidst Engel Count's changing expression, Tuar's calm voice sounded. Compared to Engel Count's worry, Tuar showed no concern at all. Whether from daily intelligence reports or his own feelings upon entering, he was very clear about one thing. The deity who controlled this divine realm was already dead. A dead god posed little threat to Tuar. Even if a god could return from the past or future, it would not be this one. Hearing Tuar's words, Engel Count was first slightly stunned, then his eyes widened instantly. He was no longer the same as before. His understanding of the mysterious and divine ruins had become much clearer. He never expected that they would accidentally step into a divine ruin at this moment. This is a divine ruin, a sacred place. Once understood well, both the individual and the entire Eagle Knight Order can experience a significant leap in strength. Thor, do you know how to activate this divine ruin? Can we obtain the inheritance of the gods? Gulp. Count Engel took a deep breath and then began to ask Thor the most important questions. The key to the divine ruin is to understand the power of the laws or to gain the inheritance of the gods. Especially for a dying god. If their inheritance is obtained, it will directly open the path to becoming a god in the future. Compared to 99% of people, becoming a god is much easier. However, facing this strange divine ruin, even Thor currently has no good solutions. After all, the daily intelligence updates haven't been released yet. Father, I think we should check it out first, Thor said after a brief pause. He truly didn't know what to do. For several days, the daily reports haven't provided any hints. He could only wait for further updates or see if he could investigate something. You're right. I was too impatient, Engel nodded. Then he began to instruct the Eagle Knights to start exploring, and Thor did the same. At this moment, the entire ruins have completely changed. It seems to have formed a closed world. Buildings rise from the ground, and illusions filled with real rule power spread out, making Thor vaguely feel like returning to a year ago when he participated in divine initiation matters in the divine ruin. The only difference is that this divine ruin is much larger than the one during the divine initiation. The vast ruin extends over 10,000 meters. Clearly, before this god fell, their level was undoubtedly much stronger than Anubis. But because this god had already fallen, Anubis is still alive. So, this divine ruin is more illusory. Everyone explores, but still finds nothing. Unlike previous divine ruins, there are no monsters formed by the manifestation of rule power, nor is there a need to kill to gain insight into the laws. Everything here exists between illusion and reality. Even the power of the laws is like this. In fact, they are not even separated from each other. After a short while, the explorers returned, all shaking their heads. Thor, it looks like this place has recovered, but fundamentally it's still just ruins. I think this deity has fallen a long time ago. The power of the divine ruins is almost gone, said Count Engel with a bitter smile. At this moment, his previous excitement had vanished. During the exploration, the illusory scenes almost shattered at a touch. When he left, the illusions reappeared. It looked like a divine realm, but in reality, it was still the same ruins as before. Not to mention any gains, they saw nothing at all. Hearing Count Engel's words, Thor nodded slightly. This outcome was not surprising to him. After all, the daily intelligence only indicated that he had safely survived this divine battle, but it didn't say he had gained the divine inheritance. This was different from the information about Fapuer of the Sela Kingdom. Clearly, under normal circumstances, even if he entered this divine ruin, it would be very difficult to obtain the divine inheritance. But he was not in a hurry. The daily intelligence system would provide more information after some events. Now, he had plenty of time and could wait patiently inside the divine ruin. Instead of rushing out before the divine battle, staying inside was safer. Father, let's rest for now. The power of the divine ruin is probably not easy to detect, especially since the deity has already fallen, Thor softly suggested. That's true. I was too impatient. This is a divine ruin, haha. Hearing Thor's words, Count Angle was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized and chuckled. Everyone, take a rest too. Thor nodded with a smile, and then called over 2 other members of the night group. Everyone began to rest and have a meal. Time slowly passed. Inside the divine ruin, it seemed that time and space were independent. When Thor and his group arrived at the valley, it was noon, but after just a short moment, it was already evening. Soon, night fell. The sky of the divine realm was also surreal and unreal. The full moon in the sky looked like a reflection in water. Thor observed quietly for a moment. Then, he began a conversation with his father. Time slowly passed, and it was almost dawn. Buzz. A ripple spreads. Next, some unfamiliar mechanical alert sound sounded. Beep. Abnormality detected in the world. Would you like to temporarily reconfigure the world? The mechanical voice was the same as usual, but the message was completely different. Thor, who had been waiting, was slightly stunned. Abnormality in the world? Reconfigure temporarily? He muttered to himself, looking confused. Then he suddenly looked at this world, his eyes shining, and a guess started to form in his mind. Matching. When the idea appeared, Thor no longer hesitated and agreed immediately. Currently reconfiguring. Please wait a moment. Buzz. As Thor finished speaking, the mechanical voice sounded again, and a ripple spread out instantly. Currently reconfiguring. Please wait a moment. Buzz. Again, the mechanical voice sounded, and a ripple spread out instantly, sweeping across the entire divine realm. At this moment, it was almost the same as when he first entered the alien world, except that this time, there was no system prompt sound upon entry. Daily Intelligence Updated 1. Due to your deliberate actions, you entered the territory of the death god Thanatos ahead of time. As a higher deity, even though he fell long ago during ancient myth times, the divine ruins formed by his divine realm still stand in this dimension. 2. The divine power of Thanatos is intertwining. To gain his inheritance, you must sense the traces of the death law, and the harmony with the death law must reach a very high level. 3. The power from the divine ruins of Thanatos' divine realm can be linked, allowing you to obtain the divine inheritance. You can connect the power of the divine realm to descend. 4. Deep within the divine realm, the strongest concentration of the death law is found. Going there can speed up your understanding of the death law, but to activate the core, you need the power of the death law. 5. Within the divine ruins, there are divine artifacts from the higher god Thanatos. If one can ignite the divine fire and gather the divine form, they can use the power of the death law to summon it. 6. According to legend, the death god Thanatos was killed by humans from the earth, who used the power of the seed of life to connect with him. You might discover some unexpected surprises. Lines of text appeared, totaling 10 this time. As Thor guessed, along with the matching process now completed, all the daily information displayed by his special ability was related to the divine realm. The so-called matching undoubtedly refers to directly matching the space-time. When he first entered the foreign world, the system also performed a matching. However, because the foreign world and the divine realm are different, there was no prompt. The divine realm exists between illusion and reality, which causes these differences. Of course, these details are no longer important now. What matters is the 10 pieces of daily information that have appeared today. At this moment, he finally understood the general situation of this divine realm. It turned out to be the divine realm of a higher god. Even though Thor was not very clear about what a higher god was, he knew that the Anubis god before was only a lower god. So, there should be a middle-tier god level as well. Even if there are beings above the higher gods, the level of a higher god is definitely not low. At this moment, even Thor couldn't help feeling a bit excited inside. A higher god, the inheritance of a higher god, this would be extremely useful for him. Even now, he might be confident enough to break through the divine domain. But how to go beyond the divine domain? He has no such thoughts at the moment. But if he had the inheritance of a deity, not necessarily a higher god, gathering a divine form wouldn't be too difficult. He quickly scanned the daily intelligence system with his eyes. Then Thor took a deep breath. Without hesitation, he made his move. A ripple spread out, and the mark of the death law on Thor's forehead began to intertwine. A sense of death started to fill the surroundings. The power of the death law intertwined. Countess Engelbert almost immediately sensed something unusual. His expression was surprised, but his actions were very swift. Swish! His figure disappeared and instantly appeared in front of Tor. What's wrong with Tor? Countess Engel looked around, then fixed her gaze on Thor, a questioning sound in her voice. Father, do you see this? Thor did not answer her directly. Instead, he signaled for her to look at the divine realm before them. What's wrong? Countess Engel looked confused. She instinctively looked ahead. But when she did, her pupils shrank sharply. The illusionary scenes within the divine realm began to break apart. At the same time, a strong sense of death started to spread around. As the feeling of death intertwined, everything around changed quickly. The light faded away. The sunlight, moonlight, and starlight above the sky were gone. Darkness spread across the entire world. The divine realm, no, the entire world, seemed to be instantly covered by eternal night. The once bright space now carried a cold, ancient aura, as if time had stopped here, with only death and silence intertwined. In the darkness, faint blue flames flickered in the distance. The illusionary ground began to be covered by black, shadowy land, with a thin layer of grayish-white mist, like the size of lost souls, slowly flowing in the darkness. The illusionary sky also turned black. No sun, no clouds, only endless gloom and heavy oppression. Under this sky, all life appeared tiny and fragile, as if it could be swallowed by the endless darkness at any moment. Clatter! The sound of flowing water echoed. Countess Engel instinctively looked up and saw a huge, black river crossing the sky, appearing from nowhere. This was a mysterious river flowing deep within the underworld, like a dark ribbon quietly flowing in the endless darkness. Once it appeared, the entire world grew darker, and the sense of death became even stronger. Meanwhile, ghostly figures around began to glow with faint green light in their eye sockets, and the atmosphere of death continued to weave through the world. Clatter! The clear sound of flowing water rang out again. Once more, a black river crossed the sky. Legend says there are 3 rivers in the underworld. In ancient times, when the Anubis ruins appeared, one of these rivers flowed through it. That river brought the deathly aura of the ruins to its peak. However, at this moment, 2 underworld rivers appeared within the entire divine realm. The smell of death was almost thick enough to be unbreakable. In the dark world, countless death laws intertwined. At this moment, everyone felt connected to the laws of death. Thud! Thor! Count Engelbert instinctively swallowed and looked at his son. Don't worry, father. The death god has already fallen. This is just the intertwining of laws, so there shouldn't be much problem. We can even use this chance to understand the power of the death laws. Thor softly explained to Count Engelbert. I understand. Count Engelbert was slightly stunned, but quickly understood and nodded slightly. Father, I'll go ahead first. If you want to understand the power of the death laws, just step into the front. After explaining to Engelbert, Thor spoke again. Then his gaze shifted to Ryan, Anna, and Maxwell. Ryan, Anna, Maxwell, come with me to enter. Even if we can't fully understand the power of the death laws, it should be enough to strengthen your use of the laws. He spoke and made arrangements. Yes, Anna, Ryan, and Maxwell nodded in agreement. After giving the order, Thor didn't hesitate and stepped forward immediately. The reason was simple. Understanding the power of the death laws was urgently needed by him now. Even other laws wouldn't make him hesitate at this moment. This was a heritage from a higher-ranked god. Unlike in the Eastern worldview, where even inheriting a divine legacy was hard to reach the level of the inheritor, in the Western worldview, inheriting from a higher-ranked god meant a high chance of becoming a higher-ranked god himself. This was a higher-ranked god. Even Thor, who was not yet in the divine realm, or even those who had ignited divine fires and condensed divine shapes, would be eager to seize this opportunity. Clang! His steps moved, and in the next moment, the surrounding space instantly rippled, just like when he first entered the divine ruins. Moreover, once he stepped in, the scene seemed not much different from before. The sky is pitch black, and the ground is also dark. A sense of danger and death keeps filling the air. Walking on the underworld, in the distance, skeletons with glowing green eyes are coming towards him, seeming to regain their strength from the power of death. At this moment, When he looks at Thor, it seems as if he sees a piece of the most delicious flesh. Boom. Rumble. Intense vibrations spread out, and many skeleton monsters begin to gather. Thor's law mark on his body pulses, and the power of lightning almost instinctively begins to activate. But halfway through, he suddenly reacts and stops abruptly. The power of the law of death pulses, and the force of death intertwines. Gently, he clenches his right hand, and countless death energies gather. A long, pitch-black spear appears. Boom. The ground instantly collapses. In the next moment, Thor charges directly toward the group of skeletons. His speed is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he crosses the distance. Facing many skeletons, he does not defend, but uses all his strength to rush forward. Boom. Boom. Rumble. Loud explosions ring out. Even though Thor only uses the power of the death law, these undead spirits cannot resist him. Within a moment, dozens of bones are shattered. The soul fire dims, but he cannot stop the increasing number of enemies. The undead he destroys soon revive again after a short time, as the aura of death continues to intertwine. At this moment, countless skeletons and undead spread out, with death and ominousness intertwined. Countless law energies fill the sky. Two rivers flowing through the sky are the dark waters of the underworld, quietly flowing. The battle continues to erupt and spread. As Thor keeps using the power of death, the death law energy surrounding him grows thicker. He seems to fall into a moment of insight. Meanwhile, many of the undead and skeletons he has slain begin to draw death law energy into him. With each influx of this energy, the death law mark on Thor's forehead becomes more obvious. Time slowly passes. In this dark world, there is no time. There is no perception. Only dense groups of spirits and the rushing rivers of the underworld above his head. Gradually, Thor's body almost completely turned black. A sense of death began to spread from him. But at this moment, Thor did not notice this change. He was still fighting nonstop. On the other side, Thor stepped into the area. Count Earl quickly clenched his teeth and made a decision. Michael, the Earth Knight, follow me in. Others, if you want to try, you can also go. Count Earl spoke, then took a deep breath and stepped inside as well. Many figures followed closely behind. This time, it was no different from the previous divine ruins. As soon as they entered, they were completely separated. The same sky, the same spirits, and the same sense of death intertwined, but it was different from before. The Night Order led by Thor and Count Earl looked at each other in surprise. Eventually, someone couldn't resist and also stepped inside. Time slowly passed. At this moment, everyone inside the divine ruins couldn't sense the passage of time. Outside, after the gladiator match ended, top nobles fixed their eyes on the remaining fragments of the loss. Conflicts continued to break out inevitably. Fights erupted here and there. Death spread constantly. Not only humans, but also many magical beasts. The kingdom's war was about to end. Compared to the law fragments, magical beasts and magical plants were also valuable harvests, especially high-level magical beasts. Many nobles couldn't help but have shining eyes. Amidst these battles, large amounts of blood began to soak into the ground. Initially, these changes were minor, but with the activation of the Thunder Prison, the blood started to seep into the ground and gather toward the Thunder Prison. A huge sacrifice had quietly begun. This unconscious divine awakening. A divine awakening no one noticed. Boom. Rumbling sounds. It's a bit late. I am organizing the follow-up. The kingdom's war is almost over, and now it's time for the territory to truly rise. Boom. Rumbling sounds. A loud rumbling echoes through the jungle as a battle unfolds. One side is a noble knight group from the kingdom of Sachi, and the other is a group of 4-tier magical beast bulls with large horns. These 4-tier magical beasts are said to have the best horns for making weapons. Weapons crafted from their horns, even if made of gold armor, could potentially break through. The noble knight group from Sachi has set their sights on these giant horned beasts. They initially thought it would be easy to catch them, but to their surprise, among the group, there are 3 4-tier peak-level magical beasts. Suddenly, the entire knight group is caught in a fierce fight. Some knights begin to suffer injuries. Humph! A loud roar like a bull's bellow erupts, and a huge whirlwind sweeps through the area. The giant horned beasts charge at the knights. causing many to fall and spill blood on the ground. Faced with the thick blood, these beasts' eyes turn red, and they become even more savage. Boom. In the sky, a warrior with half-step Saint Domain power unleashes a powerful attack, knocking back one of the 4-tier peak beasts. But immediately, 2 more 4-tier peak beasts rush forward. His face darkens instantly. At this moment, he can do nothing but grit his teeth and keep fighting. To avoid heavy losses, he must quickly deal with these 3 4-tier peak beasts. The battle continues to spread. The fighting is not only happening here. In the core of this alien world, battles are erupting in many places. Humans versus humans. Humans versus magical beasts. Magical beasts versus magical beasts. As time passes, the conflicts seem to grow more intense. A mysterious force stirs the heavens and the earth, making every creature in this alien space become more ferocious. Stronger humans are still okay for now, but magical beasts are undoubtedly the most affected. This will likely lead to even more conflict. The increasing chaos causes the blood-red aura to grow thicker. On the human knight side, they are also beginning to be affected, though no one notices this yet. Most people are still fighting for their own chance at luck, especially in the Thunder Prison. At this moment, the area had almost turned into a pool of blood. Many nobles had died here. The fighting had escalated from a simple clash to a life-and-death battle. Countless flashes of lightning surrounded the scene, making it seem as if the figures truly touched the laws of thunder, which only made everyone more frantic. Suddenly, boom. A thunderclap suddenly struck from the dark clouds gathering above the sky, hitting a young noble instantly. Lightning surrounded him. The surrounding figures were instantly scorched black. The dense power of lightning scattered, causing many to change their expressions and instinctively retreat. Within the lightning, a figure's forehead bore a mark of the law, intertwined with others. Countless bolts of lightning began to circle around him. Is this the law mark of thunder? He spoke softly, his face filled with excitement. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming power filling his body, making him feel as if a divine presence was blessing him. Inside his body, a deep rumbling was happening, transforming him. Once just a land knight, he was now intertwined with countless lightning bolts. In an instant, boom, a powerful aura shot straight into the sky. Surrounded by countless lightning bolts, he directly advanced to become a Sky Knight. As he stepped into the Sky Knight realm, a large amount of lightning power rapidly merged into his body, causing his aura to rise continuously. A ripple spread out. In everyone's shocked eyes, his domain formed. At this moment, he had stepped into the half-step saint realm. Then, his domain rapidly expanded. Until it nearly fully formed, it stopped. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists, and countless lightning flashes sparked around him. At this moment, Marcus Campbell was filled with unmatched excitement. He had just entered the half-step saint realm, and he was only one step away from the true saint realm. He only needed more lightning power to take another step and become the first saint in the history of the Campbell family. Thunder, I need more lightning power. He muttered to himself, his eyes turning blood red instantly. Scanning his surroundings, in an instant, he locked onto a knight and his horse. Boom! Lightning exploded, and Maris Campbell's figure instantly disappeared. In the distance, a group of knights suddenly felt a strong warning in their hearts. Oh, the leading Sky Knight's face changed. He instinctively spoke. But before his words finished, a sharp pain struck his head. Boom. Then came a tearing sensation in his body, as if it was being ripped apart, and the huge counterforce hit him directly. His consciousness became completely blurred. His body was forcibly slammed into the ground by Maris Campbell, and his head nearly exploded like a watermelon. Bright red blood splattered everywhere. Buzz. Ripples spread out, and within the Thunder Prison, countless lightning flashes suddenly intensified. Maris Campbell took a deep breath, and then a large amount of lightning rapidly gathered into his body, boosting his energy again. However, at this moment, he did not stop. After quickly defeating the leading Sky Knight, he began to swiftly attack the rest of the knight group. Hundreds of knights. Under Maris Campbell's full power, figures were torn apart, thrown flying, or turned into ashes. A large flow of blood almost formed a stream, filling the entire canyon, and amidst the lightning flashes, It even took on a faint blood-red color. But Maris Campbell didn't care about these things now. A mysterious pull drove him to seek more lightning power, but at this moment, his lightning energy was almost drained. To continue gaining more, he needed more blood to nourish it. Now, the various night groups trapped in the Thunder Prison became his best source of nourishment. Boom, 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 rumble. The battle kept erupting. After the first night group was slaughtered, the second and third followed. Many knights were killed, some torn apart, some flung away, and others turned to ash. Da lang de shanshir jihu huijir, chongla shilu, tamonla junger shagu. Zar leiting shansoa, drizhong, shundru, do dai songlad, yi mo shirsur. Da lang de shirleu jihu huijir chengshi, tamonla junger shagu. Zar leiting shansoa zhong, shundru dai shang, yi mo shirhong sura. But at this moment, Maris Campbell paid no attention to these. An invisible force pulled him, making him crave more lightning power. However, his lightning energy was almost completely drained now. To keep gaining more, he needed more blood to pour into it. At this time, the night groups trapped in the Thunder Prison were undoubtedly his best nourishment. Boom, 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 rumble. The fighting continued fiercely. As the first night group was slaughtered, the second and third followed. Many knights were killed, some torn apart, some flung away, and others turned to ashes. All the monsters attracted by the power of the law are now lying on the ground, blackened and exhausted. This area of the Thunder Prison is completely covered in blood. Ha! The Law of Thunder. This is the Law of Thunder. A wild laugh echoes from within the Thunder Prison, with Maris Campbell's voice sounding crazy and passionate. However, he does not notice that the area surrounding the Thunder Prison is no longer just filled with the power of the Thunder Law. The presence of divine spirits is beginning to spread. Deep beneath the Thunder Prison, there is a huge body. Thump, thump, thump. A loud sound like thunder echoes, resembling a heartbeat. Time seems to freeze at this moment. An ancient aura begins to awaken gradually. Blood-red energy starts to spread throughout the area. After an unknown amount of time, or perhaps how long it lasted, boom. The enormous body suddenly explodes. In an instant, endless thunderous power erupts from the ground, rushing straight upward. Outside the Thunder Prison, the area collapses almost instantly. A massive pillar of lightning shoots toward the sky. The thunder covers the sky. The power of the Law of Thunder is fully manifested at this moment. Countless forces of the law begin to intertwine. Boom. Rumble. A huge roar echoes through the sky above the Thunder Prison. No, at this moment, not only the core of this strange space, but the entire strange realm is covered with an intense aura of thunder. The terrifying power suppresses the entire world. The huge lightning pillar can be seen clearly even from 10,000 miles away. At this moment, countless people look up. When they see the enormous lightning pillar, their hearts beat wildly. What is that? Oh my God! Such dense law of thunder power. Quick, go there. Voices ring out, and amidst the exclamations, excitement quickly takes over. Because the dense, almost inseparable law energy makes all top nobles' eyes go wide with shock. For a moment, many nobles begin heading toward the Thunder Prison. Only a few nobles furrow their brows and choose not to go. Father, should we really not go? The power of the law was so strong here that it probably contained the complete Thunder Law. The middle-aged man looked at the Grand Duke Anabai and spoke hesitantly. Yes, your father. Such a strong law might be enough for Isabel to form her law seal. Even others might have a chance. As the middle-aged man spoke, someone else soon voiced their opinion. However, when faced with these words, Grand Duke Anabai frowned and shook his head again. Seeing Anabai's reaction, a few people exchanged glances with some helplessness. But since their father had already made the decision, they had no other options. Of course, it wasn't just Grand Duke Anabai who felt this way. Some high-ranking nobles, sensing that things were not right, also chose not to go, and some minor nobles kept their distance. The entire kingdom's war involved too many nobles, tens of thousands of nobles. The total number of nobles in the kingdom was huge. With so many nobles, many had their own ideas. Even if only 1 out of 100 nobles had thoughts of approaching the Thunder Prison, that was still a significant number. From the high altitude, You could see nobles and dense armies moving toward the Thunder Prison. Many people's eyes were filled with excitement and eagerness, just like Campbell's descendants who had been covered by the Thunder Sea before. But this excitement hadn't spread widely yet. As many nobles approached the Thunder Prison, the thunderous power of the prison suddenly swept outwards. In an instant, within a radius of 1,000 miles, the area transformed into an enormous sea of lightning. The excitement instantly turned into a piercing scream. Figures were instantly destroyed in the sea of lightning. Whether they were ordinary knights, earth knights, sky knights, or even half-step saints, all were extremely fragile now. Under the cover of lightning, everything turned to nothingness. Boom. Rumble. A huge roar echoed, and at this moment, the thick dark clouds in the sky almost pressed down completely. Crash. A phantom river appeared, faintly stretching into the past and future. Scenes began to unfold along the river. In the images, there was a dark sky. In the dark sky, a tall man stood above the clouds. His figure was huge, about 3 or 4 meters tall, surrounded by intertwined lightning, exuding holiness and authority. It seemed like the only ruler of this world. Suddenly, a shimmering wave of time flowed again. The figure appeared to notice something nearby and began to walk forward. As he moved, illusion and reality started to blend together. Hearts pounded loudly in everyone's chest at this moment. Many people felt a strange tingling sensation on their scalp. Far away, in the kingdom of Sarah, a knight named Carol saw this scene, and his face changed slightly. "What is this?" he asked, eyes wide with disbelief. "Carol, what's wrong?" asked a nearby figure, noticing Carol's reaction with confusion. "Let's go?" Carol suddenly understood what was happening. He shouted softly, and his face turned pale instantly. The family knights became restless. They looked stunned, but under Carol's command, they quickly followed him and ran toward the distance. Suddenly, loud thunder roared, and the sky was covered in dark clouds, as if about to collapse. Lightning flashed wildly, and immense power intertwined, awakening divine energy in this strange world. A crashing sound of waves echoed again, and time seemed to freeze. A shadow gradually became real, shifting from illusion to reality. At that moment, the entire strange world trembled. Suddenly, a vast void, like gathering thunder, appeared in the sky and began to fall toward the earth with a deafening roar. Within 1,000 miles, the area was instantly covered by this terrifying thunder prison. A piercing scream filled the air. Nobles and knights in the area were struck by the lightning storm, their bodies exploding in an instant. Then, the explosive body was vaporized. At this moment, countless lightning laws intertwined throughout the entire world, and this strange land became a place where lightning gathered. All the laws were taken over, leaving only lightning surrounding everything. A hoarse voice came from a shadowy figure, seeming a bit confused. But soon, awareness gradually returned. Memories from a distant past began to surface. Boom. A powerful aura rose up, tearing the sky apart in an instant, and a huge divine kingdom fully materialized at this moment. However, just as the divine kingdom appeared, a ripple spread out. Next, an invisible wave swept across the entire strange world. Splurt. A burst of flames suddenly rose, and as the flames soared, countless flashes of lightning rules began to break apart. Then, the power of fire laws started spreading through the sky. Pop, 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 pop. Flames rose one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the sky covered in lightning was filled with flames. The fire ocean covered everything and blocked out all sight. At the same time, countless fire laws began to spread. A huge divine kingdom formed from flames also suddenly descended. Amidst the endless flames, a tall figure slowly stepped out from time itself. Two figures faced each other in midair. Unexpectedly, the land of the thunder god that fell 10,000 years ago is here. Within the flames, the figure smiled lightly, with a hint of surprise. "Who are you?" Lightning surged as the figure in the fire sea looked on. The towering voice of the lightning god sounded with doubt. In his memory, the fire god should not be the person before him. God of fire, the upper deity, Antonio spoke calmly. The boundless flames swept across, invading the entire sky, and the power of the divine kingdom clashed with that of the lightning god's divine kingdom. God of fire, the upper deity. Where's Hephaestus? The deep voice asked. The burly man frowned. In his memory, the fire god should be Hephaestus, not the person in front of him. Perrin, this is not 10,000 years ago. Hephaestus has long fallen during the twilight of the gods. Antonio's calm voice chuckled softly. The twilight of the gods. The burly man's face darkened slightly. All right, it's time for you to go too. Since this is your former place of downfall, then let's end here this time. Antonio smiled lightly. In the next moment, endless flames transformed into a scene that blocked the sky. Countless forces of fire laws surged, and a long spear made of flames appeared in his hand. His figure moved instantly. Arrogant. Antonio's confidence made Thor, the god of thunder, look displeased. He gently clenched his right hand, gathering countless thunder forces. Suddenly, a thunder spear appeared in his hand. The battle between the two began instantly. Fire and lightning intertwined. A terrifying divine realm kept colliding. As the god of thunder, Thor guessed one thing. This opponent's level was higher than Anubis's, reaching the level of a higher-tier god. Antonio's level was also not low. He was a higher-tier fire god. In the moment they fought, the sky was torn apart. The ground roared loudly. Parts of the land started breaking apart. Powerful laws clashed in midair, and the divine realm's strength was spreading across the entire world. Fortunately, the fire's power swept around, isolating many nobles and keeping them unaffected. But Antonio only isolated those nobles. The entire world was not cut off from him. As the two higher-tier gods fought, this already weak foreign world began to break apart. The sky shattered, and the earth trembled. Many monsters from this foreign land burst apart and flickered. A terrifying sea of flames covered the sky, intertwined with lightning. Boom! The fire and lightning collided, and terrifying divine power spread across the entire world. Thor holds his thunder spear. At this moment, his breath reaches its peak, surrounded by countless lightning bolts. His aura suddenly surges to the highest point, spreading unmatched power across the world. This is a force capable of destroying the universe. He is a higher-ranking god, though not the supreme deity. In ancient legends, above the higher gods, there exists an incredible realm of gods. But those are just stories. Even 10,000 years ago, the higher gods were among the most powerful deities on the continent. Thor, among the higher gods, is one of the strongest, with strength comparable to that of the Titan gods. At this moment, even just having returned from the past, his power has reached an unimaginable level. 10,000 years ago, this would have been enough to cause the world to collapse. However, in the face of this force, capable of tearing apart the sky and destroying the world, the fire god Antonio remains calm. Instead, he wears a faint smile. Perrin, this is not 10,000 years ago. A light laugh sounds, and in the next moment, puff! The flames rise again, but this time, the endless fire contains a different hue, golden flames. The moment this fire appears, the entire sky cracks open. On the ground, countless plants and trees begin to wither. Many monsters' bodies quickly dry out, and even the earth starts to burn. What is this? Perrin's pupils shrink, and his originally fierce aura falters. Because at this moment, even his thunder power begins to burn. Impossible. How can this be? A deep voice comes from the towering figure, filled with disbelief. This is his thunder, his power as a higher god. How could it be burned by flames? But no matter how incredulous he is, as golden flames rise, not only his thunder is burning, but his divine realm also begins to ignite with fire. This shocks him greatly. Nothing is impossible. Perrin, the god of thunder, this is not 10,000 years ago. The era of gods has already passed. Antonio's light voice echoes with a faint smile. Calm and composed. Even though he is also a high-ranking god, he has never taken the thunder god seriously from start to finish. It has been 100,000 years. Everything has already changed. As he said, with the arrival of the twilight of the gods, the era of gods has passed. Now is the age of humans. Although he is just a high-ranking god, in the foreign war, even if he is a world master god, he is killed before. Right now, even though he is only a clone, fighting a thunder god from 100,000 years ago is not so simple. Boom. Thunder roars, countless lightning intertwines, and Perlin's eyes instantly turn blood red. He finds it hard to accept. Antonio's words make him almost furious. But flames rise up. With golden flames burning, his divine realm is indeed collapsing. A powerful aura spreads further, but it seems useless. Perlin roars, unleashing unmatched strength that sweeps across the sky. More intense lightning energy gathers in the world, and at this moment, his aura begins to rise again. Lightning is inherently the most violent power. Now, Perlin finds he cannot stop the spreading of the golden flames. He no longer cares about anything else, and uses the most violent lightning power to strengthen himself, charging at Antonio. The battle erupts once more. Lightning and flames clash again. But this time, when lightning hits the flames, it begins to falter. The power of lightning is constantly being burned away. The flames have already covered the entire sky, including the lightning domain. Enough. It's time to end this. If this continues, this fragment of the world will truly collapse. Antonio looks at the entire alien world, frowning slightly, then softly speaks. He swings his flaming spear, and golden flames surge out like a fiery dragon twisting in the sky. This fire is different from ordinary flames. It contains powerful divine energy that can burn away any obstacle in its path. The golden flames streak across the sky like shooting stars, heading straight for the thunder god's divine realm. At the same time, his figure steps directly into the divine realm. Haha, you're asking for death. How dare you step into my divine realm? Watching Antonio step directly into his divine realm, Perrin's previously grim face suddenly lit up with hope. Even though his divine realm was collapsing now, a divine realm is still a divine realm. Antonio entering it was almost like inviting disaster. Even among high-level gods, rashly entering another god's realm usually leads to terrible consequences. At this moment, Perrin's divine domain was originally a sacred place shrouded in lightning. Tall lightning towers pierced the sky, and lightning weaves formed a net, protecting this holy land. In the center, golden flames burned, destroying the entire divine realm, though its power still held it together. As soon as Antonio's figure entered the divine realm, countless lightning forces surged forward, seeming to crush Antonio into a sea of thunder. But at this moment, Antonio was engulfed in boundless flames. Boom! A mighty, hot wave rose up, and the golden flames spread further. This was no longer just a flicker, but a blaze that rose throughout the entire divine realm. The golden flames came from a special fire he obtained during a foreign war, controlled by a main god. After merging, his power had reached a level comparable to that of a main god. Even as a clone, the powerful golden flames spread rapidly. In an instant, they caused the entire lightning divine realm to begin collapsing. Unlike before, now the whole realm was breaking apart. No, Perrin's terrified cry echoed, and his earlier pride was abruptly cut short. He never expected that Antonio entering his divine realm would not only fail to be easily dealt with, but would cause his realm to start collapsing. This was his divine realm, the domain of his status as a high-level thunder god. But clearly, Antonio didn't care about any of that. The endless golden flames expanded once more. Antonio's figure moved instantly. In Perrin's shocked gaze, a long spear shot forward like a rainbow, striking directly at Perrin. Perrin quickly raised his thunder spear to defend. However, as the realm crumbled, Antonio's divine realm continued to spread, further suppressing his power. He was no match for Antonio, almost completely overwhelmed. Suddenly, a soft sound rang out. Perrin instinctively looked down and saw a long spear piercing through his chest. Bright red blood was still in the process of flying out when it was instantly evaporated by golden flames. His figure staggered backward, but Perrin quickly realized with horror that the flames on his body had started to burn even more fiercely. The power of thunder tried to cover him, but even the thunder was being consumed by the flames. There was no way to stop this fire. Boom! His aura surged, and even his divine blood began to burn. Yet, it still couldn't be stopped. What frightened him even more was that the divine realm had completely collapsed, and the surroundings had turned into a sea of fire. Impossible. How is that possible? Your flames, how could they burn through my divine realm? Perrin, the god of thunder, was filled with fear. Even as a high-ranking god, he couldn't stay calm at this moment. There was no choice. His divine realm was covered in flames. All of this was enough to show the outcome. Nothing is impossible. I told you, the age of gods ended 10,000 years ago. This continent is no longer in the era of deities. Antonio chuckled softly, his words calm. However, surrounded by endless flames, he seemed to have become the entire world, the absolute ruler of this fiery realm. Boom. Rumble. A loud roar echoed all around. The vast divine realm was engulfed by the sea of fire, reaching its limit. Soon after, the entire divine realm began to collapse rapidly. I don't believe it. This must be fake. Perón, the god of thunder, roared with a voice full of rage. His eyes turned blood red, and lightning flickered, gradually showing a hint of red. Seeing this scene, Antonio couldn't help but smile lightly and shake his head. In the next moment, his figure moved. The endless sea of fire swept over, and the spear formed from flames suddenly shot out again. Perón, the god of thunder, instinctively sensed danger and raised his hand. But in the next instant, the flaming spear had already pierced through him. Boom! A huge explosion shook the entire world. Then, the god of thunder, Perón, felt a powerful force spreading from his thunder spear. His body was suddenly pushed downward, crashing into the ground below. Boom! The ground instantly collapsed and was destroyed. An unimaginable force spread across the entire sky and earth. At this moment, the flames covered not only the sky but also the land, engulfing everything in a sea of fire. A loud roar sounded as many beings were ignited by the flames. At the same time, the divine realm suddenly fell, causing the entire world to tremble. Ah! A piercing cry echoed. Amidst the sea of fire, a figure underground was burning fiercely. His divine power was continuously dissipating. His divine nature was also fading away. Until a certain moment. Boom. Rumble. Blood-red thunder clouds filled the sky, and a tense, oppressive atmosphere spread across the world. The scream suddenly stopped. High above, Antonio's flames vanished as he looked at the shattered underground and the spreading blood-colored thunder clouds across the broken world. A faint smile appeared on his face. Really weak. He muttered to himself. In the next moment, Antonio's figure turned into flames and disappeared into the world. With his disappearance, everything seemed to come to an end. But at this moment, the scene was terrifying beyond words. The once exotic world had completely shattered, turning into floating land masses in the void. Many monsters were utterly destroyed. Whether they were third-tier, fourth-tier, or even fifth-tier monsters, none were spared. Compared to them, the noble human knights fared better. Except for a few unlucky ones, most survived with difficulty within the flames. But as they looked at the broken land, they all fell silent. As participants in the kingdom's war, even dukes from powerful kingdoms might have some understanding of the divine realm, but their knowledge of the beings above the divine realm was limited. And this war was not just a simple conflict within the divine realm. It was a true battle among top-tier gods standing at the highest level of humanity. This is beyond understanding. Even just hearing about it is hard to believe. At this moment, when the foreign world shatters and the divine war spreads, everyone can't help but widen their eyes and breathe heavily. In a broken piece of land, the noble knight order of the Sela Kingdom seems to have good luck. They happen to be within 10,000 miles of the battle. In this void space, they can barely see the whole fight. God, is this the power of a divine being? Someone murmurs, their heart pounding with excitement. Others have shining eyes, lost in thought. Carol, who won? Someone else breathes heavily and speaks nervously. They are eager to know the result of the battle. It's us humans who won. That thunder god has been defeated. Although Carol's heart is also stirred, he quickly nods and speaks softly. Joy spreads across their faces. When the thunder god revives, he truly shows fear. As a lecturer at Canaan Academy, he knows how terrifying a divine being can be, especially an upper-level god. Once the opponent revives, more than half of the nobles in the foreign world might be doomed. But unexpectedly, in this situation, a human god descended. And it was the fire upper god, Antonio. Carol isn't very familiar with him, but he's heard of this legend. The fire upper god, Antonio, has a well-known reputation even within the empire. He's one of the top figures in the entire empire. His appearance undoubtedly makes him breathe a sigh of relief. And indeed, that's true. The divine war erupts instantly. Antonio immediately suppresses the revived thunder god, Pelin. There are no surprises there. But while the battle itself is expected, an unexpected event occurs. The fight between two upper gods shatters this part of the foreign world. Originally a vast foreign world, now it has turned into pieces of debris floating in the void. Ha ha, we won. We actually won. Long live the Empire. Hearing Carol's words, the high-ranking family members among the fragments can't help but show joy. Compared to ancient gods, the Empire is the most reassuring presence for them. The Empire's victory is enough for them. Of course, not just them. Even Carol at this moment can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even though he knew the outcome when Antonio appeared, it was only when the result truly arrived that he felt at ease. But once they felt relieved, they quickly became a bit confused. What should they do next? They initially planned to wait for some time during the Kingdom War to gain more benefits. However, now the foreign world has shattered. Not to mention gaining anything. Whether they can return safely is a big problem. It's not just Carol and his group. Other top nobles seem to have noticed these issues too. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle has ended, the divine kingdom has fallen, and Antonio's figure has disappeared. In the very center of the continent, inside a huge palace, a figure with closed eyes suddenly opens them. Their breath slightly fluctuates, but very quickly, their aura recovers. Really troublesome, Antonio mutters softly. He then stands up and shakes his head. He didn't expect such an unexpected event to happen during the Kingdom War. Just as he was about to speak and call his attendants, Antonio suddenly pauses. Wait a moment. How can there be the god of thunder in that place? Antonio reacts sharply, his brows furrowing deeply. Some things he hadn't considered during the fight. But now, returning to his true form, he instantly senses something unusual. Normally, a foreign world chosen for the Kingdom War shouldn't be a place where gods fall or contain a lot of divine power. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, the Kingdom War could suffer heavy losses, unnecessary losses. The two great empires wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. After all, the core purpose of the Kingdom War is to select talented knights, assess the development of various kingdoms, improve the overall strength of noble families, and prepare for battle. It's not meant for nobles to seek death. But now, this impossible scenario has suddenly become possible. Not only does that foreign world contain many divine beings, but it also has physical bodies. If he hadn't left some backup in a small creature, he might not even know what was happening in that foreign world. If the two great empires on this side didn't notice, then the god of thunder has awakened. As a result, it's easy to guess. This time, the War of the Kingdoms could lose a huge amount, or perhaps no one might survive. An upper-level god. Though he was easily dealt with by a clone of him, that is him. To the nobles involved in the Kingdom War, it was devastating. Not only an upper-level god, but even a lower-level god could easily destroy most of the nobles in the war. Thoughts kept flowing. Ideas intertwined. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed Antonio's mind. The cult of the foreign gods. Have those rats infiltrated the empire? Muttering to himself, Antonio's expression kept changing. At this moment, he could only think of this. The only explanation for this unexpected event was that someone deliberately changed the location of the Kingdom War to this place, the fallen land of the god of thunder. Only one kind of person would dare do that. The cult of the foreign gods. That group of dirty rats hiding beneath the empire. Someone come here. He spoke in a deep voice. Soon, someone quickly ran in. Lord Antonio. The figure entered and knelt with respect, speaking solemnly. Go and find out who arranged this Kingdom War and how many people are involved. Also, inform His Majesty that I need all recent information about the foreign conflicts. Antonio ordered, his tone serious. Yes. The kneeling figure looked a bit confused but responded quickly. Soon, the figure retreated. An hour later, that figure hurried back again. Lord Antonio. The figure bowed respectfully. Antonio waved his hand, and in the next moment, a crystal-clear magic crystal in the figure's hands floated into the air. A faint glow spread out, illuminating the surroundings. Scenes begin to appear. In the images, an old man is shown. The old man exudes a strong presence and quickly makes some arrangements. Besides him, there are about a dozen other figures handling similar tasks, some looking like the old man, others like middle-aged or young people. He's, and him too. Also this one. Send someone to control him immediately. As the gaze sweeps over, Antonio quickly speaks. Yes. The figure responds respectfully. Soon, within the vast empire, guard units start moving quickly. Antonio's orders are given swiftly. However, it is still too late. When the guard units arrive at the location of these people, the figures are already dead. Yes, they are already dead. The first death occurred over a month ago. When this news is conveyed back, Antonio's face instantly turns very grim. Clearly, if it was just a guess before, now it is certain. This was caused by the cult of the false gods. And it is unknown when the cult even infiltrated the high and middle ranks of the empire. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to influence the entire kingdom's war. Prepare for me. I need to meet His Majesty. His deep voice changes as his face shows a terrible expression. Antonio looks into the distance. Yes. The servant responds respectfully. Then Antonio hurriedly heads to the imperial capital. Inside the capital, a big storm is about to brew. The upheaval caused this time might sweep across the entire continent. But the nobles of the kingdom, currently trapped in the shattered foreign world, are unaware of this. They are still confused. This shattered foreign world. Each space standing here is tiny. Forget about continuing to harvest. Even surviving in the future is a big problem. Everyone feels a bit panicked at this moment. But panic now seems useless. They can only hope the kingdom's war ends soon so they can leave. But how it will end, no one knows. Of course, those like Thor, who are in the divine ruins, are even more uncertain. They are inside the divine ruins and are not even aware of the huge changes happening outside. The divine ruins hide everything, preventing the power of the divine war from spreading here. Imperial capital. A huge palace stands tall, majestic and sacred. The entire palace complex, which should be standing on the land, seems to overlook the sky itself. Antonio's figure descends from the sky. Master, Master. Seeing Antonio, the imperial knights kneel on one knee. As a high-ranking deity, Antonio holds a very high status throughout the empire. Even palace knights must bow. At this moment, a court attendant has already arrived at the door. Lord Antonio, Your Majesty has been waiting for you for a long time. The court attendant speaks respectfully. Antonio nods and then follows the attendant into the depths of the palace. Half an hour later, the two arrive outside a grand palace. Come in. A powerful voice echoes. Yes. Antonio respectfully responds and then steps into the hall. Inside the hall, many people are gathered. At the high throne sits Caesar 14, the current highest ruler of the empire. Your Majesty. Antonio enters and kneels on one knee, speaking respectfully. What's the matter, Antonio? Weren't you preparing for the foreign war in the Yulon Plain? Why do you have time now? Caesar 14 asks with a slightly surprised tone. As he speaks, many figures in the hall turn their eyes toward Antonio. Your Majesty, there are some problems with the Kingdom War. Antonio reports respectfully. The Kingdom War? What happened? An elderly man with a white beard, dressed as a priest, frowns and asks. What's going on? After the old man speaks, Caesar 14 also frowns and asks. Your Majesty, during the Kingdom War, it seems that the dirty rats from the heretic church have infiltrated. Antonio takes a deep breath, looks at the old man, and then speaks respectfully. That's not a big deal. Antonio, it's just a bunch of mice. Even if they entered the Kingdom War, it shouldn't be a big deal. There's no need for you to worry about this. Another person spoke, with a hint of anger in his voice. Your Majesty, this isn't about sneaking in. It's that those heretic mice changed the location of the Kingdom War to the fallen land of the thunder god Purin, even successfully summoning the divine. Antonio looked deeply at the speaker, causing the latter to shiver inwardly. Then he explained again. What? Antonio's words made the old man's eyes widen instantly, and he couldn't help but blurt out. At the same time, Caesar XIV's brow furrowed suddenly, and his gaze shifted sharply to the figure behind the speaker. Topman Vacheli Saint, I need an explanation. Caesar XIV's tone was calm, without any emotion, but this single sentence caused the figure to face a sudden change in expression. Your Majesty, this is impossible. The location of the Kingdom War was decided between us and the Dawnlight Empire. Such a problem cannot happen. Antonio, you are simply slandering. Topman Vacheli Saint knelt on the ground, quickly speaking, then looked angrily at Antonio. I don't need to slander you, Your Majesty. A few years ago, I took a young one under my wing, leaving some power in him. Because of that, I know the scenes of the Kingdom War. If it weren't for my divine spark descending, the nobles would have lost over 90% of their forces in this war. Antonio glanced at Topman Vacheli Saint, his tone still calm. However, these words immediately caused many figures in the hall to furrow their brows. Your Majesty, Topman Vacheli Saint hurriedly spoke again. But before he could continue, a terrifying pressure suddenly gathered on him. His body trembled, and his soul shook. Topman Vacheli Saint, 3 days. You have only 3 days. I need an answer. Caesar Xiv's voice rang out. Yes. All of Topman Vacheli Saint's words stopped abruptly, and he responded respectfully. Antonio, this matter should be handled by Topman Vacheli. For now, you should focus on preparing for the external war, said Caesar 14 softly. This concerns whether the empire can still produce a few higher gods, he added, looking at Antonio. Yes, Antonio replied respectfully. He then stepped back and left. Watching Antonio leave, Caesar 14 tapped his chair, lost in thought. For him, this issue was not a big deal in the kingdom's war. But for the entire imperial capital, Antonio's meeting triggered a major upheaval. Knight squads quickly set out. Compared to the Tulip Kingdom's knights, those in the imperial capital ranged from sky knights to even squad leaders at the Sacred Realm, and the top leaders were almost at the Divine Ruins. Amidst the chaos, members of the heretical church who were very good at hiding were soon exposed. The fierce Topman Vacheli would not show mercy. Even though he argued with Antonio earlier, Caesar 14 had already given orders, and Topman Vacheli knew exactly what to do. The upheaval spread across the empire and even reached another empire. 10 days later, almost the entire imperial capital was cleared out. Many heretical church members were captured and executed. The chaos gradually subsided. Finally, someone could focus on the kingdom's war. A few days later, the kingdom's war was declared over. To make up for the losses, the kingdom announced that it would grant some imperial merits as compensation. Bright white light filled the air, and figures from the shattered fragments were teleported away. At this moment, those trapped in the fragments, feeling lost and nervous, finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, because the world was broken, teleporting such a large crowd was not a quick task. It would take a long time. In the illusory world, Thor and others were naturally unaware of this. The power of the Divine Ruins continues to spread, and the scent of death weaves through the entire world, making everything feel silent and still. As a higher-level god, even though death god Thanatos fell long ago in ancient times, the level of the Divine Ruins in his divine kingdom remains very high. Even if a divine war breaks out and the foreign world nearly collapses, the Divine Ruins are hardly affected. Everyone inside the Divine Ruins does not realize that the outside world has almost completely fallen apart. As Thor, Count Engelbert, and others step inside, their knight groups follow, hesitating before choosing to enter. However, compared to Count Engelbert and Thor, others cannot stay inside for long. The maximum time they can endure is about 1 or 2 hours before being expelled. Some can only stay for a few breaths. Marshall's time inside is relatively longer. He stays for a full day before coming out. Now, his aura has changed noticeably. He has reached the peak of the Earth Knight level, and a strong sense of death is intertwined around him. Phew, almost there. Marshall looks at the dark sky in the distance and shakes his head with a sigh. He has gained many insights here, especially about the power of the death law. He feels that if he could persist a little longer, he might truly understand the death law and successfully carve its mark. Unfortunately, he is still a bit short. His talent is not as impressive as Lord Thor's, nor does he compare well to Rain. In the end, he did not take that final step. Although he has not carved the law's mark, Marshall's current strength is almost at the limit of the Earth Knight level. Going further would make him a Sky Knight, and his level might not be much lower than Count Engelbert's original strength. Lord Marshall. As figures step out, the knights nearby quickly speak up, especially a few Earth Knights, whose hearts are shaken because they feel a terrifying aura emanating from Marshall. Gulp. Could Marshall have broken through to become a Sky Knight? Someone instinctively whispers, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. It probably hasn't happened yet. By the way, have you noticed that the knights following Lord Thor have all greatly improved their strength? Yes, that's true. Hee. This time, don't just focus on Lord Thor. Our own strength has also increased. Sounds of agreement mixed with the atmosphere. Marshall came to the side, beginning to adjust his breath and calm the life source energy he had just broken through. In the distant, dark sky, everything remained silent. Countless deathly auras continued to intertwine. Among the deathly energies, Thor, Count Engelbert, Ryan, Anna, and Michael each remained in their own separate space, with vast armies of skeletons and spirits still charging toward them. The scent of death clung to everyone. The fighting seemed endless, lasting who knows how long. Battles had come and gone, only to start again. The number of spirits and skeletons grew larger, and the deathly aura became thicker. The fight gradually became more difficult. In one space, Michael was beginning to struggle. Boom! A powerful aura shot into the sky, smashing the surrounding spirits. Michael gasped heavily, the thick, deathly energy swirling around him, making him seem like a demon emerging from. His powerful aura kept spreading across the entire world. It's still not enough. Michael smiled bitterly, then suddenly moved his heart. The deathly aura swept over him again. His figure also retreated. In the divine ruins, the battle continued. More fights erupted one after another. After Michael couldn't hold on, Anna also soon couldn't persist. Then Ryan and Count Engelbert followed. In the end, only Thor remained in the divine ruins. His talent kept improving, now far stronger than Engelbert and even Ryan. Especially since he had once borne the power of Osiris's death law, he was now in his element. A large amount of insight spread through him. The mark of the death law gradually appeared and even became clearer. Although the number of spirits kept increasing, no spirit could get close to him. The battle continued to spread endlessly. Gradually, even without killing, the undead would fall when they came within 3 or 4 meters of him, as deathly aura was drawn away by his law mark. Time slowly passed. This domain continued to expand. Unlike before, when Tor formed a false domain, now it seemed to be a real prototype of a domain. Of course, at this moment, it was only a pure prototype of a death domain. Time slowly moved on. Suddenly, it felt as if a certain turning point had been reached. Buzz. A ripple spread out, and in the next moment, an invisible wave swept through the surroundings. Countless undead and skeletons exploded into pieces, and deathly aura began to intertwine everywhere. At the same time, in front of Tor, a diamond-shaped crystal appeared before his eyes. Strands of deathly aura intertwined. Tor's movements involuntarily stopped. "What's this?" he asked instinctively, looking somewhat confused. And just as he paused, the surrounding empty spaces suddenly collapsed, and countless deathly auras gathered toward the diamond crystal. Even the dark sky and the 2 rivers of the underworld started to break apart. The scenery around quickly returned to its previous appearance, almost visibly. In the end, only Tor remained at the very center, still in the dark sky. It's a bit late. Some things happened these past 2 days. Today, I will probably only update twice, around midnight. I will try to do 3 updates, and at the latest, I will resume 3 updates tomorrow. Boom. Rumble. A loud roar echoed throughout the divine ruins, as deathly aura intertwined across the entire sky and earth. Then, the dark sky and the shadow of the underworld rivers receded, and everything around began to flow back to how it was before, visibly. What's going on? What happened? The sudden change startled everyone. Even Count Engelbert couldn't help but feel tense. Because Tor hadn't come out yet. Rain and Anna also showed a hint of nervousness. However, amidst their tension, the darkness in the distance gradually condensed, and finally, a figure appeared far away. When they saw that figure, whether it was Count Engelbert, Michael, Ryan, Anna, or Marshall, they all couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at this moment. "Master." Ryan instinctively moved to go forward. "Wait a moment." Count Engelbert called out to stop Ryan. At this moment, his gaze was drawn to the crystal floating quietly in the air ahead of Thor, emanating a strong aura of death. As he spoke, figures around also paused. After stopping, they quickly noticed the unusual sight before Thor. What is this? Michael asked instinctively, with a look of confusion. The others felt the same. Only Count Engelbert, at this moment, looked at the black diamond-shaped crystal, and his breathing grew heavier. Because at this moment, an unexpected guess appeared in his mind. It was this guess that caused his breathing to become more labored and his heart to race. He could sense that such a concentration of death law power, enough to almost cause the surrounding divine ruins to collapse instantly, could only be explained by one thing: a divine soul. Only a god of death's divine soul could reach this level. If what was before him was indeed a god of death's divine soul, then the gains from the Dries Rosa family in this kingdom war might reach an unprecedented level. A divine soul, that's a divine soul. Even the lowest rank of lesser gods' divine souls could give someone a chance to step into the level of a deity. And as he understood, the god of death should be a higher deity. This means that possessing this divine soul, the Dries Rosa family could truly have a chance to step into the realm of gods, even rise to a new height. His gaze fixed ahead. Count Engelbert could clearly feel his heart pounding intensely. Not only his own heartbeat, but he could also sense it clearly around him. Time seemed to stretch endlessly at this moment. He didn't know how long had passed or how long it lasted. Count Engelbert only felt everything was moving very slowly, as if time had been slowed down countless times, until Thor gently raised his right hand and touched the diamond-shaped crystal. Count Engelbert's awareness returned, but at this moment, as his consciousness came back, he couldn't help but hold his breath. At this moment, Thor was unaware of his father's anxiety. After the surrounding scene faded away, his gaze fixed on the diamond-shaped crystal. In just a moment, he reached out with his right hand to touch the crystal. As someone who receives daily intelligence, he naturally understood that this diamond-shaped crystal was most likely the inheritance of the Grim Reaper obtained by Faepure. This was a divine inheritance, and Thor would never choose to give it up. Buzz. A ripple spread out. As soon as Thor's right hand touched the crystal, the power of the laws intertwined instantly. At that moment, the death law mark in Thor's forehead lit up brightly, and countless law energies began to weave together. Simultaneously, images and insights started to flow into his mind. The diamond-shaped crystal began to melt like liquid, transforming into dense law energy, and a strange, almost imperceptible force started pouring into his death law mark. With each wave of law energy and strange force entering, the entire law mark trembled slightly. Next, countless energies began to intertwine around Thor. A preliminary form of a domain started to rapidly take shape. At this moment, his domain was beginning to evolve into a true domain. He could also feel that a new, almost incomprehensible layer of power was gradually forming in his mind or forehead. This was the deepest part of the divine essence. If he could understand and master it, he could use this power to step into the realm of higher gods. This was the main reason why divine essence could allow someone to reach the level of a deity. However, this power was wrapped in countless law energies, and even Thor, with all his effort, could not perceive its true nature. Clearly, he was still far from comprehending this power. Even if he reached the divine realm, he might not be able to grasp this level of power. But at least, it opened a door for him. For Thor, he now had the chance to push open the door to higher levels in the future. Even without considering the future, even now, the countless law energies flowing into him gave him a new understanding of the power of death laws. At this moment, perhaps this insight cannot do much, but it is very important when he breaks through the sacred realm and enters the divine realm. Every stage of a knight's cultivation is a huge hurdle. Apprentice knights, earth knights, sacred realm knights, and divine realm knights all face these challenges. For ordinary knights, crossing these thresholds is almost impossible. Within the entire Tulip Kingdom, there are quite a few in the sacred realm. Among the 3 great duke families, at least one member is in the sacred realm, and there may be more. The royal family likely has no fewer than 20 sacred realm experts, but the number of divine realm experts is very small. Based on current knowledge, there are no more than 5. Even if there are more, it definitely won't be 10 or more. This shows the huge gap between them. His eyes slowly close. A ripple begins to spread, and the power of the death law continues to intertwine. This moment is no longer a fake domain, but the beginning of a real domain. Right now, his domain prototype is still being built. At this speed, it won't be long before his domain prototype is fully formed. Once that happens, as long as his night cultivation reaches the peak of the Sky Knight, and ignoring other law powers, he could use the Death Law to build a domain and break through the sacred realm. His eyes remain closed, and insights fill his mind. Time slowly passes. Neither he nor anyone else knows how long has gone by. Boom. Rumble. The entire divine ruins began to shake violently. Ripples spread outward in all directions. Meanwhile, illusion and reality once again started to intertwine. Clearly, the divine ruins became extremely unstable at this moment. The sky and earth trembled. Figures wavered and struggled to stand firm. The illusionary scenes in front of them began to shatter one by one. Countess Engel's originally joyful expression suddenly changed. Others felt the same. The violent shaking made it hard for them to keep their balance. Fortunately, the shaking lasted only a short while, and it gradually subsided. Then, around them, the surroundings began to collapse inch by inch. What is this? Someone's pupils widened as they nervously spoke with a stutter. Others instinctively stepped back. The illusions shattered one after another, causing a huge visual impact. Even Count Engelbert couldn't help but feel tense inside. Fortunately, Thor opened his eyes at that moment. The world was shaking violently, but it didn't affect him. He wasn't too surprised by what he saw because, after absorbing the divine power, the strength maintaining the divine ruins naturally began to weaken, and collapse was almost certain. He exhaled a deep breath, retracting the power of his domain. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already near Count Engelbert and the others. Thor. Seeing Thor appear, Count Engelbert quickly spoke. Father, don't worry. This is just the divine ruins power dispersing. We should reach the previous canyon very soon. Thor softly explained. Hearing Thor's words, Count Engelbert nodded slightly. He also let out a small breath of relief. But at the same time, as he relaxed, he looked at the black, diamond-shaped crystal that had appeared on Thor's forehead at some point. Count Engelbert hesitated, wanting to say something but unsure how. For him, the most urgent thing now was to find out whether Thor had truly merged with that divine fragment. Thor. You. Count Engelbert instinctively spoke, but he didn't know how to express himself. Fortunately, Thor understood what his father wanted to say. He nodded slightly. That nod caused a bright light to surge in Count Engelbert's eyes, almost making his heart jump out of his chest. He was excited and thrilled. A divine fragment. That was a divine fragment. His son had actually absorbed a divine fragment. This achievement made him so excited he could hardly contain himself. Thor smiled, naturally understanding his father's excitement. But more than that, he cared about a piece of information from the daily report. He paused for a moment. Then, without hesitation, life energy surged forth. He directly connected with the entire world. Life energy mixed with the power of death surged wildly. The next moment, ripples spread across the entire divine ruins. Thor's mental power began to rise steadily. At the same time, images started to appear before his eyes. As soon as the pictures appeared, his thoughts and consciousness were completely drawn into them. The surrounding time and the reactions of Count Engelbert disappeared from his view, leaving only the images. He didn't know how long it had been, nor how long it lasted. Boom. Rumble. A loud roar echoed as the entire divine ruin collapsed completely. The illusory scenery around it shattered, and everything seemed to revert to how it was before. In the valley, broken walls and ruins appeared, bearing traces of age. But this time, the power of the Death Law was no longer present. Under the sweeping wind, the buildings visible to the eye quickly weathered away. What's this? Returning to the valley, everyone was still dazed. They couldn't react immediately. But soon, someone noticed a new problem. The valley they were in seemed to have a serious issue. Originally, they had crossed through a forest to reach the valley, but now the forest had disappeared. In its place was an empty, void-like world. Not only had the forest turned to nothingness, but a large part of the valley also seemed to have become void. At this moment, they appeared to be isolated islands in a void world. Everything around them had changed. Gulp. What is this? Someone instinctively swallowed hard, feeling a tingling sensation on their scalp. Others stared with wide eyes, disbelief. Soon, Count Engelbert and Michael also sensed that something was wrong. What's going on? Count Engelbert frowned in worry. I'll go check. Michael spoke and began leading his knights to investigate. At first, it seemed fine, but when they started checking, Michael's expression changed drastically. The situation was completely beyond his expectations. After a while, he returned with a focused look on his face. Lord, it seems we have been split apart here, Michael reported to Count Engel with a serious expression. Split apart? Count Engel instinctively asked, looking surprised. Yes, that's right. It appears we are in a void outside the world. Michael took a deep breath and spoke again. This news caused the knights to become quite shocked. The crowd was noisy, and no one expected such an event to happen suddenly. People looked at each other with changing expressions. Fortunately, Count Engel quickly calmed everyone in the knights' group. However, after stabilizing the group, they still needed to decide what to do next. He frowned and began to carefully examine the surroundings. After a moment, Count Engel returned, his face serious. Just as Michael reported, the entire valley was completely cut off. No, it wasn't the whole valley, but the part where they stood was entirely isolated. Outside, there was only a vast emptiness. Even though Count Engel didn't fully understand what was happening, he knew that stepping into this void could have unimaginable consequences. His thoughts raced, and many ideas intertwined. Finally, his gaze settled on Tuo. But when he looked at Tuo, he was surprised because Tuo's expression was calm and composed, without any panic, as if he had expected this. Count Engel was moved and quickly approached Tuo. Father, Engel said as he came closer. Tuo quickly bowed in greeting. Tuo, do you understand what's happening? Count Engel asked curiously. Hearing his father's question, Tuo hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Father, if there are no other issues, it seems we are in a fragment of a different world, Tuo explained to Count Engel. We are in a piece of a foreign world. Fragment? Problem. Count Engelbert's eyes widened in shock. Yes, I believe that's probably the case. But don't worry, Father. The Empire should have already noticed. It won't be long before they use teleportation magic to take us away. We just need to wait. Toril spoke. He didn't hide much from his father, since his special abilities were obvious to anyone who wasn't foolish. I understand. Count Engelbert looked at Toril deeply, then nodded and didn't ask further. As Toril said, Engelbert had sensed Toril's special nature from the very beginning. Now, he naturally wouldn't ask more. After explaining to his father, Toril began to carefully absorb the Death Divine Spirit he had just obtained. This divine spirit belonged to Thanatos, the god of death, and contained very strong death law power. He couldn't yet touch the higher-level power within, but the death law power was accessible. At least, he could barely manipulate it through the law mark. He needed to meditate carefully. Gradually, feelings of understanding spread through him. As these insights grew, strands of death law power started to intertwine with his law mark. Toril focused on his meditation. The others also began to organize their cultivation and reflect on what they had gained during this time. Time slowly passed. Meanwhile, beams of light flickered across the shattered foreign world. In various fragments, nobles were covered in white light and quickly disappeared into the foreign world. The number of nobles involved in the Kingdom War was unimaginable. Even though many nobles had been lost during this period, the remaining nobles were still numerous. Thanks to Antonio's timely intervention, the losses weren't too severe. If things had followed the original course, the number of nobles lost in the war could have exceeded half. That would have been truly destructive for the major kingdoms. For a kingdom, losing one or two nobles, even a duke family, wouldn't be a big problem. But the death of many lower-level nobles would shake the kingdom's control and create huge gaps within the realm. Even if it can be quickly repaired, it still takes time. It cannot be fixed in a short period. As long as it cannot be fixed quickly, chaos is unavoidable. Fortunately, none of this actually happened. Although there were some losses, apart from a few unlucky kingdoms, everything was within an acceptable range. Meanwhile, outside, in various kingdoms, the kings and queens are gathered. On a large square, many nobles are already waiting eagerly. This is especially true at the capital square of the Tulip Kingdom. Many nobles are gathering, hoping for their loved ones to return. Did you hear? What's going on? Don't you know? I heard there was an accident during the Kingdom War. No way. Yes. I heard that during the war, a divine being reappeared. Luckily, the Empire's divine realm arrived and defeated that divine being. Otherwise, the war could have caused heavy losses. How is that possible? My father and others, are they safe? Some people are whispering among the crowd. Although the chaos in the Empire has just begun, some well-informed top nobles already know the news. Especially the three great Duke families. Right now, each Duke family feels uneasy. Unlike other nobles, they are not directly involved in the fighting, but they have strong enough forces to participate in the war. If they suffer losses, they cannot accept it. Originally, they didn't need to worry about losses, but news from the Empire has made them nervous. Of course, others are even more anxious. They don't know the details of the war, but from previous years, they know the war is always tense. This year will be no different. In a corner, a group of people are also anxiously waiting. They are from the Dressrosa family in the royal capital. Even though the Dressrosa family is powerful, this war was the strongest in 300 years, even producing a Sky Knight. But they still have to be nervous, especially a young man with blonde hair at the front. He has a handsome face, naturally curly blonde hair, and a tall, muscular build that gives a strong sense of presence. The breath suddenly reached the Earth Knight. Young Master Carlo, the Lord and young Master Tur will be fine. A servant nearby comforted him. Yes, Carlo, don't be too nervous. I heard that Tuar's strength is comparable to his father's when he was young. Since Lord Father is currently at the Sky Knight level, even in the Kingdom War, there shouldn't be too much danger. Next to the blonde man, a young woman softly spoke to soothe him. I understand, Carlo Dressrosa nodded. He knew the strength of the Dressrosa family was great, but he still worried. This was a kingdom war. In past wars, Sky Knights had fallen before. His father and brother were strong, but in the whole war, they were not invincible. He remained silent, staring ahead. After an unknown amount of time, a flash of white light appeared, and a group of people appeared in the center of the square. We're back. Here they come. Excited voices sounded, and with them, the entire square fell silent. As the white light faded, everyone looked on expectantly, but their brows furrowed because only a few dozen people appeared, not everyone. That badge? It looks like the Witt family. Why are there only them? What's going on? People were surprised and confused. But before the crowd could get too noisy, the next moment, the white light shone again. Another group of people appeared, only 7 or 8 this time. Then, more white lights appeared one after another. More and more noble figures showed up. The excitement suddenly stopped, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. At first, only one family appeared, which startled everyone. No one expected such a situation. They thought something had gone wrong. Now, with the appearance of more white lights, their hearts were calmed. When returning nobles saw the familiar square, many nearly burst into tears. God knows what they had been through these days. They were trapped in broken fragments of worlds. Survival was a challenge. These days, they didn't know how they had spent their time. More importantly, they felt despair in the closed environment. They had no idea if they could come out or what exactly had happened. They only knew that their once peaceful surroundings had suddenly turned into nothingness. Some even tried to explore the emptiness, but as soon as they stepped into the void, their bodies began to fade away. All of this brought an overwhelming sense of fear. Finally, they emerged, and everyone felt like they had experienced a different life. Many collapsed to the ground and cried loudly. At first, no one paid much attention to these scenes, since every year, survivors of the kingdom's war often reacted this way. Ha ha ha. Are these guys so scared they peed their pants? Looks like their luck ran out this time. Yeah. Did they encounter some terrifying creature? Voices mixed with each other. Along with these voices, there were also many teasing sounds. But gradually, people started to notice something was wrong. Because not just one family or a small group, but most of the people who came out were like this. Even some noble knight groups who didn't behave this way showed obvious signs of distress. Everyone looked at each other, confused about what had happened. Only the 3 major noble families, who understood the situation, knew a little more. But even they only understood some parts. They didn't fully understand what was going on. A flash of white light appeared. Then another group of people showed up. Huh, we're back. Duke Lepier, feeling relieved, looked around at the familiar environment and sighed in relief. Others behind him felt the same. Father. At this moment, A voice came from outside the square. Duke Lepier called the knights to follow him toward the Lepier family estate. As they walked, he looked around again but didn't see any familiar faces or sounds, which made his brow furrow slightly. But he only frowned briefly. Soon, he led the knights back to the family estate. "Father, was everything all right?" A figure asked nervously, looking at Duke Lepier. "Did the Dressrosa family's knight group return?" Duke Lepier looked into the distance again and then started asking about something else. "The Dressrosa family?" The figure paused for a moment, not responding immediately. "What's wrong?" Duke Lepier frowned, looking a bit confused. "It's nothing. I wasn't paying attention." "Father, please wait a moment. I'll have someone look into it." The figure quickly responded. Duke Lepier nodded slightly. On the other side, a flash of white light appeared. Duke Karenina and Duke Skadar both returned. The three major noble families of Tulip were quite lucky. They didn't choose to get close to the core area, nor were they affected by the divine visit. Although they were later isolated and suffered some setbacks, they at least kept their lives. When they came out, they gathered with their family knights and asked about the Dressrosa family. In the Noble League's competitions, anyone not blind could clearly see the potential of the Dressrosa family. Count Engel is already half a saint, and Tuar was specially recruited by Canaan Academy. With Tuar's strength, it's almost impossible for him to fail, so he will surely become a special recruit of Canaan Academy. The entire Dressrosa family now has a real chance to soar. If they don't seize this moment, they'll have to wait for another opportunity. The only question is whether the Dressrosa family can survive this huge chaos. Even if the three great dukes don't know what happened, the shattered foreign world makes it uncertain whether Tuar and the Dressrosa family will survive. If they can't survive, there's nothing more to say. But if they do survive, they can start the next step now. Voices buzzed with discussion. All three major families were searching for the Dressrosa family, which quickly drew the attention of other nobles. Everyone looked surprised. "Dressrosa? Did you hear? It seems the Lepier family is looking for the Dressrosa family." "Which family is the Dressrosa family?" "You don't know? It's the Count family everyone was talking about recently." "I remember now. It seems to be the family of the Eagle Knight and the Blood Knight. I heard that the Eagle Knights have all advanced to become Sky Knights. By the way, even if they have become Sky Knights, they probably won't be noticed by the Lepier family." "That's true. I don't know what's going on." "Haha, what does it matter? I heard that the Kalnina family and the Skodar family are all looking for the Dressrosa family. Everyone is talking about this." Meanwhile, among the crowd, Carlo Dressrosa, his wife, and the entire Dressrosa family feel uneasy. No one expected that while they were anxiously waiting for Count Engelbert and Toll to return, they would encounter such a situation. "Carlo, do you think the Lepier family, the Kalnina family, and the Skodar family are all searching for my father?" The beautiful woman speaks nervously. Even she is starting to feel tense now. Her family is a Marquis family, but just an ordinary Marquis family. They are far from the three great Duke families, and even more distant from the top Marquis families. Now, the three great Duke families are asking about Count Engelbert's whereabouts, and she can't help but feel worried and anxious. "Don't worry. From the attitude of the three families, it seems there's nothing serious." Carlo tries to comfort his wife. Although he says this, he can't help feeling nervous too, because he has never experienced something like this before. Of course, it's not just him and his wife who are worried. The entire Dressrosa family feels the same. Amidst the tension and anxiety, white lights gradually slow down, and fewer people appear. The surrounding discussions also gradually quiet down. No one is paying attention to the Dressrosa family anymore, because many noble knights groups still haven't appeared at this moment. Even they start to worry, especially the three top Marquis families and the alliance of 7 powerful Marquis families. Right now, besides the 3 great Duke families, the 3 top Marquis families, and the 7 powerful Marquis families, no knight groups have shown up yet. Near the Dressrosa family, the Cantrell family and the Spencer family are beginning to sweat on their foreheads. In another place, the Solo family and the Mackenzie family are feeling the same. Carlos Dressrosa couldn't help but clench his fists. At this moment, he could clearly feel his heart pounding hard. The powerful Marquis families and the top noble families were all tense, and naturally, they felt the same. As time passed, streaks of white light faded away, and the tension grew even stronger. Amidst all this tension, suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and a group of people showed up. When these people appeared, the middle-aged, beautiful woman next to Carlos Dressrosa let out a breath of relief. "Grandfather is here," she said happily. Carlos Dressrosa exhaled in relief. But soon, he became even more nervous. Especially after that streak of white light, powerful nobles began to appear one after another. Even the Marquis of McKindy and his family showed up. Beads of sweat started to form on Carlos Dressrosa's forehead. "Don't worry, father. Everything will be fine," the middle-aged woman softly said, holding her husband's hand to comfort him. Carlos nodded slightly. He didn't speak, but only he knew how anxious and tense he felt at this moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, as soon as the Marquis of McKindy appeared, someone went to ask Dressrosa about it. This action drew more attention, but as the white light grew fainter, the focus shifted away. Everyone was more concerned about whether their loved ones had returned. Especially among the three top noble families, the other two families looked even more serious. Even now, their core members still hadn't returned, which was quite unusual. Fortunately, just as they were feeling tense, the white light flashed again, and a group of exhausted people appeared. "It's the Solar family. The Solar family has arrived. Where is Marquis Solar?" These voices rang out. As the Solar family let out a sigh of relief, a surprised voice also sounded. Soon, the faces of the entire Solar family changed visibly. Some family members quickly headed in that direction. But even if Marquis Solar didn't appear, it was clear that he couldn't attract much attention at this moment. Because right after the Soros family appeared, the surrounding white light flickered briefly, and then, no more white light appeared. Stop now. This. How could this happen?" The sudden halt of the light made everyone who hadn't yet returned to their family members feel a tight knot in their hearts. After a moment, no light appeared again, and the remaining people's expressions changed from tense to shocked. The absence of white light clearly signified a result, one that made their hearts race with fear. Even Carlo Dressrosa, among the crowd, staggered and his face turned pale. Others looked even worse. "No way. Father couldn't have had an accident. How could this happen? Come out. Hurry, there must be more. Brother, elder brother." Voices called out one after another, some even eager to rush forward. But they were quickly stopped by guards. Meanwhile, the families of Carlina, Leper, and Skodar all frowned slightly. Did they fail to come out? The old Duke Leper sighed regretfully. He still believed in Tor and the entire Dressrosa family. Both Count Engelbert and Tor were highly regarded by him. Especially since Tor was about to become a special student at Canaan Academy, he valued him even more. But unfortunately, this sudden event was too big to ignore. "Let's go." The old Duke Skodar shook his head softly and called out to his family members around him, preparing to leave. On the other side, Duke Carlina slightly raised his eyebrows, but that was all. For him, it was just another Dressrosa family matter. If there was a chance, he wouldn't mind building good relations with them. But now that they couldn't return, there was nothing more to say. No one knew how the reactions of the three Grand Dukes would turn out, but the prolonged absence of light made many families around the square panic. This loss was far greater than anyone had expected. For most nobles, the kingdom's wars were extremely dangerous. However, every 100 years, the losses in kingdom wars are limited. Usually, only about 20% are lost, with the worst case being around 25%. But this time, more than 30% of the nobles did not return. This includes powerful Marquis families and top-tier Marquis families. Out of 7 strong Marquis families, 4 did not return, and among the top-tier Marquis families, 1 was missing as well. The remaining 2 top-tier Marquis families, including Marquis Solo, also did not appear. As for the other powerful Marquis families, the number is even greater, especially Counts and Marquis families, which suffered the most. More than half of the over 20 Marquis families did not come back. Over 100 Count families also lost more than half of their members. The impact was almost like an earthquake. At this moment, in the square, members of each family stared blankly, stunned, watching the scene. They kept whispering, "Father, impossible. Father won't be in trouble." Carlo Dressrosa's face turned pale, and he muttered to himself. Behind him, many members of the Dressrosa family looked the same. Toll, Tono whispered to himself. Others felt the same, especially members of the Eagle Business Guild's Dressrosa family. Their luck was relatively good. Except for Jelly, who didn't return, others were safe and gained a lot. But none of them could feel happy now, because Tolo did not come back. Their faces were pale and serious. The middle-aged, beautiful woman next to Carlo had lost her earlier joy. She had been overjoyed when her husband or father broke through to become a Sky Knight, because even in her family, no one was a Sky Knight. She knew what it meant when a Sky Knight appeared. But her happiness didn't last long. It seemed the Dressrosa family was about to face a big crisis. Count Engel's failure to return would surely cause a huge shock to the entire Dressrosa family. Even if the Dressrosa family can maintain their current count of noble titles, they will inevitably gain a lot of benefits. If they are not careful, other families might seize their assets. Especially since recently, Count Engel offended the Spencer family and many other families within the kingdom. These families might have overlooked it before, but now they are likely to tear apart the entire Dressrosa family. Carlo, we must go back quickly. The middle-aged, beautiful woman's face kept changing. Seeing Carlo Dressrosa's face turn pale, she hurriedly spoke. Go back. Carlo Dressrosa instinctively replied. Yes, we must return immediately, or the entire Dressrosa family might be in trouble, the woman said in a low voice. With his wife's warning, Carlo Dressrosa suddenly realized what he needed to do. Okay, I understand. Carlo quickly responded and was about to take action. But at that moment, there was a loud commotion around them. Look, here they come again. There are more people. Excited voices filled the entire square, reviving hope among those who had almost given up. They pushed forward eagerly. Even Duke Lupu from afar paused slightly, surprised. More? He asked in surprise, looking over. Soon, flashes of white light appeared again, and figures showed up one after another. This time, there were more people, and the white lights lasted a little longer before fading away. When everyone looked with joy at the fading lights, they saw unfamiliar family crests. The excitement suddenly stopped, and their expressions turned disappointed again. Only the Dressrosa family members stared with wide eyes. Father! It's Father! Truly Father! Carlo's voice rang out with happiness. The middle-aged, beautiful woman looked surprised at first, then quickly showed a joyful expression. At the same time, the entire Dressrosa family, one by one, widened their eyes and revealed expressions of great happiness, especially the members of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. Thor! It's Thor! I knew it. Thor wouldn't have any trouble. Torno showed a smile. His previously furrowed brow relaxed completely, and his face was now full of happiness. Ha ha ha, of course. With young Master Thor's strong strength, how could he have any problems? Everyone's voices mixed together, and their smiles couldn't be hidden. At this moment, everyone's inner emptiness was completely filled. In the distance, Duke Lupuer, who was about to leave, looked at the two familiar figures and smiled. Send my invitation to the Dressrosa family. Invite them to join tomorrow's banquet. Duke Lupuer spoke softly and then walked away from here. Thor! Thor! Father! Young Master Thor! Lord! Along with Count Engel and the knights returning with Thor, Carlo Dressrosa, the beautiful middle-aged woman, and Tano quickly came forward. Initially tense and pale-faced, they were now filled with surprise. Count Engel was safe. Thor was safe. For the Dressrosa family, nothing was more joyful than this. Big brother. Seeing Carlo Dressrosa in front of him, Thor hesitated a little, but still recognized this figure from his memory and smiled. Ha ha ha, not bad. I've heard quite a few stories about you recently. Truly the eagle of our Dressrosa family. Come, let me introduce you. You've probably forgotten. This is your sister-in-law, Annette Esser. When we got married, you were only 7 or 8 years old. Carlo Dressrosa patted Thor's shoulder with a smile. Hello, sister-in-law. Thor quickly greeted with a smile. Hello to you too, Thor. Annette Esser also smiled and spoke. By the way, Lord Father, what is the situation with the Kingdom War? Why were the losses so huge this time? Seeming to think of something, Cardor Rosa looked at his father with a puzzled expression. Massive losses? Count Engelbert paused in surprise before speaking. Yes, during this Kingdom War, I believe over 40% of the nobles were lost, and the higher-ranking nobles, like counts and above, suffered very heavy casualties. Cardor Rosa nodded, and then described what he had just seen. Listening to Cardor's account, Count Engelbert's expression grew serious, and Thor furrowed his brows. He wasn't too surprised by this. It was a divine war. Even if there were some surprises, the divine protectors of the Empire shielded the participating nobles, but the losses from before couldn't be made up. Plus, given the way this kingdom war unfolded, losing 40% was normal, and some kingdoms might even lose 50 or 60% if luck was not on their side. I'm not entirely sure, but it might be due to the destruction of that foreign world, Count Engelbert murmured thoughtfully before speaking softly. The foreign world was destroyed? Cardor and Annette Esser exchanged glances, showing shock. Even though they had received some information from Toner, it seemed they were trapped in separate spaces, and they didn't know about the rest. They hadn't expected such an outcome. Let's go back to the base. Tomorrow is when the merit points are activated. Count Engelbert nodded, then looked around and spoke softly. All right. Cardor nodded, and the others had no objections. Just as they were about to leave this place, a figure arrived at the gathering spot of the Rosa family. The arrival of this figure, with its prominent Lepore insignia, surprised everyone present, especially the nobles of the Rosa family. Seeing the approaching figure, Count Engelbert and Thor also showed some surprise, but quickly went to greet him. Count Soccer. Count Engelbert spoke, looking somewhat puzzled. The figure in front of them was clearly the second son of Duke Lepore. Count Engelbert, Viscount Tor, my father invites both of you to the dinner tomorrow. Do you have time? Sacre Lepore spoke with a gentle smile, but his words were very calm. Tomorrow evening's dinner? Yes, of course. Thank you, Duke Lepore. Count Engelbert glanced at Tor, and after Tor nodded, he also smiled and nodded in return. That's wonderful. Here is the invitation for tomorrow evening's dinner. My father will be expecting your arrival. Sacre smiled as he took out 2 invitations. All right, we will definitely come. Thank you. Both Engelbert and Tor took the invitations and expressed their thanks. Sacre then chose to take his leave. As he watched this figure leave, the entire Dressrosa family suddenly couldn't stay calm. Is that Count Sacre? Annette Esser spoke with some disbelief, glancing at Count Engelbert and then at Tor. They were all stunned and unsure how to react. Even though she was a marquis's daughter, the person in front of her was a duke's descendant, completely from a different level. This person had personally come to invite her father-in-law, her husband, and her brother-in-law, making her jaw slightly drop. Father, Tor, Carlo instinctively spoke. At that moment, he also remembered the families they had inquired about earlier, the Kaelnina family and the Skodar family. His expression froze slightly. Ha ha ha. Big brother, we had some interactions during the Kingdom War, Tor said with a light laugh, trying to explain. Interactions? Carlo and his wife Annette Esser looked at each other, their expressions growing more suspicious. All right, let's talk about it when we get back, Count Engelbert quickly interrupted, ignoring his eldest son's doubts. After he finished speaking, the entire Dressrosa family no longer hesitated and quickly headed toward their residence. Soon, each well-organized family gathered together. However, many families still remained in the open area. Those who had been hopeless before rekindled their hope after Count Engelbert and Thor appeared. At this moment, they were hoping for a miracle to happen, but they were destined to be disappointed. Because of the barrier of the god ruins, Thor and the others were almost the last group to communicate. Even if there were other nobles, they might not belong to the Tulip Kingdom. Most of them were bound to fall into despair. In this situation, some people still held on, while others began to seek a way out. But for Thor, Count Engelbert, and the Dressrosa family, these had nothing to do with them anymore. The group headed towards outside the square. However, to leave this place, they needed to hand over the fragments of the laws they had collected. Only then could they depart. The entire square was covered in a thick magical glow, making it almost impossible to take the law fragments away. Fortunately, neither Count Engelbert nor Thor planned to take the fragments. All usable fragments had already been used. The remaining fragments would be difficult to utilize even if taken, as only a few could absorb the power of the laws. Moreover, law fragments are hard to preserve. In foreign worlds, they are clearly bound to manifest. Once outside, if they cannot be used, they will quickly dissipate. Compared to that, it's better to exchange them for merit points. Although law fragments can only be exchanged for kingdom merit points, they are extremely valuable for a family. They can not only improve noble status, but also exchange for various resources. For example, high-level life potions to promote Sky Knights, the Fruit of Life, magical inheritance, or even spots to enter Canaan Academy. All can be bought with merit points. At the end of the square, a huge glowing gate appeared. Thor said goodbye to Carlo and others. Then, the figures involved in the Kingdom War stepped into the gate. As soon as they entered, Thor felt his vision blur. The next moment, he found himself in a world of white mist. In this white world, a giant glowing sphere stood tall, with a burly knight in front of it. Just put the law fragments into the magic sphere. A calm voice spoke softly. Okay. Thor nodded, waved his hand, and fragments of laws appeared before him. Although he mostly gave these law fragments to his father, he still kept some for himself. At this moment, the fragments appeared and then entered a magical glowing sphere. All right, you can go now. The kingdom will do a final count, and tomorrow, the merit points will be automatically credited. A tall man spoke. Then, a glowing door appeared. Thor did not hesitate at all and stepped forward. As the haze cleared, everything around him returned to normal. Count Engelbert and other heirs of Dressrosa also appeared. Let's go, it's time to head back. Today, we can finally rest well. Count Engelbert smiled and spoke. The group then headed toward their base. By now, the sky was gradually darkening. Amidst the evening glow, they quickly returned to their camp. Meanwhile, as Thor and the others left, fragments of laws were thrown into the magic sphere one after another. Deep inside the palace, on a huge throne, a figure opened its eyes. Is it over? Who knows how this will turn out, whether I can get a law that is complete enough. The figure muttered to itself, looking both hopeful and a little nervous. The Tulip Kingdom, being a middle-tier kingdom, has not performed very well in kingdom wars over the years, and opportunities have been rare. Even though he was quite strong, with the kingdom's overall weakness, his gains wouldn't be much. This time, he didn't hold much hope either, especially since there are rumors that something went wrong during the Kingdom War. In this situation, as long as the losses weren't too severe, it would be enough. But this concerns his future progress, so he couldn't help but feel a little hopeful. He had already reached the peak of the advanced divine realm. To go further, he needed to ignite the divine fire and condense a divine form. However, this step was stuck at 99% of the high-level divine realm. Igniting the divine fire might be easy, but condensing the divine form was as difficult as climbing to the sky. It required not only complete laws, but also an understanding of the power of rules above the laws. This advanced divine realm requires either great achievements in kingdom wars to gather more law fragments and form a complete law, or external wars outside the domain. The former tests the strength of the kingdom, while the latter tests individual strength. He is quite capable, but gaining the power of rules through external wars remains very difficult. His thoughts flow rapidly, weaving different ideas. In the end, King Tulip shakes his head with a bitter smile. He knows that his hopes are a bit too high. Just then, a ripple spreads through space, and a figure appears. King, a respectful voice calls, and the figure kneels on one knee. How are things? The losses this time shouldn't be too serious, right? Looking at the visitor, King Tulip takes a deep breath, suppresses his emotions, and speaks softly. Well, the burly man hesitates, unsure how to answer. What's the matter? Was the loss very severe this time? King Tulip frowned slightly. Yes, Your Majesty. Currently, the noble losses exceed 40%. The counts and marquises suffered the worst, with more than half not returning. The burly man responds with a deep breath. Hearing this report, King Tulip's expression becomes serious. But soon he sighs. All right, I understand. The harvest this time probably isn't much, more than 50 law fragments? He asks with a helpless tone. He expected such a result during the Divine War, but didn't think it would be so bad. All his hopes have now vanished. No, Your Majesty. This time, we obtained 735 law fragments. The burly man replies after hesitating. 35. King Tulip repeats, first nodding. Then his pupils suddenly widen, and he looks at the man with disbelief. His whole body seems to tense up with excitement, unable to contain his emotions. King, it is indeed a total of 735 pieces. Are you sure there are exactly 735 pieces? Not just 35 pieces. The Tulip King stood up, his eyes fixed on the burly man. His breathing grew heavier, not because he couldn't stay calm, but because the information brought by the burly man was too shocking. 735 pieces. More than 700 in total. Such a number. Just thinking about it was hard for him to imagine. In all the past wars of the kingdom, the Tulip Kingdom had never obtained so many law fragments. King, it is indeed 735 pieces. Among them, the Karenina family received 125, the Leper family got 200, the Skodar family obtained 127, the Driusrosa family has 305, the Solo family received 25, the McKennedy family got 32, and the rest are law fragments from other families. The burly man respectfully explained, listing all the sources of the law fragments. Driusrosa family? Hearing this, the Tulip King quickly noticed an important point. Compared to the three major duke families, the Driusrosa family's law fragments stood out clearly. In this war, the Leper family, the strongest among the participants, only had 200 pieces, but the Driusrosa family had a full 305, more than Leper by 105. Yes, it's the Driusrosa family. Count Engel Driusrosa handed over 205, and Viscount Tor Driusrosa handed over 100. The burly man nodded and explained again. Haha, excellent. I never imagined our Tulip Kingdom would have such gains. Laughter came from the Tulip King, who was now filled with excitement. He didn't care how the Driusrosa family obtained the law fragments. As long as they got them, that was enough to make him happy. Moreover, not only the Driusrosa family, but also the three major duke families gained much more this time than before. 735 law fragments, plus those previously obtained, might be enough for him to try to understand the power of rules. And just as he was feeling excited, the tall man hesitated for a moment. What's wrong? King Tulip quickly noticed the tall man's expression and asked with a hint of confusion in his voice. Your Majesty, there is something I need to tell you. The tall man spoke softly. Go on. King Tulip smiled, feeling genuinely happy like never before. It was about a rumor that Tor Driusrosa had been specially recruited by Canaan Academy. The tall man respectfully explained what he knew. Special recruitment by Canaan Academy of the Empire? King Tulip looked surprised. Yes, this information was sent by Duke Lupu. There shouldn't be any problem. It is said that a mentor from Canaan Academy in the Sarah Kingdom is conducting the special recruitment. The tall man nodded. Tor Driusrosa, do you have his information? King Tulip's surprise faded, and he became serious, looking at the tall man. Even as the King of Tulip, he had to pay attention to this special recruitment by Canaan Academy. Your Majesty, here is the information about Tor Driusrosa. The tall man had prepared and handed over a document. King Tulip waved his hand, and pages with written information floated into the air. Their eyes met as lines of text appeared before them. Oh, not bad. A land knight can easily handle a dozen peers. Only in his 20s, quite talented indeed. He has already broken through. This is a pseudo-domain, the power of the law. King Tulip murmured to himself, initially curious, but gradually his expression changed to one of shock. His pupils widened involuntarily. Being specially recruited by Canaan Academy of the Empire, King Tulip had already expected Tor's talent to be very strong, but he never imagined that Tor's talent could be so powerful. If before the kingdom's war, Tor's displayed talent was already top tier, considered a genius even within the empire, then during the war, his performance was astonishing even to the empire. A 20-something Sky Knight, already reaching a strength comparable to a half-step saint. Although he learned more, King Tulip quickly realized that Thor's ability to fight back was due to the revival of the god of thunder. Thor had used the power of the thunder god, which was already very frightening. He did not forget that Thor was only in his 20s. Such talent was beyond what even a young man like him could have. When he broke through to become a Sky Knight, he was already around 30 years old, and he hadn't yet mastered the law mark. It seemed that he only mastered the law mark at 37. After a long moment, King Tulip exhaled a deep breath and forcibly calmed his rising emotions. This time, the Driusrosa family has made great contributions. Double the merit points. Additionally, as a reward, the Driusrosa family will receive 10 spots at the Kingdom Academy, 1 spot at the Canaan Empire Academy, 3 bottles of high-level life potion, and 3 bottles of high-level recovery potion. Reward Viscount Tordris Rosa with permanent land rights. Besides double merit points, grant him 5,000 imperial merit points. Also, since Duke Lepu has invited the Dressrosa family to the banquet tomorrow night, you should arrange it, inform the queen, and ask the 4, 5, 7, and 9-year-olds to go together. After thinking for a moment, King Tulip quickly began making arrangements. This time, he was clearly making a big move. The law fragment brought by the Dressrosa family was already extremely valuable, but at this moment, King Tulip doubled the reward. Not only that, he also gave the Dressrosa family 3 bottles of high-level life potion and 3 bottles of high-level recovery potion. 1 spot at the Canaan Empire Academy. It's important to note that although merit points from the kingdom could be exchanged for a spot at the Canaan Empire Academy, generally, it required over 5 million merit points. But now, he directly granted it. The value of these rewards alone was unimaginable. However, King Tulip also knew very well that such a top genius had already taken a big step forward. What awaited next was likely a meteoric rise. The divine realm. That would not be the end for this person. With their peak strength, they might ignite divine fire and condense a divine form. Facing someone who could potentially become a god, King Tulip understood that any effort was worth it. Yes, the burly man was a bit surprised, but quickly agreed. He stepped back, while King Tulip's eyes continued to sparkle. Genius, our Tulip Kingdom hasn't seen such talent in many years. Dressrosa. Murmuring to himself, King Tulip's thoughts began to drift into deep reflection. Of course, at this moment, very few people in the entire Tulip Kingdom know about all this, including the 3 great dukes. The last to leave was Duke Lepu, the first to learn that Thor and others had returned. The other 2 noble families, the Karenina family and the Skodar family, only found out a little later. It seems that little guy is quite lucky. Duke Skodar chuckled softly. Go. Tell someone to arrange for girls aged 14 to 16 to participate in tomorrow night's event. Also, have Redditas send a gift to the Dressrosa family to thank them. Duke Skodar gave these orders. At the same time, the Karenina family made similar arrangements. Anyone who isn't foolish knows that the 3 great Duke families are already on the rise. Since Thor has returned, they are sure to secure the special admissions at Canaan Academy. With this status, in less than 10 years, the entire Dressrosa family might even leave the Tulip Kingdom. Not just the 3 great dukes, even 2 of the top 3 Marquis families are in this position. Although Marquis Soro has died, the Soro family has returned. They naturally understand some things, not to mention the McKennedy family. Each family is taking action. Meanwhile, Thor Dressrosa, Count Engel, and the entire Dressrosa family have already returned to their base. But before they could rest and inquire about the details of the kingdom's war, a few guests arrived at their location. Marquis McKennedy. Seeing the visitors, Count Engel was a bit surprised, while Caro Dressrosa and Ainet Esser looked shocked. Marquis McKennedy is one of the top 3 Marquis families. No one expected him to come personally. Count Engel, I truly appreciate your help this time. This is a small gift. Please accept it. Marquis McKennedy spoke with a smile, no longer acting haughty as before. You are too kind, Marquis McKennedy. Count Engel smiled and nodded, accepting the gift. Ha ha ha, this isn't just politeness. I won't bother you all to rest. See you tomorrow. Marquis McKennedy looked at Count Engel taking the gift, then relaxed and took his leave. Soon after Marquis McKennedy left, others arrived. This time, it was someone from the Solar family. Although Marquis Solar did not return, the heir of the Solar family came instead. He respectfully presented a gift before leaving. 2 top marquises arrived and left one after another. This left the other members of the Dressrosa family feeling stunned. First, Duke Lepu arrived, followed by 2 top marquises. Such a scene was unimaginable for them before, but now it was happening. And it wasn't over yet. Soon, the families of Kalenina and Skodar, as well as 2 ducal families, sent representatives, all of them direct heirs. They also brought gifts. Every time they arrived, everyone could feel the respect they had for Count Engel and Tor. At this moment, everyone was stunned into numbness. Neither Count Engel nor Tor knew what to say. After sending everyone away, Count Engel and Tor finally had a moment to rest. Just as they sat down, Father Carlo instinctively spoke, his gaze shifting to Tor and Count Engel. His wife beside him was also reacting the same way. Even Torno and other family members were confused. They couldn't understand why this scene was happening. If it was just one family, like Leper, it would already be extraordinary. But now, they saw families like Leper, Kael'nina, Skodar, McKindy, and Solar, all top families in the kingdom, far stronger than the Dressrosa family. It seemed impossible for these families to approach them out of kindness. Yet, it was happening. Faced with curious, confused, and shocked looks, Count Engel and Tor exchanged glances, then both smiled. Count Engel's aura suddenly fluctuated. Buzz. A ripple spread out, and in the next moment, the field directly expanded, causing the surrounding temperature to rise quickly. Carlos was stunned at first, then his pupils suddenly widened. Is this? He muttered to himself, feeling a strong shock inside. Being in the royal city, he knew very well about high-level knights, and he had felt the power of the field before. At this moment, he immediately realized that this was the power of a domain. The ability to display a domain meant that his father had at least reached the half-step Saint realm. Half-step Saint realm. Wow. Carlos couldn't help but swallow hard, his breathing becoming heavier. He knew very well what a half-step Saint realm represented. He never expected that his father, who had just recently become a Sky Knight, would quickly reach the half-step Saint realm. The shock he felt now was no less than when his father first broke through to become a Sky Knight. Father, you. As he spoke, Carlos even stammered a little. Others looked confused, unable to react quickly. Even though the half-step Saint realm hadn't fully reached the Saint realm, it was essentially the same in essence. Because for a half-step Saint to break through to the Saint realm, there was almost no obstacle. The biggest challenge to reaching the Saint realm was the power of the domain. Whether it could be gathered was the most important. Since the half-step Saint had already gathered a domain, he was essentially already a saint. Carlos never thought his father had already become a half-step Saint. Yes, I have now advanced to the half-step Saint realm. Not only me, but your brother, Tor Dressrosa, has also become a Sky Knight and mastered the law imprint. During the Kingdom's War, a lecturer from the Canaan Academy of the Empire granted your brother toward the qualification for recruitment. Seeing Carlos and the others shocked, Count Engel nodded. Then he thought for a moment and added, speaking carefully, "What? Tord was specially recruited." At this moment, Carlos's eyes widened again, and his mouth opened in surprise. Even his wife beside him looked just as shocked. No one expected that after Count Engelbert broke through to the semi-divine realm, there would be such a big surprise, an exceptional recruit. A special recruit from the Canaan Academy of the Empire. This title is almost as impressive as Count Engelbert reaching the semi-divine realm. Across the entire continent, the academies of the two great empires are undoubtedly the places where many knights and mages flock. Knights and mages who can enter these two academies are extremely rare. Even among ordinary students, getting a spot as a special recruit is very difficult. In the Tulip Kingdom over the past 800 years, there have been fewer than 10 special recruit spots, and only about 3 people have succeeded. In the last 200 years, there has been not a single special recruit. Carlo never imagined that his brother would become the first person in these 200 years from the Tulip Kingdom to hold a special recruit spot at Canaan Academy. He was shocked. Annette Esser, who knew some details, was also surprised. Everyone's eyes naturally turned to Thor. "Big brother, it's just luck." Thor smiled and said, he didn't pay much attention to this. Whether he had this spot or not, it hardly affected him. With the daily intelligence system, his rise was inevitable. No, this is not just luck. As far as I know, every special recruit at Canaan Academy, as long as they succeed, will at least reach the divine realm in the future. Annette Esser shook her head and looked at her younger brother-in-law with changed eyes. Thor smiled but didn't argue. Phew, it seems that father, Thor, and you have gained quite a lot from this kingdom war. Carlo took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and spoke with emotion. Ha! Indeed, it's quite a harvest. Count Engelbert nodded with a smile. Then the family continued discussing some matters. Everyone, excited and full of ups and downs, began to rest. Thor, Count Engelbert, and their group, after participating in the Kingdom War, had already been exhausted for a while. The others were also worried and anxious for some time. Naturally, everyone needed rest. But the Dressrosa family had entered a period of rest. Meanwhile, The entire royal capital was no longer as peaceful as before. Some families waited anxiously all night, but still could not see their loved ones return. Many people's faces turned pale instantly. Many nobles involved in the kingdom's war used almost all their strength. The losses they suffered this time were undoubtedly devastating. In their despair, some nobles who returned with significant gains couldn't help but feel very happy. The biggest winners this time were the Tulip Noble Alliance. Except for the unlucky top Marquis family who didn't return, all others, including the Marquis of Solo, gained very large rewards. Although they lost the Marquis of Solo, the value they brought back made the loss acceptable. Besides the Tulip Noble Alliance, many other nobles within the Tulip Kingdom also gained a lot. This new foreign world was more dangerous, but the rewards were also greater. Even without considering the fragments of the law, there were many gains. As they counted their rewards, everyone's happiness was hard to hide. Meanwhile, the night gradually faded away amid this chaos. In the blink of an eye, a new day arrived. The morning sun shone, marking the start of a new day. Early in the morning, Carlo arrived at the training ground, ready to practice, and immediately noticed three figures there. It was Thor, Rain, and Michael. Thor, Uncle Michael. Carlo looked at Thor with some surprise, but quickly stepped forward. He softly called out to him, "Big brother." Thor stopped and smiled, nodding. "Young Master Carlo." "Young Master Carlo." Michael and Rain also stopped. "Where's Father?" Carlo looked around and asked curiously. "Father went to the capital square to check when the merit points will appear," Thor replied softly. "Merit points?" Carlo nodded slightly and then joined the practice. The four of them began training. Soon, more knights arrived and also started practicing. Time passed second by second. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had gone by. Carlo was a little out of breath. He had already completed 5 rounds of knights breathing, and even he was feeling a bit overwhelmed. To his surprise, neither Thor nor his attendant, nor Michael, seemed to give up. After a brief hesitation, Carlo continued practicing as before. Another hour passed, and just when he was about to collapse, Count Engelbert had already returned nearby. Thor stopped his actions. Rain and Michael also paused. Seeing the three of them stop, Carlo quickly stopped too. At this moment, sweat soaked his clothes, and his body was trembling. He couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. He was no match for Michael, and even less so for Thor and his guardian knight. Thinking of this, he looked at Rain. This glance surprised him immediately. As a land knight, he couldn't sense Rain's life energy level. It was unbelievable. "Thor," Carlo whispered to himself, feeling excited inside. But before he could think much longer, Count Engelbert had already come over. "Father." Sir, Father." Thor, Rain, and Michael quickly bowed. Carlo also reacted and bowed as well. "Thor, your merit points will be credited in about 2 hours, and you can exchange them for a noble title upgrade in the afternoon." Count Engelbert spoke excitedly, his face slightly flushed from his words. Merit points. This was what Count Engelbert looked forward to most. They had gained a lot of merit points this time, not only from the large number of law fragments, which alone brought huge merit points, but also from winning the duel with the Tulip Noble Alliance. These all counted as merit points. 2 hours? Thor nodded slightly, but didn't look very excited. For him, merit points were mainly useful for upgrading his noble rank. Other uses weren't so important. He believed that the kingdom's merit points could be exchanged for other benefits, which he could probably learn about through daily intelligence reports. "Father, this time we should be able to advance to Marquis, and even my younger brother might be promoted to Earl." Hearing Count Engelbert's words, Carlo couldn't help but show a happy expression, ignoring everything else. "Yes, this time, the Marquis shouldn't have any issues. We can choose our fiefs now." Count Engel nodded with a smile, and then spoke happily. Promoted to Earl or higher, expanding family fiefs is not easy, especially for inland nobles. They need to select new fiefs. Of course, the original fiefs will be kept and still under noble control. Indeed, we should think carefully. But Thor, you probably don't need to worry. The Northern Territory has enough vast land. Carlo nodded with a smile. Then, everyone started talking. Until a moment later, they stopped. They began to eat. At this time, many other nobles, just like the Driusrosa family, were excited. Time quietly passed into the afternoon. On a large square, A number of remaining nobles gathered here. Some were hopeful, some nervous, some excited. The assessment of merit points is very complicated. Fragments of the law are just one part, but not the only standard. After all, some nobles can't get law fragments, and it's unlikely they would risk participating in the kingdom's wars without any gains. If this continues, over time, no one will want to join. So, survival, combat, rewards, and fighting other nobles from different kingdoms are all enough to earn merit points. That's why it takes almost a whole day for the merit points to be calculated. Also, all nobles participating in the kingdom's wars are guaranteed at least 300 merit points. Even a pioneering knight can easily become a baron if they survive and advance. When Thor and his group arrived, the square was already full of nobles. Thor even saw a few familiar noble families. The Emozen family, the McKindy family, and his mother's Vieira family. They greeted familiar families. At the center of the square, a faint golden glow appeared. When the light spread across the sky, the merit points would appear. With the current situation, it would probably take at least half an hour for the glow to spread fully. You think, how many merit points can we get this time? Can we reach 10,000 merit points? I feel that the chances are very small. We haven't obtained any fragments of the law. Did you hear? A single law fragment is worth about 10,000 merit points. Really? It should be true. This news came from the palace. 10,000 merit points. That's a lot. If we could get a few, our family might finally gather enough points to advance to the count level. Don't get your hopes up. You still want to get more law fragments? Look at those count families. They barely have a few, and even the marquee families are in the same situation. That's true, but even just a few thousand merit points would be enough this time. Everyone's voices mixed together. Each person's expression was full of hope. Even though they expected some merit points, they didn't know exactly how many they would get until the very end. And as they waited in anticipation, time slowly passed. Most of the time went by quickly. Just as everyone was feeling tense and nervous, a golden light spread across the entire sky. Buzz. A ripple started to spread. With the ripple, lines of text appeared below the golden light screen. Ava family, 327 merit points. Maxiel family, 345 merit points. Lines of text kept appearing, starting from the lowest merit points. When the merit points showed up, the whole square suddenly became silent. No one spoke. The golden light screen flickered very quickly. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of family names appeared. When each family saw their name, some felt excited, some focused intently, some smiled bitterly, and others looked helpless. Those whose names didn't appear grew more nervous. Fortunately, the golden light screen disappeared quickly. After a short moment, hundreds more names appeared. The merit points also increased from just over 300 to several thousand. At this moment, the atmosphere around them changed from silence to noise. Emerson family, 13,000 merit points. Sorrow family, 351,400 merit points. McKinney family. The list continues to appear. However, at this moment, only a few nobles are paying attention to the top. The Dressrosa family becomes increasingly nervous, especially when they see the contribution points of the three major ducal families. Their breathing becomes heavier. Tordressrosa, 5.35 million contribution points. Dressrosa, 11.73 million 400,000 contribution points. Ha ha ha. This time I also gained over 1,000 contribution points. That means I can be promoted to Viscount. Among the crowd, Tono looks at his contribution points, feeling very excited. This time, he earned over 1,500 contribution points, which means he can not only become a Viscount in one step, but also exchange for many good things. Hee, how much do you think Tord's contribution points will reach? I'm curious too. Now, contribution points have appeared in the tens of thousands, but Tord's haven't shown up yet. And Father hasn't appeared either. The Dressrosa family members are talking. Everyone is full of anticipation and nervousness. They can't forget how Earl Engel demonstrated his strength yesterday and the special recruitment for Torga College, which made them more hopeful about Tord and Earl Engel's contribution points. Especially now, with contribution points reaching over 10,000, 50,000, but still no sign of the two, their hope grows even stronger. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Amosen family is also watching closely. Master, It seems the Dressrosa family hasn't shown any contribution points. Ha ha ha. They probably won't have any gains this time. A beautiful woman speaks with a smile. Count Amosin glances at his wife, feeling a bit speechless, but he shakes his head without saying anything. He's not stupid. As long as contribution points appear, the night orders will be shown on the light screen. The fact that the Dressrosa family hasn't appeared means they have more contribution points, enough so that they haven't shown up yet. And it seems that's exactly the case. A list appears row by row. First, there are the three top noble families, the McKennedy family and the Solro family, followed by the three great dukedoms. Just as Marquis Emson's heart suddenly started pounding, a list suddenly appeared before his eyes. Thordrezera, 5,350,000 merit points. The list appeared, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Before he could react to this shock, the next set of data made his scalp tingle with fear. Thordrezera, 11,730,000 merit points. 500. How is this possible? The beautiful woman spoke with disbelief, her words trembling. At that moment, the entire square erupted in shock. Oh my God, what is that? 5 million merit points. 1,100,000. My goddess, am I dreaming? This must be a dream. Voices filled the air as the crowd suddenly went wild. The two most prominent merit points could be noticed with a quick glance. As soon as they saw them, any noble, except for the three great dukedoms, the McKennedy family and the Solro family, stared in shock. 5 million. 11,100,000 merit points. These numbers were beyond what they could imagine, never seen in the centuries of wars in the kingdom. 100 years ago, the highest merit points in the war were only around 3 million. But now, they saw figures of 5 million and even 11,100,000 merit points. And with those two figures, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. It was shock, disbelief, and intense excitement. Thordrezera 1. Some nobles muttered to themselves, their eyes fixed on Tord and others. Some nobles felt their hearts pounding wildly. For families familiar with Thordrezera, they suddenly felt completely lost. Not far away, the Vieira family. Originally, because the return of the father and others, Garmin and Erica gathered here. No one expected such exciting news to come so suddenly. Brother Tor, you're so amazing. Erica whispered to herself, her beautiful eyes shining with surprise. Next to them, Senol Vieira opened his mouth in disbelief, then looked at his daughter with a faint smile. He had hoped to see his daughter with Tor, but now it seemed unlikely. After all, the Vieira family is only a count family, weaker than the Dressrosa family. Tor's current talent was so impressive that even a Marquis family wouldn't have the right to compare. Only powerful Marquis families or top-tier noble families could have such talent. Senol Vieira sighed quietly, but no one knew his true feelings. The shock wasn't only for the Vieira family. Everyone paying attention to the top merit points on the square was affected. Not just these families. Even the Dressrosa family members present on the square stared in disbelief. 5 million. Uncle Bern, I must be seeing things, right? Tono muttered to himself, glancing at the distant light screen and then at Bern Dressrosa beside him, still overwhelmed. He was happily celebrating earning over 1,000 merit points, never expecting his brother to surprise him with such a huge gift, 5 million merit points. This didn't include his father's points. Including his father, they had over 16 million merit points. 16 million. He felt his body trembling all over, spreading through him. Suddenly, a scream of shock broke the silence. Tono jumped up instinctively, staring at Bern Dressrosa with wide eyes. Uncle Bern, you. He spoke without thinking. It's real. Bern didn't pay attention to Tor. He was whispering to himself, clearly deeply shocked as well. With figures like 5 million and 10 million, not to mention others, even the Dressrosa family, who might have expected such numbers, could hardly react. Uncle Bern. Tono looked at Bern with a tired expression. Ha ha ha. Tono, you really hit the jackpot. This time, our Dressrosa family is truly going to rise. Bern didn't care about these words. He waved his hand excitedly, his face flushed with excitement. Yes. Count has 10,000 merit points. 3 million merit points are enough to promote to Marquis, as long as we have enough achievements in the Kingdom War. Yeah. This time it should be enough. That's right. I heard from Lord Count that we really benefited from this kingdom war. Is that true? Of course, it's true. The voices of the Dries Rosa family members discussed excitedly. When the merit points appeared, they were completely caught up in the frenzy. Toril and Count Engel frowned slightly, surprised. Why are there so many merit points? Count Engel was a bit puzzled, but Toril didn't pay much attention. He didn't have a clear idea of merit points. Although it seemed more than he expected, he didn't think much about it since he couldn't understand how merit points were evaluated. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, a golden light descended from above, directly landing in front of Count Engel. At the same time, a mighty voice sounded. The Dries Rosa family has contributed to this kingdom war, and with merit points reaching 3 million, they are immediately promoted to Marquis family. The Dries Rosa family is awarded double merit points, 10 spots at the Kingdom Academy, 1 spot at the Imperial Canaan Academy, 3 bottles of high-level life potion, and 3 bottles of high-level recovery potion. Dries Rosa, for assisting his father, Count Engel Dries Rosa, in the Kingdom War, is granted permanent lordship of his fief, double merit points, and an additional 5,000 Imperial merit points. Previously, it was written as 100,000 merit points, but it is actually 5,000. The voice was deep and powerful, instantly spreading across the entire sky. At this moment, the whole square fell silent. King of Tulips. The familiar voice made Toril raise his eyebrows slightly, surprised. This voice I heard a year ago during a divine revelation. It was probably the Tulip King. I didn't expect that this time, the Tulip King would speak up voluntarily and give the Dries Rosa family a very generous reward. Double merit points, which is already very impressive. I didn't expect there to be 10 spots at the Kingdom Academy and 1 spot at the Imperial Canaan Academy. Additionally, he received 5,000 Imperial merit points. Compared to the Kingdom merit points, Imperial merit points are worth more. Although only 5,000, their value is definitely over 10 million Kingdom merit points. Not to mention the permanent land ownership rights. This right means that Eagle Ridge will belong to him forever. Even if something unexpected happens, the kingdom cannot take away this land. This land can only be inherited by the descendants of the Dries Rosa family. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your glory shines like the sun. Thor was surprised, while Count Engelbert, at this moment, was excited and quickly bowed in knightly respect. Marquis, that is the position the Dries Rosa family has been seeking for hundreds of years. Although he was very confident this time, especially after the Kingdom War, he believed he had a good chance of becoming a Marquis. But even with such confidence, it was only a chance, not a certainty. Now, with the Tulip King speaking, everything was as expected. From now on, the Dries Rosa family would be a Marquis family. They also had over 8 million merit points, enough for the family to overcome early-stage challenges and quickly become a powerful Marquis family, even reaching the top-tier Marquis level. A leap that once seemed impossible. Before this, he only thought about becoming an ordinary Marquis family. Not to mention the top-tier Marquis family. Even a strong Marquis family, the Dries Rosa family, would find it difficult to surpass. It's not just about personal strength, but also about accumulated power. His strength was already enough to rival the Sky Knights of powerful Marquis families before the Kingdom War, but so what? A family's strength depends on more than just individual power. It also relies on accumulated resources and history. Today, every powerful Marquis family in the Tulip Kingdom has hundreds of years of history and accumulation. The Dries Rosa family believed that reaching that level would take at least 100 years, even at the fastest speed. But at this moment, those concerns no longer mattered. 80 million merit points. It's not just enough for the family to match the Duke's status, but also to become a powerful Marquis family or even a top-tier Marquis family. Thank you, King. Your glory shines like the sun. Compared to Count Engel's excitement, Thor was much calmer. Even though his own gains were significant, 5,000 Imperial merit points are worth more than a Marquis title. Although he didn't manage to upgrade to a Marquis family, many other families might prefer 5,000 merit points. Because a Marquis title in a kingdom isn't too hard for some families, but earning 5,000 merit points is much more difficult. However, for Thor, whether it's a Marquis title or 5,000 merit points, the surprise wasn't that great. Of course, no one knew Thor's true thoughts at this moment. Count Engel didn't notice his son's expression. he was still overwhelmed with excitement. The other members of the Dressrosa family felt the same. A marquis. At this moment, the entire family had truly advanced. Their excitement was impossible to hide. And not just them. On the square, countless people looked at the Dressrosa family with subtle changes in their expressions. Some were shocked. Some envied. Some couldn't believe it. A mix of emotions reflected the diversity of the world. Meanwhile, the golden light curtain in the sky gradually faded, and the mighty voice stopped echoing. But even then, the surrounding area remained eerily silent. Only the heavy breathing of the Dressrosa family could be heard. At this moment, the square was terrifyingly quiet, with all eyes focused on the Dressrosa family. The family members only had heavy breathing and slight trembling bodies. A marquis. At this moment, they had finally become marquises. Their long-held wish for hundreds of years was finally fulfilled. Their excitement was beyond words. Count Engel was like this, and the other Dressrosa family members felt the same. Only Thor seemed a little better. Even he couldn't help but take a deep, heavy breath at this moment. Although he and Count Engelbert had already guessed the outcome, only now did it truly settle in. This was different from mere speculation. After all, guesses could still be wrong. But now that King Tulip personally spoke, there was no longer any surprise. This time, it's actually thanks to you. Toll, you actually have more right to take credit than I do. After a moment of excitement, Count Engelbert looked at Toll and spoke softly, with a complex expression. He knew very well that without Toll this time, it would have been very difficult for them to gain the title of Marquis. This situation was different from the previous kingdom wars. Before, it was a war mode. As long as they helped the kingdom defeat other kingdoms, the Dressrosa family would be eligible for a Marquis title. But this time, it was a family-only situation. If they hadn't accidentally joined the Noble Alliance, they might not have even qualified for the Marquis promotion. Aside from other issues, earning 3 million merit points was a big problem. One law fragment required 10,000 merit points, so 3 million points meant 300 law fragments. Not participating in the Kingdom War made it almost impossible to earn such points. Even with a daily intelligence system, it would be difficult. Moreover, to be granted the Marquis title, there was a strict condition, earning a major achievement in the Kingdom War. In a family-based Kingdom War, aiming for a major achievement for the Tulip Kingdom was nearly impossible without participating in battles, like fighting in the arena, making success almost impossible. There was little hope of achieving this. But all of this changed because of Toll's appearance. First, he saved them in their desperate situation. Then, thanks to Toll's rescue, they were fortunate enough to join the Noble Alliance. Not only that, but even the final victory was thanks to Toll. Without Toll, the Sela Kingdom would never have challenged the Tulip Kingdom. And if they challenged, with the Tulip Kingdom's strength, victory was impossible. Under the rules of combat, losing was losing. There was no way to earn credit. Father, the Dressrosa family is also my family, isn't it? And compared to the Tulip Kingdom's Marquis, I believe my future will be broader. Tor smiled, naturally sensing Engel's emotions, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He's just a Marquis. For him, at this moment, it doesn't really matter much. He knows what being a special recruit at Canaan Academy means. His future is much brighter than that of a Marquis. Listening to Tor's words, Count Engel nodded slightly, then spoke softly. Tor, since you say so, the family will support you. As a reward, if you have any needs, the family will do its best to help. Additionally, the family will reserve 5 spots for you at the Kingdom Academy and permanently keep 4 million Kingdom Merit Points for exchange. Count Engel's expression was serious. His words surprised everyone present, even causing Tor to raise an eyebrow. Carlo Dressrosa and Annette Esser exchanged glances, but said nothing. Although they didn't know many details, they understood that the family had reached this level thanks to Tor. Naturally, they had no objections now. I will do my best. But, Father, there's no need for the 4 million merit points. The family is expanding soon, and we will need many merit points. Tor's brow, which had just been raised, relaxed again. He looked thoughtful for a moment before speaking again. No, that's enough. 4 million merit points are enough for the family to get through the upcoming expansion phase. Count Engel shook his head and spoke softly. Father, how about this? Give me 1 million merit points. The rest can stay, and the family can provide some officials and various craftsmen. Tor hesitated briefly, then shook his head again. He definitely wouldn't take 4,000,000 merit points. The family will need many merit points for the next steps. From a count to a marquis, and aiming for a top-tier marquis requires a huge amount of resources. These resources might not need 8,000,000 merit points, but 4,000,000 is clearly not enough. When Tor firmly refused again, Count Engel hesitated. Father, for the Dressrosa family, the most important thing right now is rapid development. If we miss this opportunity, it won't be easy to find such a chance again. Seeing Count Engel hesitate, Thor couldn't help but speak again. All right, I understand. I will prepare what you need as soon as I return to my territory. Additionally, I will send another knight group to follow you, and I will gather a population of 10,000 people to come with you. Don't refuse. It's just a knight group, and it won't cause much loss to the family. After this, you should be able to be promoted to count. Under such circumstances, your current knight group is still too weak. The northern border might be chaotic for a while. Although you and Rain are strong, you may not be able to handle everything alone. As for the 10,000 people, that's probably the most I can gather for now. If you need more later, I will think of a way to help. After Thor spoke again, Count Engel did not insist and gave a slight pause before replying. All right. Hearing Count Engel's words again, Thor opened his mouth, but ultimately did not refuse. For him, not only talented people, but also the knight group was lacking. Especially now that he is a count, the strength of his own knight group is not very strong. His father could provide some manpower, which was very beneficial to him, particularly the 10,000 people. To him, this was even more valuable. He could almost occupy the entire eastern part of the northern province. Let's go? Let's return to the base first. With the discussion over, Count Engel immediately spoke. He called everyone to return. Everyone nodded slightly. Then the Dressrosa family members, under everyone's watch, returned to their base. Once the Dressrosa family left, the entire square became lively again. Voices rose one after another. Every word was about Dressrosa. There was no way around it. Dressrosa's achievements at this moment were just too many. Thor Dressrosa had 5,000,000 achievement points, and Dressrosa had 11,000,000 achievement points. Together, that made 16,000,000 achievement points. Such a huge amount of achievement points had never appeared in any past Kingdom War. The impact on everyone was hard to imagine, and envy grew even stronger. At this moment, King Tulip personally announced that the Dressrosa family was about to be promoted to the rank of Marquis. This is likely the first time in the history of the Tulip Kingdom that a family has been promoted to Marquis, enough to become a powerful noble family. Of course, they didn't realize that the Dressrosa family was not just growing into a strong Marquis family, but into a top-level Marquis family. The difference wasn't in their current strength, which was mid to low level, but in their potential for growth. Compared to high-end strength, mid to low-level strength can be built up more easily if they have enough kingdom merit points. The Dressrosa family had been developing for over 300 years, with many descendants. In the past, resources were limited, making large-scale training difficult. They could only focus on quality, but now everything was different. With millions of merit points, they could accumulate enough ground knights simply by investing resources. Even more, they might be able to train many sky knights, not just ground knights. The Dressrosa family had already obtained 3 high-level life potions. These 3 potions alone could easily help train a sky knight, or even 2 or 3 if luck was on their side. Having enough sky knights would greatly boost the family's overall strength. If they could also break through to the sacred realm, they might have another chance to become dukes. Of course, these people didn't know all this now. They only saw that the Dressrosa family was on the verge of becoming a powerful marquis. Even so, this made many nobles feel excited, especially with over 10,000,000 merit points, which made their breathing grow heavier. Even gaining a little from this would help their families develop more smoothly. As for the thoughts of these people, neither Count Engel nor Thor paid attention to them now. After returning to their base, everyone began checking the items they could exchange. Millions of achievement points almost make it impossible to find items that cannot be exchanged. Buzz. The mental energy activates the crystal, and suddenly, a ripple spreads out. 2 golden light screens appear before the 2 people. A list of items appears on them. In just a moment, it fills everyone's view. Low-level knight breathing techniques can condense life seeds into formal knights. 100 points of achievement. Mid-level Night Breathing Techniques. Reach Grand Knight. 1,000 points of achievement. Their eyes scan across the list. First, they see the lower value exchange options. Toril and Count Engelber exchange a glance. Then the golden light screen flickers, and a new list appears. High-level Night Breathing Techniques. Reach Earth Knight and have a chance to break through to Sky Knight. 100,000 points of achievement. Fruit of Life. 200,000 points of achievement. High-level Life Potion. 500,000 points of achievement. Top-tier Night Breathing Techniques, including Sacred Domain Cultivation Methods. 3 million points of achievement. Quota for the Canaan Empire Academy. 3 million points of achievement. A new list appears, and the items here are clearly more valuable. Some items even cost several million achievement points. For example, top-tier Night Breathing Techniques require 3 million points, and the quota for the Canaan Empire Academy also costs 3 million points. Even high-level life potions are worth 500,000 points. Looking at these lists, Tor suddenly realizes that his own achievement points might not be as many as he thought. If he exchanges for high-level life potions, he can only get 10 bottles. If he exchanges for a quota at the Canaan Empire Academy, he can only get 1. Of course, Tor also understands that focusing on high-end items limits what he can exchange for. If he looks at the lower items, there would be many more options. Toril, do we need to exchange for a top-tier Night Breathing Technique? Count Engelber looks at the exchange list, then turns his gaze to Tor, speaking with some hesitation. Currently, their cultivation level of Night Breathing Techniques is high enough, but beyond the Sacred Domain, there is no further cultivation path. Although they can break through to the Sky Knight, subsequent progress will clearly be a problem. This time, the kingdom has clearly granted them higher exchange privileges. Generally, even if you have enough merit points, you may not have enough authority. For example, Count Engel knows that the top-level Night Breathing Technique has never appeared in past Kingdom Wars. The highest level was only the high-level Night Breathing Technique. Can I exchange for it? Tor hesitated slightly, then nodded. Although he had some ideas about the Silver Moon Breathing Technique, he wasn't sure if he could obtain it. Being able to exchange for the top-level breathing technique in the kingdom was a good backup plan. The price of 3 million was a bit high, but it was acceptable. Once the Night Breathing Technique is exchanged, it can be controlled by the family. There will be no problem in teaching it. Even if he later finds the complete Silver Moon Breathing Technique, this top-level breathing technique can become a secondary family technique to train family knights. Good. Count Engel nodded slightly and agreed immediately. At the headquarters, Tor and Count Engel were considering what items they needed to exchange. Until the afternoon gradually passed. They completed the exchanges for the items they needed. However, it would take a few days for the items to arrive, especially for Tor's noble title confirmation. Compared to Baron and Viscount titles, the Count's confirmation was much more grand. It required arriving at the palace and being personally confirmed by King Tulip. Usually, after a kingdom war, it takes about 7 days to confirm a noble title. It was still early for that. For them, the most important thing now was to attend tonight's banquet. Both Tor and Count Engel didn't plan to miss Lord Lu Pui's invitation. As top nobles, they also needed to prepare well. For example, whom to bring, and what kind of clothes to wear. Fortunately, these were handled by professionals. The only trouble was deciding who would participate. After much consideration, Engel and Tor finally decided that only Engel, Tor, Carlo, and Carlo's wife, Annette Esser, would go. They wouldn't bring anyone else for now. After all, this is a top nobles party, and letting more people in is not necessarily a good thing. Following the decision, professional staff began dressing the 4 individuals. As dusk gradually painted the sky, a carriage headed toward the royal palace. The noble banquet was held inside the palace. They naturally needed to go to the palace as well. The capital city was very large. It took the group about an hour to reach the palace gates from their residence. After showing their invitation to the guards, a knight led everyone to the banquet hall. The capital was big, and the palace was also quite large. About half an hour later, the group arrived at the palace where the banquet was held, guided by the knight. They encountered a familiar figure right in front of them. Ha ha ha, looks like luck is on my side. Count Engelbert, or should I now call you Marquis Engel? And Viscount Tor? Sakrii Leper spoke with a smile. It's a pleasure to see you again, Sir Sakrii. I'm also very lucky, Sir Sakrii. Count Engelbert and Viscount Tor also smiled and spoke. Ha ha, come on, I'll take you inside. Most of the nobles have already arrived at the banquet. It's said that the king even invited a few princesses to join the event. Viscount Tor, this is your chance. Sakrii Leper chuckled and then winked at Tor. Princess. Tor raised an eyebrow, surprised. Count Engelbert's eyes also brightened. Yes, it's said to be Princess 14, Princess 15, Princess 17, and Princess 19. Viscount Tor, you might not know, but these princesses are very talented. Especially Princess 17, who is only 14 this year and is said to be close to becoming a great knight. Princess 19 is only 12 and has already gathered her life seed to become a qualified apprentice knight. Even Princess 14 and 15 are very gifted. And more importantly, they are all very beautiful, like elves. Sakrii Leper nodded with a smile, explaining to Tor and Count Engelbert. Listening to Sakrii Leper's words, Count Engelbert's eyes suddenly lit up. Hee hee, Lord Thor, this time I bet that this is definitely something the king prepared just for you. You should seize the opportunity. Sakrii Lupu, with a bright look in Count Engel's eyes, added mysteriously again. Knight Sakrii, you're joking. Thor smiled bitterly and shook his head, showing a hint of helplessness. Ha, I'm not joking. Once you go in, you'll see for yourself. Sakrii Lupu laughed loudly, then led everyone into the palace. As they approached, many nobles inside the palace couldn't help but turn their eyes toward them. What's this? Dressrosa. Ha ha ha, the Dressrosa family has arrived. That must be Count Engel. Yes, but he's no longer just a count. Now he's Marquis Engel. Right, I almost forgot. Voices mixed with each other quickly, and some people raised their wine cups and came over. Marquis Engel, we've been waiting for you. Come, have a drink. Marquis McKindy smiled and spoke first. The top noble was clearly this Marquis. At the same time, a servant brought over a glass of red wine. Marquis McKindy, long time no see. Count Engel smiled and nodded, then raised his glass in greeting. But before he could put down his glass, more nobles gathered around again. This banquet was for the kingdom's top nobles. Only powerful marquises, top marquises, 3 grand dukes, and royal children could participate. Even so, the number of people at the party was quite large. At this moment, Count Engel became the center of attention. Not only Count Engel, but even Carlo and his wife were also in the spotlight. As for Thor, he was already surrounded by some nobles the moment Count Engel accepted Marquis McKindy's gesture. Viscount Thor. You're the Viscount Thor, right? You truly are impressive. Yes, Viscount Thor, I heard you achieved a great victory for the kingdom in the war. Let me toast to you. Voices mixed together. Thor felt a bit dazed. He had attended noble banquets before, but he had never experienced such enthusiasm before. Count Engelbert was of high status, and the Dressrosa family was also very powerful. However, he was only the 9th son and had no chance to inherit the title. No one would show him such warmth. In fact, not only was there no warmth, but no one paid any attention to him at all. Even greetings were non-existent. After all, he was just a 2nd son of a count, and his marriage prospects were practically non-existent. But at this moment, everything was different. His presence was almost the brightest at the entire banquet, even more dazzling than Count Engelbert himself. Many noble women showed interest in him. During the conversation, Torl's pocket had already collected countless notes. As long as he wanted, he wouldn't be bored in the capital for the next few days. There were also many young noble ladies. Although they weren't as bold as the noble women, they still tried to flirt with him. This was not like the previous noble banquets, but a top-tier royal noble gathering. The families involved were more powerful than Dressrosa, and even Count Engelbert and others might not care much. Yet, at this moment, they actively approached him to chat, which was unbelievable. Torl felt a bit dazed. But just as he was lost in thought, a graceful figure approached him. The crowd parted on its own. Viscount Torl. A gentle voice sounded. Torl snapped back to reality and saw only one figure before him. Who are you? Torl was a bit surprised and instinctively spoke. Let me introduce myself, Paniscape. It's a pleasure to meet you, Viscount Torl. A gentle voice responded, and the young girl extended her right hand. Cape. Torl raised an eyebrow but still reached out his hand. Nice to meet you too, Princess Panis. Their hands lightly clasped and then released. Toral's voice followed. Toral naturally knew the Cape's surname, which belonged to the current royal family of Tulip. Earlier, he was reminded by a member of the Lupuyer family that if he didn't respond quickly, he might seem a bit slow. Lord Thor, I heard you are only 21 years old, yet you have already become a Sky Knight. That is truly incredible. I haven't seen many such geniuses at the Canaan Empire Academy. Looked at Thor with curiosity and a hint of admiration. She wasn't just praising him, she genuinely meant it. A 21-year-old Sky Knight with such talent is very impressive even at the Canaan Empire Academy. Princess, you are flattering me. It's just luck, Thor said with a smile. No, that's not luck. Lord Thor, you are too modest, shook her head seriously. After talking with Thor for a while, she slowly left. Her every move drew the attention of many young nobles. Some of them swallowed nervously. Although Princess's talent isn't as great as Princesses 17 and 19, she is older, more beautiful, and has already entered the Canaan Academy, shining brightly in the future. Many had their own thoughts, especially when they learned she would attend the banquet. But after Thor's conversation, everyone sighed and shook their heads. Compared to Thor, they knew they were much less talented. This was no longer the same as before. Thor's strength was a secret to other nobles, but to top nobles, it was no secret at all. Just as they were sighing, something even more shocking happened. Not just a 15-year-old princess, but also Princess 14, Princess 17, and Princess 19 all went to Thor and talked with him. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Some almost gritted their teeth in frustration. But clearly, these interactions had little to do with Thor himself. The arrival of the four princesses confirmed what Sakri had said earlier. It seemed the Tulip King truly intended to marry one of his daughters to Thor. But most likely, it was just a thought for now, not a real plan. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Thoughts of the past war in the kingdom came to mind. Back then, it was the Vieira family. Now, even the king himself was involved. Since the Tulip King did not speak directly, Thor also chose not to clarify. Right now, he cared more about improving his strength than about marriage. He still valued marriage highly. Especially because of his territory and its vast future potential, he would not make a rash decision. Time slowly passed. Count Engel, Carlo's wife, and Thor himself remained shining at the banquet. Even after the banquet ended, everyone was still talking and laughing. Princess 19 and Princess 17 were very interested in Thor's territory. Seeing the sparkling eyes of the two young princesses, Thor couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Nobles, especially the daughters of high-ranking noble families, do not have much freedom, and the royal family even less so. To visit his territory, one would have to marry him. But Thor didn't mind. Count Engel noticed this and had a flicker of thought, smiling faintly but saying nothing. After the banquet, over the next few days, some branches of the Dressrosa family began to leave. In the end, only Thor, Count Engel, and Carlo remained. Thor and Count Engel were waiting for their noble titles to be officially granted, while Carlo needed to continue his noble social activities within the kingdom. As the heir to the barony, now he should be called a marquis. Carlo still had many things to learn and master. The kingdom was the best way for him to quickly gain experience. In the blink of an eye, 6 days passed. During these 6 days, most of the nobles in the royal capital had already left. Only the nobles awaiting their titles and those already residing in the capital remained. This war caused the kingdom to lose over 60%, and more than 12 nobles received their titles at the palace. One was promoted to marquis, and 11 to count. Compared to the 3 million merit points needed for the Kingdom War achievements, the 100,000 merit points for a count title was easier. During each Kingdom War, some nobles would be promoted, and this year even more than usual, up to 11. In the past, only 4 or 5 nobles received such promotions. On the 7th day, early in the morning, countless knights lined up neatly. A huge red carpet stretched from the palace all the way to the city gates. The tall and majestic statue of the life goddess now begins to emit a gentle, sacred glow that spreads throughout the capital city. The grand music and celebrations start to sound. The official appointment of a count is a very solemn event. The entire capital becomes lively and festive. The grand music plays, and a large red carpet stretches from the palace all the way to the city gate. On the square in front of the palace, The glow of the life goddess statue's divine light shines brightly from above. Anyone bathed in this light can clearly feel the heartbeat of their inner life energy. Many people, excited and full of hope, begin to activate their night breathing techniques. On the red carpet, Count Engel rides a white horse slowly approaching the city gate. Behind him are 11 others, also on white horses. When these 12 figures appear, magic crystal cannons suddenly burst into bright light all at once. Boom, boom, boom. The loud explosions echo through the air. The magic crystal cannon's light illuminates the entire palace, making the sky above it sparkle like a starry night. An inspiring symphony begins to play. Everyone's expression becomes serious and respectful. At this moment, Thor is also dressed in a standard knight's helmet and armor. Among the group, only Count Engel wears noble ceremonial plate armor. His golden hair flows over his shoulders, and he holds a long sword symbolizing noble power and duty. Thor and the other 11 knights stand around Count Engel like protectors. They all hold long knight swords. Unlike Engel's golden sword, theirs are silver-white. As they march, Thor's heart gradually feels calmer. Under the gaze of everyone, they arrive once again at the city square. The tall, majestic statue of the life goddess still emits a soft, gentle glow. Below the goddess statue is a high stone staircase. Over 100 court nobles gather here. Among them, there is also a familiar figure that Thor recognizes. He silently whispered to himself, and Thor immediately gathered all his thoughts. While he was doing this, the group finally reached the bottom of the stone steps. Along with a tall, armored knight leader, figures quickly dismounted from their horses, including Count Engelbert. The difference was that after Count Engelbert dismounted, he kneeled directly. The 11 people behind him, including Thor, took off their helmets before kneeling on one knee. As the figures kneeled, a noble from the court stepped forward and opened a ceremonial document. Brave and fearless nobles, your loyal service has gained the king's favor. Your achievements shine under the light of the goddess of life. Would you be willing, under the glow of the goddess of life, to continue following the virtues of knights, protect your people, clear the way of thorns for the king, and let the king's light shine across the kingdom? A powerful voice rang out. With this voice, the solemn atmosphere around seemed to grow even more intense. I am willing. I, Engel Dres Rosa, swear by my knightly virtues to follow the king's steps, clear the way of thorns ahead, and let the king's light shine across the kingdom. I, Thor, of the Dres Rosa family. I. One after another, voices echoed. At this moment, all 12 people showed no exception. As their voices faded, the light of the goddess of life seemed to shine upon them, filling each person's heart with warmth. Everyone understood that this was not binding, nor a true contract, just a simple ritual. But even so, each person's heart was filled with excitement. Count Engelbert, like the others besides Thor, felt the same. For them, the count was the result of hundreds of years of family effort. Now that they had finally arrived, how could they not be excited? Especially at this moment, as a figure slowly descended the steps. Everyone's breath grew heavier. The king, that was the Tulip King. He was the true ruler of the entire Tulip Kingdom. From today, Count Engel Dres Rosa is promoted to Marquis. Thor, Dario, Romanov, Civil, Esprilla, Gemini La Cruz, Jimenez Blanco. Umberto Jimenez is promoted to Count. May glory be with you. May the goddess of life be with you, my most loyal warrior. King Tulip's deep and serious voice rang out. King, may glory be with you. May the goddess of life be with you. King, may glory be with you. May the goddess of life be with you. As King Tulip's voice fell, the 12 people responded powerfully, their excited voices filling the entire square. At this moment, the eyes of 11 of them burned with passion. Amid the shouts, the sealing ceremony officially ended. From then on, 11 new counts and 1 marquis were born. Count Engel was promoted to Marquis Engel, and Thor was also promoted to Count. The entire Dres Rosa family truly experienced a significant leap forward. And it was not just any leap. It was a real social advancement. Becoming a marquis doesn't seem far away. More than 20 noble families, excluding 7 powerful marquises and 3 top-tier marquises, have less formidable strength. At least the Dres Rosa family and the Assad family once top-level count families, can compare to some weaker marquises. However, a count is still just a count. There is a big difference between counts and marquises. Entering a marquis family means reaching the upper echelons of a kingdom. It grants access to many unimaginable benefits. These are beyond what a count family can achieve. So, no matter the cost, everyone wants to make this leap. But this step is almost as difficult as reaching the sky. To be promoted from a count to a marquis family, one needs 3 million merit points and significant achievements in the kingdom's wars. 3 million merit points would make any marquis family's leaders grimace, not to mention families below marquis level. As for the major achievements in the kingdom's wars, as mentioned before, the difficulty is no joke. Just like this time, after the entire kingdom's war, only Count Engel is able to advance to the rank of marquis. Even the powerful Assad family from before did not earn such a large amount of merit points. Other families are even less likely. Rumble. Hundreds of magic crystal cannons shine brightly again under the morning sun. Under these dazzling lights, the sealing ceremony also comes to an end. From now on, Engel de Rosa becomes a marquis of the kingdom. Tord de Rosa becomes a count. After attending several banquets in the capital, Tord and Marquis Engel decide to return to their territories. After all, it has been quite some time since they left their lands. Now, many nobles are returning. Plus, many nobles fell during the kingdom's war, so the coming days will be tense. They must go back to prepare their territories. Especially Tord, who has been promoted to a count. He needs to quickly define his land and register it with the kingdom. Only then is he truly a territorial noble. Fortunately, over the past few days, the supplies exchanged by both Count Engel and Tord have mostly arrived. Early in the morning, carriages gather at the city gates of the capital. Tord's carriages number over 200. These were exchanged using merit points from the kingdom. Count Engel's carriages exceed 500. Both sides' troops gather in a huge convoy, stretching over more than 10 miles. Such a large convoy surprises many nobles entering the capital. My goddess, whose noble family is this? How many people are in this? Eagle, could this be the Dries Rosa family? Oh my, are they just now returning to their territories? How many supplies did they exchange? Hee, you don't know, but the most dazzling family in this kingdom war was definitely the Dries Rosa family. The Eagle Business Guild from the northern border, right? Their lord reportedly earned 5 million merit points in this war. This is nothing special. It is said that Count Engelbert, no, now he should be called Marquis Engel, has earned 11 million merit points. My goddess, how can someone have so many merit points? Yes, my noble uncle, as a count, seems to have only earned less than 3,000 merit points this time. Is that true? No, it's not. Are you joking? The merit points of the Dressrosa family are known throughout the entire kingdom. Just ask around in the capital to find out. This. Voices mixed with surprise, and everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Along the way, Thor and Marquis Engel's group naturally attracted more attention. Countless nobles looked on with envy, shock, greed, or curiosity, their expressions flickering with various emotions. There was too much happening this time. Only a few nobles knew about Marquis Engel and Thor's strength. Among the 3 top marquises, only Marquis McKennedy and the Solar family knew some details. Besides them, only the 3 great Duke families had information. Other families were unaware. During this kingdom war, noble losses exceeded 40%. This was a heavy, and the loss was very severe. Under normal circumstances, it could cause some nobles to fall into ruin. Now, the Dressrosa family's enormous wealth made people think. But on one hand, they were inland in the kingdom and dared not act rashly. On the other hand, the Dressrosa family's huge merit points made other nobles cautious. Their strength had already suffered heavy losses in the war. Losing more would be a real problem. Amidst these watchful eyes and uneasy hearts, the Dressrosa group smoothly returned to the Frostmoon province. They didn't encounter any accidents along the way. Even Marquis Engel was surprised, honestly. He had prepared for an attack. They brought back so much wealth this time that hiding it was difficult. Marquis Engel had no doubt that many nobles knew about the exchange list. Just obtaining some of these items could help powerful noble families recover a lot of their strength. He also had 3 bottles of high-level life potions and 3 bottles of high-level recovery potions. These were directly given as a reward by King Tulip. Forget about powerful marquises. Even top noble families would be tempted by these. But nothing unexpected happened. However, the surprise was quickly contained. Marquis Engel soon noticed Thor, who was accompanying them. "Thor, be careful from now on. I'm afraid returning to the northern province won't be peaceful." "All right, I'll have Michael lead a night squad to you," Marquis Engel said in a deep voice. The nobles hadn't acted yet, probably because their target was only Thor. Compared to him, Thor looked like an easy target. No one knew how strong Thor really was, because only the top-tier nobles or higher knew, and such information wouldn't be leaked. "Don't worry, Father. I know what I'm doing," Thor replied. "I don't need Uncle Michael's help. Father, I think I should also focus on expanding my territory during this time." Thor shook his head and didn't pay much attention to Marquis Engel's warning. He already knew about these things before leaving the kingdom, and he even refreshed a lot of daily intelligence reports. But now, he was no longer the same person. His strength had reached the level of a half-step Saint Domain, and even Rain's power was not comparable to ordinary Sky Knights. Even top noble families didn't scare him, let alone ordinary nobles. Thor's refusal made Marquis Engel frown, but after some thought, he finally nodded. He knew Thor and Rain's strength well. Currently, only some ordinary marquises or even counts might have the idea and the ability to attack them. Such strength posed no real threat to Thor and his group. After saying goodbye to Marquis Engel and the others, everyone parted ways. Thor led hundreds of wagons heading toward the northern province. They needed to cross the entire Frostmoon province to reach the northern province. Most of the route was along the border of Frostmoon province, which was the best opportunity for an attack. And indeed it was. Less than 3 days after they separated, Thor and his companions encountered an attack that had already appeared in the daily intelligence reports. "The Cooper family," he whispered softly, watching a cavalry group of over 100 soldiers suddenly emerge from the forest. Thor shook his head. As the first family to attack him, they were undoubtedly the target of others' schemes and had become tools for those with intentions. Of course, this had nothing to do with Thor himself. Those who dared to attack him would not receive his sympathy. "Uncle Marshall, take care of them." Thor spoke calmly, looking at Marshall beside him. "Yes." Marshall responded respectfully, then instantly moved. In a flash, he disappeared from the spot. After a moment, the entire cavalry group of over 100 was dealt with. This time, Thor didn't even consider letting the others claim the bounty. He simply eliminated everyone. Noble families usually follow certain rules of conduct and generally do not kill everyone unless necessary. But it depends on the situation. If a minor noble offends a major noble, it's quite normal for the major noble to wipe them all out at once. The Cooper family was just a Viscount family. At this moment, Thor was already considered a high-ranking noble, not only in strength, but even his noble title could be called that of a high noble. After all, there are not many counts in the entire Tulip Kingdom. After dealing with the Cooper family, the group continued heading north toward the northern province. Some ambitious noble families, however, were a bit frightened. No one expected the Cooper family to be so easily defeated. A few people broke out in cold sweat on their foreheads. After a moment of thought, they chose to retreat. But some nobles still kept their eyes fixed on Thor. Although Thor had easily defeated the Cooper family, this did not scare them, especially some Marquis families. Yes, Marquis families. Some of these powerful Marquis families were even tempted by the large amount of supplies Thor brought. This time, during the Kingdom's War, several strong Marquis families suffered heavy losses. The Campbell family, Spencer family, and even almost all their troops were wiped out. Such losses were extremely significant, even for powerful Marquis families. The large amount of supplies in the Thorn Exchange list definitely made them their target. They initially set their sights on even the supplies of Marquis Engel, but after a moment of thought, they had to give up. After all, Marquis Engel's strength was clearly extraordinary, and given his relationship with the 3 great dukes, any unexpected event could cause them greater losses. Compared to that, targeting Thorn was much easier. In a jungle, a group of hundreds of people gathered. Leading them was a middle-aged man with brown hair. Whoosh! A sound was heard, and a knight quickly stepped forward. "Has that Thor Dressrosa entered the northern province?" Shavar Spencer spoke in a deep voice. As the heir of the Spencer family, With Marquis Spencer unable to return, Shavar Spencer naturally inherited the title of Marquis of the Spencer family. However, the Spencer family he inherited was not so fortunate. Their high-level forces were almost severely damaged, and the only Sky Knight had just recently broken through. All other Sky Knights had fallen. Even the peak of Earth Knight power had been nearly wiped out, almost 99% lost. Additionally, the Spencer family paid a huge amount of gold as compensation to the Dries Rosa family, along with resources from Qinghai. The family's finances and development faced serious problems. In this situation, if any sudden accident occurred, the entire Spencer family would be under great threat. So he had to find a way to make up for this loss. Of course, if it were just that, he wouldn't target the Dries Rosa family. Even though Marquis Engel possessed 3 bottles of high-level life potions, Thorn also had abundant resources. But the problem was, even the peak strength of his own family couldn't compare to the Dries Rosa family at this moment. However, in this situation, the arrival of a figure forced him to focus on the Dries Rosa family. But this necessary choice, he didn't want to die for it, so his gaze ultimately settled on Thorn. After all, compared to Count Engel, Thordres Rosa was much easier to bully. Currently, they have reached the border of the Frost Moon province. It should take no more than 2 days to arrive at the northern province. However, Lord Marquis, I think I have discovered an additional knight order, which seems to belong to the Campbell family. The knight respectfully replied, then hesitated before speaking. Campbell family? Shawar Spencer's brow furrowed slightly. He hadn't expected that besides their powerful Spencer family, there were other strong noble families targeting Tordres Rosa. But while they were thinking, suddenly, boom, rumble. A loud explosion came from afar. Then powerful bursts of life energy erupted. Shawar Spencer's calm face changed visibly. They've started fighting. Quick, let's go immediately. After Shawar Spencer's anxious words, the entire Knight Order quickly set out toward the Frost Moon border. Shawar Spencer looked worried. If Tordres Rosa falls into the Campbell family's hands, it's no longer his concern. He couldn't imagine what would happen if that person lost control. At this moment, he could only hope Tordres Rosa would hold on a little longer. At least, he hoped to arrive in time to share the spoils. However, the result made him more anxious, because as they got closer, the sounds of battle in the distance grew quieter. How could it be so fast? Isn't that person supposed to have peak Earth Knight strength? How could they be so useless? Shawar Spencer cursed silently, moving even faster. Meanwhile, as the Spencer family hurried toward the battle site, the people from the Campbell family were completely stunned. The Campbell Marquis also hadn't returned, and this time, the one leading the attack on Tordres was the current Campbell Marquis himself. Compared to the strength brought by the Spencer family, the Campbell family is even stronger. At this moment, there are 2 Sky Knights present. Even though both are just beginning Sky Knights, in Marquis Campbell's view, it's almost impossible for them to face unexpected danger. He even dreams of the rewards his family will gain after conquering Tordres Rosa. A few million kingdom merit points. Just a part of that would be enough for the Campbell family to fully recover and even grow stronger. Among the 3 top noble families, one has suffered heavy losses, but the Campbells might still have a chance. However, this dream was shattered instantly at the moment of battle, because the hundreds of knights and the 2 Sky Knights from the Campbell family, upon seeing a figure from Tordres Rosa's side, collapsed like a landslide, falling in large groups. Even the 2 initial Sky Knights turned to ash within just a few breaths. The hundreds of knights he brought were quickly cut down like wheat. The scene he imagined of a swift victory did not happen. Instead, they were defeated just as quickly. The speed was beyond his imagination. Gulp! He instinctively swallowed hard, feeling cold sweat seep down his forehead. He instinctively stepped back. Only about a dozen knights remained to guard him. These were the elite knights of the Campbell family, Earth Knights, all of them. But at this moment, this strength offered no sense of safety at all. Master. Rain looked at Tordres. Is it all over? Tordres simply glanced and didn't seem to care much. Even though he knew this was Marquis Campbell in front of him. So what? He no longer needed anything. No ransom, no rewards. The Campbell family had caused trouble several times. Tordres had no intention of letting them go this time. Yes. Rain nodded. Boom. Boom. Rumbling. Lightning strikes one after another, and in an instant, Marquis Campbell and a dozen of his Earth Knights are engulfed by the thunder. Their bodies quickly turn black and charred, and their consciousness fades away in an instant. In the last moment of awareness, Marquis Campbell finds it hard to believe. He had just inherited his father's title, and now he was dying like this. But clearly, no one seemed to care anymore. Thorn glanced over, then looked toward a nearby area. Reen, hang in there. Let's also deal with those guys over there. Thorn spoke calmly. Yes. Reen respectfully responded, then took a step forward and disappeared instantly. Watching Reen vanish, Thorn shook his head. These two families really have some nerve. A powerful Marquis family definitely has more enemies than just these two, but once they act, their fate is sealed. This time, the Campbell and Spencer families suffer heavy losses again. Even if Thorn does nothing, the Spencer and Campbell families will inevitably decline. A Marquis family, especially a strong one, losing many high-level fighters, yet still holding enough wealth and resources, makes them extremely dangerous in this era of aristocratic republic. Nobles around them are the best allies, but they can also become fierce enemies. Of course, this has nothing to do with Thorn. Meanwhile, in the distance, after a moment, another loud commotion erupts. But this time, the fight ends even faster than before. In less than a quarter of an hour, Reen's figure returns. Thorn looks at Reen. Reen nods slightly. Let's go? We should head back to our territory. Probably no one will dare to attack us now. Thorn chuckles softly, then signals to everyone. The group sets out again. After a short while, several night squads arrive at the battlefield. Seeing the devastated scene and the blackened figures, their faces change completely. They recognize whose knights these are, and their faces turn pale instantly. As mentioned before, there are many nobles who have ideas about the Thordresosa family. Not just one or two, some act quickly, others more slowly. But at this moment, the Spencer and Campbell families were quickly dealt with. Even the most thoughtful people couldn't help but feel their hearts pounding hard. Marquis, sir. Me, us? Someone instinctively spoke up, swallowing hard and looking toward a figure. Let's go? A middle-aged man sighed, and then signaled his knights to retreat quickly. Many other knight groups did the same. The strongest nobles who could target Thordresosa were only the Campbell and Spencer families, and even most of them were weaker. Now, Spencer and Campbell had been easily defeated, and no one could guarantee they wouldn't be next. Nobles from various families suppressed their thoughts. They couldn't afford to covet Thordresosa now, as its strength was beyond their reach. Even though they held back their desire to attack, the Campbell and Spencer families had been completely wiped out, and some powerful nobles began to think differently. But these matters had little to do with Thordresosa itself. During this kingdom war, Thordresosa had gained enough. Neither the Spencer nor Campbell families were close enough for him to bother with. All Thordresosa did was send a knight to Dressrosa Castle to inform his father. He wanted to see if his father, Marquis Engel, was interested. Then, he continued heading north. 2 days later, he led his entire knight group across the border of the Frostmoon Province into the Northern Land Province. Compared to before, the border between the Northern Land Province and Frostmoon Province was now clear of Marquis Lehman's checkpoints, making everything smooth and easy. 10 days later, Thordresosa and his group arrived at Lorenz City. But as soon as they reached Lorenz City, Thord's brow furrowed. Compared to the past, Lorenz City was noticeably quieter now. On the streets, nobles seemed to be fewer by more than half from what he remembered when he left. Go ask what happened. Thor spoke, giving orders to a nearby knight. Yes. The knight responded promptly and quickly left. About 15 minutes later, the knight returned. My lord, it seems Marquis Lehman has had an accident. It's said that during the recent war, Marquis Lehman was unable to return. The knight respectfully explained what he knew. Upon hearing the knight's report, Thor was momentarily stunned. His mind involuntarily thought of a tall, strong man. Marquis Lehman. He sighed softly, feeling a deep sense of regret. Thor was not very familiar with Marquis Lehman. The only times they had interacted were when he was made a baron and later a viscount. Their meetings were fewer than 5 times. When Thor first arrived in the northern province, he had heard stories about Lehman's rise. Marquis Lehman was undoubtedly the most legendary figure in the Tulip Kingdom over the past 30 years. From a small viscount family, he rose to great fame. He became an idol for many noble children. Thor never expected that this legend would end so quickly, and it was easy to predict that with Marquis Lehman's fall, the entire Lehman family's decline was almost certain. Compared to other noble families, the Lehman family's strength was mostly supported by Marquis Lehman himself. Although they had accumulated a lot of wealth in the northern province and almost monopolized it before Thor's arrival, these riches did not fully translate into power. Lehman's Eagle Knights were considered good among counts, but within the Marquisate, they were only that good. Rest for a day and prepare a gift for me. I want to pay my respects to Marquis Lehman. Thor sighed again and then gave an order to the knight beside him. Yes, the knight respectfully responded. Soon, everyone entered the residence Thor had previously purchased. Their arrival certainly disturbed the already quiet Lawrence City. In the large mansion, the three gathered in a meeting room. These three were the legitimate sons of Marquis Lehman. Vlado, boy, what should we do next? A middle-aged man, leading the others, spoke in a deep voice. However, his words caused the remaining two men to fall silent. After a moment, the young man on the left sighed softly and spoke. Let's reduce the power of our Habsburg Guild and fully open up the northern province. After losing our father, we no longer have the strength to fully control the northern province, not even half of it. Right now, we are barely managing. He spoke slowly. The young man on the left instinctively opened his mouth, but swallowed his words before they could come out. He knew very well that what his second brother said was true. With most of their strength gone, they couldn't possibly control even half of the northern province. Rather than being taken over by others, it's better to give up. At least this way, the Habsburg Guild would suffer less damage. Listening to his brother, the middle-aged man in charge looked a bit helpless, but finally nodded. Meanwhile, during their conversation, a knight hurriedly came to report. Thor Dryasrosa. Hearing the report, the middle-aged man suddenly stood up. His expression kept changing. Honestly, at first, the Lehman family didn't pay much attention to Thor Dryasrosa. But as Thor Dryasrosa grew stronger and conflicts arose, especially after the Eagle Chamber of Commerce was established, the entire Habsburg Guild was inevitably impacted. The Lehman Marquis family didn't have many people who liked Thor Dryasrosa. However, it depended on the situation. When Marquis Lehman was still around, they could ignore him. After all, even though Thor was powerful, the Lehman family's influence was not to be underestimated. And they were marquises. But now, everything was different. In a kingdom war, not only the Lehman Marquis fell, but also his most elite knight group. Compared to that, Thor Dryasrosa shone brightly during the Kingdom War, earning millions of merit points and even a count's title. Big brother, I heard that Thor Dryasrosa gained over 5 million merit points this time. Even if he exchanged a lot of supplies now, he should still have several million merit points left. The young man on the right's eyes sparkled as he spoke softly. Vlado. The young man on the left called out softly. Brother boy, this is indeed our chance. If we can earn a lot of kingdom merit points, not only big brother, but even we have a chance to become Sky Knights. The young man on the right, Flato Ryman, couldn't help but speak. Flato, maybe you're right, but have you thought about whether we can handle Torders Rosa? Don't forget, even when our father was alive, we could only retreat when facing Torders Rosa. How dare you? Boy Ryman couldn't help but snort coldly. All right, that's enough. Let's quickly shrink the Habsburg Guild and ensure the family's inheritance. The middle-aged man leading them, now the Marquis Ryman, finally made a decision and sighed before speaking again. Brother, Flato Ryman instinctively wanted to speak again, but was rejected by the young Marquis Ryman. Before they could feel relieved, an unexpected scene unfolded. Torders Rosa personally came to visit. The three brothers were all stunned, then became nervous. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. Torders Rosa only came to pay respects to their father. This made the three brothers breathe a sigh of relief. After sending Torders Rosa away, a few days later, news from the Frostmoon province made the three brothers exchange surprised looks, feeling a lingering fear. Is brother really lying? That's the Campbell family and the Spencer family. Yes, brother. This. Flato Ryman and Boy Ryman both opened their mouths wide. It wasn't that they weren't calm enough, but the information they received at this moment was too shocking. The Campbell family and Spencer family knights attacked Torders Rosa and were completely defeated. Both the Campbell and Spencer families are powerful Marquis families. Even though the recent Kingdom War caused heavy losses, their strength still surpasses that of the Ryman Marquis family. The Knights' attack from the Campbell and Spencer families was wiped out. Their defeat was undeniable. It's true. Someone has found the bodies of the current Campbell Marquis and Spencer Marquis. Additionally, 3 Sky Knights also fell. Marquis Layman sighed with a wry smile, feeling a wave of shock in his heart. What? Brother, you must be joking. The 3 Sky Knights. Yes, brother. This. Vlado and Boy's voices rang out again, their eyes wide with surprise. It's confirmed. Marquis Layman simply said softly. Suddenly, the hall fell silent among the 3 of them. Of course, Tor was unaware of their thoughts at this moment. After paying respects to Marquis Layman and offering a gift, the next day, Tor led the Knight Order back toward the main river valley. 10 days later, his Knight Order returned to the main river valley. Compared to when he left, the entire valley had changed greatly once again. Half a year had passed. Even after Tor and the others left, stopping expansion, the construction alone had raised the whole main river valley to a higher level. First was the construction of Eagle City, which was fully completed half a month ago. From afar, the outline of a large city could be seen. Tor's plan for Eagle City was based on the size of Pat City. Now, after more than a year, nearly 2 years, Eagle City had grown to roughly the size of Pat City. The only difference might be the population. After all, the population of the Northern Province still couldn't compare to the Frostmoon Province. Even after more than a year of constantly attracting people from the Northern Province and buying slaves, the total population still couldn't increase much. Of course, that was just about the population. Everything else in Eagle City was gradually getting on track. When Tor returned, the entire Eagle City, no, the whole Eagle territory, was in a state of celebration. With some nobles of the Eagle Merchant Guild already back, news of their lord's performance in the Kingdom War had spread. The entire Eagle Ridge, whether knights, townspeople, or slaves, was eagerly awaiting their lord's return. Count, that's a count. Their lord had actually been promoted to a count. Especially for the knights, the excitement and blush on their faces were hard to hide. So, when they learned that Tor and the others had arrived at Loren City, they began to estimate the time. Steve led the knights outside the Eagle Peak early in the morning to welcome the arrival. Steve, I heard that this time the Lord gained several million Kingdom Merit points. Also, the Lord has been promoted to Count. Do you think that's true? Among the crowd, Pelos couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. He was still a little stunned at the moment. When he was sent to Eagle Ridge that day, he thought he had been assigned there by the Count. But unexpectedly, in just over 2 years, Eagle Ridge had undergone huge changes. Their lord had risen from a knight to a baron, then a viscount, and now it was said he was about to become a count. A count is a powerful noble, even among the kingdom's aristocrats. Pelosi never imagined that Tor would become a count so quickly. That must be true. A few days ago, Lord Tono came and told us the news. Steve nodded confidently. His words made Pelos feel even more excited inside. But it wasn't just Steve and Pelos who were excited. All the knights and officials involved in the welcome were just as thrilled. Joseph was especially so. As the first chief officer of Eagle Ridge, Joseph had always been very excited. Especially after Tor was promoted to Viscount, which meant he was like a steward of a Viscount family. But he didn't expect the surprise to come later. Now the Lord had been promoted to a Count. This meant he could become the steward of a Count family. His status was definitely raised to a new level. A Count's family is a noble family, and Joseph couldn't imagine his future prospects or those of his children. Meanwhile, in the hearts of everyone, emotions were rising as a group of people gradually arrived from afar. As the group drew closer, someone exclaimed, "Count." Yes, it's the Count. The joyful shouts turned into a loud, wave-like cheer that spread across the entire area. Steve and Pelos led the knights to go and meet them.